Good morning, ladies and we are about to start our global strategy summit, Edition-3, a virtual event, and speakers across the globe is delivering lectures for the next 3 days. We will have a strategy feast for next 3 days. The program is live in YouTube, Facebook, and also So so direct joining link will be here, and you will have a YouTube link which you can share it and directly join it. Only thing is you cannot interact with us. I take this as an opportunity to introduce the session. So basically, just a quick introduction about the company. Global Strategy Summit, promoted by Data Labs India as a true strategy strategy management. The idea behind the summit is to connect experts in strategy management across the globe to the organizations in the Middle East, India, and Africa, and other part of the world. That's the whole idea. So this will help. The key point here is many organizations, especially mid-size organizations, even the larger organizations, that will not have exposure to the real experts across the globe, either due to their reach or access, other affordability, or maybe they don't know. So this platform, Global Strategy Summit, try to close that gap by helping companies reach to the right strategy expert, and you can choose whatever your favorite consultant or company or whoever. So this is the idea we floated last year, and then this is the third session. We had very successful sessions last two editions, and then this is we're fortunate to have this very wonderful keynote speakers and guest lectures in this edition. Just a quick introduction. We are Data Labs India, based in India. So we provide software solution, strategy management, and also supply chain management. So we are happy sponsors of this event. I take this as an opportunity to thank organizers and then the participants to make this happen. So I take a great pride in inviting our keynote speaker, Dr. Peter Campo. We are very fortunate to have him on board for this event. Despite all his busy schedules, he accepted to join our event and give a keynote lecture. So thank you, Dr. Peter, for joining all the way from various places. So I just let me give a quick introduction. Dr. Peter Campo is a seasoned leader with 25 plus years of experience, or maybe more, in holding the roles of research and development, marketing, supply chain, and with a PhD in chemical engineering. He specialized in adaptive systems and developed an emergent approach, and eventually emergent approach to the strategy is a powerful combination of theory and practice. After holding a wide range of leadership roles for more than 25 years, he draws his experience and he is trying to help organizations with his approach. I had a book written by Dr. Campo. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Peter. So thank you, sir. You are kind enough to join us, and I'm very happy to introduce you and also eager to hear you directly. So thank you, Dr. Peter. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm happy I could participate in this summit. How's my sound? Okay, still?
It's okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, clear for everyone. I guess I'm going to share. pull up. How did it end up there? Okay. And I'll pull up a few things. And everybody can see this okay?
Yes.
All right, great. So I decided to turn my talk into 10 strategy improvements we can make now. And they're all based on the emergent approach, that book, the theory and practice of that book. But I thought it might be fun to do a top 10 list. I think will be very beneficial to practitioners. And here's the list. I'm only going to flash it right now. Clearly, in the short time I have here, I'm not going to be able to give tutorials on all of this. My aim is to inspire some thinking and give you some ideas. So I'm going to be going very fast. I was already introduced, but I want to mention one other thing about myself, and that is that my work is not only in strategy, but also in theoretical biology and in creativity and innovation. I'm also a musician. And the reason I mention this is because I think my work is really informed by all of these areas of innovation and creativity. And that while people might be surprised because I'm a musician and think about creativity all the time, that my strategy methods are quite rigorous and engineering-like. And maybe we should say that creativity comes from rigor and that that's the reason for it. So anyway, let's dig in. I'm just going to say a few things before I get to the top 10 items. The emergent approach, which you saw the book, is a new theory and a modified practice of strategy. It's based on complex adaptive systems of creativity and innovation. Here's some visual ways to see the approach, and we're going to talk about several of these items. But before we do, I want to lay a little bit of a foundation, especially about this one, an influence diagram. Because it's very core to the theory and it keeps coming back over and over again. So what is an influence diagram? What it is it is a way to reverse engineer. It's a way to understand what influences an outcome that you want. So I refer to outcomes generally as aspirations. If you work backwards from an aspiration, whatever it is, goal, vision, mission, big goal, small goal, as you work backwards and reverse engineer what it takes to do that, all the decisions and choices you're faced with grow quite quickly. And so what we're trying to do is connect outcomes at what they call the global level in complex systems to the action and decision level, which we call the local level, what you can do. And that's what's really key about this. We distinguish what really matters, the outcome you want, from what you're able to actually do, the choices and actions you're actually able to take. So let's look at a simple example. And and I want to mention, this is why my logo is this influence diagram shape. It's such an important concept. So a simple example, and you can get all the details in the book. What if you wanted to launch a bike shop? If you wanted to work backwards from all the things you have to find all the things you have to do to launch a bike shop, how would that look? Well, I'm going to go quick and point out that there's many, many things that would happen, and you get this characteristic shape, and you get on the left-hand side a whole bunch of decisions and actions you've got to take. And from this, we can learn something very interesting. Number one, you're faced with many choices for a given outcome. Number two, there's a time delay between when you take the action and when you find out whether it was a good action or not. Sometimes in business, this can be years. There's always unknown and uncontrollable influences, and what matters most is the least actionable. Collectively, I call these the killer problems of change and innovation. And while people know this intuitively, I don't know that it gets baked into strategy work enough. And this is where we run into strategy. Strategy is for how we deal with this mess. A strategy is to give guidance and coherence to all the decisions and choices that have to be made. And the other key element here is that the strategy is going to be directed towards the bottleneck. And you can think of the word bottleneck as a barrier, an obstruction, blockage, impediment, whatever word you want to use. But what it is what's keeping you from getting to the aspiration that you want, your goal, directly, and what has to be fixed to get that to happen. So with this short introduction, let's get to the top 10, and let's start with the logical one. What is a strategy? So number one, define strategy as the central rule. So here's that little triad again, aspiration, bottleneck, strategy. Well, what exactly is a strategy? I derive in the book that strategy is a central rule of a strategy framework. We'll talk about that in a minute. Designed to unify all actions and decisions around busting the bottleneck to achieving aspirations. So the real key here is that strategy is a rule. Let's look at a very simple example. Say the aspiration of a business was to raise gross margin by 12% in 2 years. The bottleneck in this particular case is the marketing is used to getting products and services they want because it's been a growth business. And no one's allowed to push back for fear of being called not centric, customer focused or customer centric. So what would be a strategy in this case to bust that bottleneck? Well, a simple one is launch fewer products, but start spending more time on designing them for lower cost. So the rule, and this rule would affect R&D, it would affect product development, it would affect everybody, sales, operations, and everybody be involved with that. This is a central rule that gives guidance to everyone on how to attack this bottleneck. So that's the strategy. What about a strategy framework? This is number two. We have to differentiate between strategies and strategy frameworks. A strategy is one component of what is a strategy framework that includes all of these other dimensions and elements. And everybody's familiar with this. Often it's called a strategic plan. And if you'd like a short version of explanation of these details, there's an article in Strategy magazine that goes into a simple example and gives definitions of all of these terms. However, most people are very familiar with these terms. So what other definitions of strategy are there? Take a quick look at this. Strategy themes. No, they're not strategies at all. Strategy themes are goal themes, really. Roger Martin, set of interlinked choices. Yes, it's true, but that's not enough. Strategy is what makes the choices coherent. Porter's integrated, forward-looking. True for all components of the framework, not just the strategy. But the biggest problem is that many people consider the entire framework to be the strategy, not distinguishing between the strategy and the overall framework, i.e. the strategic plan. And we see this all over the place, right? How many strategies have you seen that look something like this? Big visions, big missions, goals, maybe a bunch of other things, and then a bunch of lists of strategic initiatives and plans and sub-goals and so forth. And I wrote few here. Sometimes this goes on for pages and pages. Sometimes this is in the form of these strategic themes, marketing theme and an operations theme and so forth. But the truth is they're not strategy themes. their goal themes. It's really ironic that the component most often missing in a strategy framework in any field I've been involved with, not just business, is a strategy. Now, lists are needed for plans, tactics, metrics, and initiatives and sub-goals and things. They're just not needed for the strategy. So here's that strategy: launch fewer new products, but spend more time for lower cost. That would inform all of these other activities. So where does strategy come from? We already talked about it a little bit. Number 3, suggestion of improvement. Make the bottleneck the magic path to strategy. I'll just reiterate it again. So here's our triad. Usually we'll want to think, well, we'll go right from the aspiration to the strategy. How are we going to solve it? How are we going to solve our goal? But no, go from the bottleneck. And this is very intuitive for people. There's I forgot the author, but a book called "The Obstacle is the Way." The obstacle is the way. Or how many times have we heard a problem well defined is half solved? It's the same idea. You have to define what's in the way to get at strategy. And this is why the triad is so important, and why the aspiration, bottleneck, strategy elements, components are so core to the strategic framework. Bottlenecks come in all kinds of flavors, not just assets. Take a look at this list. Think about your experiences about how many times what's in the way of progress in a business is cultural or methods, or that the business is too complex, or procedures are too complex, or that people don't follow the rules that exist. This is really the way to get at the strategy that's needed to meet the aspiration. And it sometimes takes a great amount of diagnosis to find out what really is in the way, because it may not be common knowledge. It may be hidden. It may be dangerous to talk about what's really in the way. Alignment, common language. So I think this is a very, very key point of strategy. And I find that sometimes great progress can be made just by getting everyone involved to focus on this bottleneck question. It really is the magic path to finding strategy. Let's look at a few more examples of triads. You could take a look here. I'll let you just give it a quick look. I think it's really fun to compare Henry Ford, to Tesla 100 years later. They both had the issue of creating a large-scale automotive adoption. Henry Ford, internal combustion, and Elon Musk, electric. And Henry Ford's is really a classic case of his bottleneck was that cars were built by craftsmen and parts were not standardized and dimensions were not standardized. And craftsmen would hammer and fix things until they fit. And there was no way he could mass produce that way. So his mass production became the solution to this craft dominance. But his strategy was he would never allow options and style effort to get in the way of what it took to engineer for pricing and throughput. So for example, famous story, my customers can have the car in any color they want, the Model T, of course, as long as it's black. He refused to give people the option of style of different colors because that slowed things down. The famous assembly line, few people know this, that actually it only came in 5 years after the Model T was launched. And it was part of his process of focusing on eliminating Kraft's dominance. So then I watched a short video of Elon Musk being asked 100 years later, what made you succeed when other electric car companies have failed? And what did he say? He said, we're an engineering company. He didn't talk about style. He didn't talk about markets. He didn't talk about business models. He talked about going onto the shop floor, the factory floor, and looking for so many opportunities to reduce cost and increase throughput. And I think there's a wonderful parallel between the two, 100 years apart. I want to point out these theories apply to anything. Here's a very famous guy here in the States that helps people get out of debt, like a personal finance guru. And he has this strategy of pay off small versus high rate loans first. Very counterintuitive, but it's a beautiful rule. And it's because the bottleneck is people are overwhelmed. He wants them to get some progress going, not just focus on high interest rates. Okay, let's move on then to strategy framework design. And the key word here is agile parallel design. But I want to prime a little bit by talking about something I believe is a major confusion about strategy and strategy design in general. And that's our number 4 improvement. It's to accept that strategy is always both deliberate and emergent. How many times have we heard that deliberate strategy and emergent strategy are opposite? Well, I'm saying there's no such thing as this dichotomy, and that we have to get past that to understand strategy better than we do. So what is an emergent approach? What does this word really bring us to? Does it mean bottoms up versus top down design? No, not at all. Emergence doesn't mean that just the local, it doesn't mean that all the lower level people decide what to do and the leader just sits there and watches. No, the leader is just as important as everyone else. And in fact, this is bottoms up, top down, sideways, every way. It doesn't matter where the ideas come from. I already mentioned it, emergent strategy. There is no real such thing as an emergent strategy. There's emergent approaches to strategy, and strategy development is an emergent process. Only run experiments. The idea in an emergent approach means we can't decide anything, and so we'll only run experiments and discover what to do and discover what's going on. I think running experiments as a strategy might be very valuable in many cases, but we can't say that that is the definition of an emergent approach. That would be a specific example of a strategy where things are very uncertain. How about everybody works without direction? It's nonsensical. It would have no meaning for an organization to have no strategy of any type with some direction of some type. Even running experiments requires some direction. Running experiments requires people to know what kind of experiments make sense. How much resources do they have? available to them? Where are they allowed to run those experiments? When? How long do they have to take? These are strategy questions. And then the opposite of a deliberate approach. I'm going to explain no. Here's the one we're looking for. An emergent approach is one that's in tune with the behavior of complex adaptive systems and anything that needs strategy is a complex adaptive system. People are complex adaptive systems, and so anything involving people generally is going to be emergent. Let's unpack this a little bit. So what is a strategy framework for? A strategy framework's goal is to give a North Star, as we say, to give the guidance you need for making decisions and taking actions as you go from the current state to the desired future state that you're looking for as you walk down the road and you're faced with choices and decisions. Let's look at two businesses. The first one has a goal of growing a new market. That's their desired future state, their aspiration. Their strategy is because they believe the future is clear and that they have grown in new markets several times, they don't think they need to create a new concept. And they're going to say our strategy is to stick with what has worked in the past. Contrast that with another business. Well, they see the future as much foggier, much cloudier, the fog of war. And they know that the arrow to the desired future state is not going to be straight, and most likely it's going to diverge into other places in other ways. So their goal is also grow in a new market, but because the future is foggy, they're going to run pilots and they're going to give freedom to the organization to discover what should be done. Their framework's likely to change much more than the first business because of all the uncertainty. But here's the issue. In both cases, the outcomes emerge from the actions and decisions guided by a deliberate design. What's different between the two is that the design is different. In one case, it's very constrained. We know how to do this. We're going to do it like we did in the past. That's not deliberate strategy. Yes, it's deliberate, but it's what makes it unique is that it's highly constrained. People aren't allowed to just do it, run experiments and discover what to do. In the second case, business two, oh, I'm sorry for the typo. This is business two. The strategy is not as constrained. The people are not as constrained, but it is just as deliberate. It's a deliberate design to run pilots and give freedom to people to discover what should be done. So there's no difference here. They're both deliberate and they're both emergent. And they're especially both emergent because the people on the left, the business on the left, also can have things go wrong too, or differently, better or worse. They only had a belief that the future was clear. But of course, we know that beliefs that the future is clear are usually what they write case studies about, or businesses that fail. All right, putting that aside, all businesses are both all strategy is both deliberate and emergent. Let's go to number 5. Use agile strategy framework design. What does this mean? First, we have to clarify which aspect of agile are we talking about. An agile organization? No. It's a good thing, but that's not the topic for design. Agile techniques, Scrum, also great, can be useful in many places in strategy design perhaps, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking here about agile design philosophy. And that design philosophy that came out of software design, is the idea of creating a minimum viable design first and then evolving it. So in software, the problem was they would build software and then launch it, and it would have all kinds of problems because they never got the feedback from the customers. They never got feedback from the supply chain, and it doesn't work. And they had to get to the point where they start small and evolve over time. The agile design philosophy is inherently adaptive and emergent. Let's talk about it. So here's some pictures that we can use to describe the difference between an agile and a non-agile design. Instead of a cascade like this, okay, first we're going to define our aspiration. Then we're going to do market research and diagnose and all that stuff and get our scenarios and strategy plans, metrics, and then we'll be done. And we go in order. And often this is done on a schedule where there is a set sequence. What would be an agile difference? It would be to create as much of the framework as you need to think about it as a whole, a minimum essential draft, and then work and revise that draft over and over until it's good enough. Just like the software started with a minimum essential working app, and then revised and revised with customer feedback, people using it until it was good enough. Here's, sequential steps and cascades are very common in the strategy industry. And I'm not saying that there aren't good things involved with some of them, but they're very complicated, and the stepwise process really causes problems. And I'm proposing a very simple process here of this minimum essential concept that has evolved and then declared good enough. A wonderful tool for this, a wonderful technique for doing agile strategy design is this little picture in here, and that's a strategy alternative matrix, where you look at alternative strategy frameworks. Here's all of our framework components, and we compare them, and we have fitness criteria by which we judge them. And then we make assessments of these alternatives versus fitness. And we draft a rough one and then stress it with design principles and discussion and research and all the things we need, and slowly but surely it evolves. Here's how it look in practice. Here's a very rough minimum viable matrix. We have alternatives. We've got an aspiration. We've got bottleneck, a few other elements of the framework. And then we got our judgment of how we're going to decide which one has greatest potential, which one has the greatest barriers, which one has the greatest speed, all the things we would care about. Short-term money, long-term money, investment, CapEx, all the things that we would judge one strategy alternative versus another. And over time, you evolve it. And you evolve it with all the things we know about. This is stressing it. And stress comes from a word from evolution, where you're stressing an individual, in this case, a matrix, to evolve it, to make it more fit over time as you go through generations. One other thing I want to add here is not only give all the relevant people inside and out of the organization a chance to weigh in, give AI a seat at the table too. I'm it's just fantastic the way you're able to ask it questions like, how would you judge a strategy for this or that? What criteria would you use? Assessments, how would you assess whether this will be successful? But at a detail level. And the best way to think about it, at least my experience so far, is treat it like another person. Ask them the questions you would ask other people. And they can bring in ideas that you would never expect. And of course, they have access to ideas and information that, orders of magnitude beyond what any group of people could have. You can also evolve the triad. We've talked about how important this strategy bottleneck triad is, aspiration triad is, and that they're the key terms of a strategy framework. Triad is like the smallest statement of the strategy framework that you could make that would have meaning. So it's minimum viable. And here's doing it on a Miro board. Starts with just some basic ideas, but you have examples of all three categories. Then it gets worse. You're fighting it out. You're deciding what to do. The dark ones are more high level. The light ones are subsets. And then it evolves. And then you come down and you finally might get to something. This is a terrific way to get a process started. I liken this agile design process to solving a puzzle. And it's a messy puzzle. And you'll never have all the pieces. And pieces change shape. They won't all fit together properly. And when it's done, it won't be crystal clear. You just want to get clear enough that you have something, that you have a strategy framework that has some meaning. Contrast this with a puzzle where you would say, I'm not going to do anything else until I know where this piece goes. You would never do it. You have to work a puzzle as a whole. Of course, you start with hints, but it's still the whole that matters. I want to mention Angus Grundy. You can find him on LinkedIn, has been developing Miro board templates. And Chris Fox is incorporating the strategy alternative matrix into his application, his strategy app called StratNav app. You can find Chris and Angus easily, or check in with me and I'll get you to them. Number 6, don't start with the usual strategy suspects. What do I mean by this? How many times do we start a strategy process with this kind of stuff? And Mark Blackwell, who's going to speak later, is someone who has always reminded me of this. Don't start with all this stuff because you don't really know what you need to know yet. And it takes so much enormous time. Wait for questions to answer before you go doing all this and finding this data. By the way, Roger Martin also stresses this very much, to not start with the data. And I believe your best way to start is to ask, what are you trying to do? And why can't you just go do it? Which, of course, is the bottleneck. And do we have any ideas? These questions, and when you start digging into these, they lead you to deeper questions. They lead you to a matrix. Then you start saying things like, well, we can't answer this until we do competitive analysis. We can't answer this until we do 5 forces or a SWOT, or until we look at our historical growth data, whatever the data might be. But get a question and then go and get all this data if you ever need it. Frankly, half the time, very little of it is used, in my opinion. The next few improvements are pretty quick. And they continue also to describe techniques. Number 7, write less. Write, debate, research, experiment, and struggle more. How many times have we seen a strategy process sprawl over 100 PowerPoint slides? Or in the process where they write everything down that everybody says without filtering it, without categorizing it, without giving it a purpose. The idea here is don't let the strategy matrix get beyond 1 page, but debate it, fight it, learn what everybody thinks those words mean, struggle with it. And the fight word I'm using purposely because I think many strategy programs suffer because people want to be nice and they don't want to have the harsh conflicts that really exist. And they don't surface them. They keep them behind the scenes and the truth never comes out about it. Making change and innovating is a harsh thing. You have to face up to the conflicts. So like an image I want to create for this is that on the left-hand side are kind of the design principle questions that you need to ask to evolve your matrix. And all this is laid out in great detail for you in the book. But it's really this messy version that's the truth that we want. It's fighting it out, and it's going to be a mess, and it's going to be ugly, and it's going to take time. But tell me the truth. Is there another way to figure out how to make change and innovate? I don't think so. How many strategy processes, because they're neat and clean and stick on a schedule, just end up confirming everything that people think they know already? Number 8, eradicate the word strategic. Now, I know this is going to sound foreign, but let me explain. There is no such thing as a strategic priority. Why? Because there's no such thing as a non-strategic priority. It is a word that adds absolutely no information. Now you might say, okay, well, what about strategic goals? Aren't they different from regular goals? Yes. Yes and no. Why not instead describe your goals in jargon-free language? Say whether it's a long-term goal or a short-term goal. Say if it's a market goal or a product goal or a new goal. Say if it's, say if it's a very difficult goal. Say if it's encompassing for the whole company versus just for part of the company. Use real language. Don't use jargon. What happens is these words like strategic end up creating noise and giving the illusion. They give the illusion that there's real thought behind it. But really, it's just a short way to make something sound important and smart. Take away this jargon. You're better off with it. Don't let your consultants use it. And if you're a consultant, don't let the people use it. You'll be amazed how when you force people to say what these things are without the word strategic, how it makes them think harder. And now on this theme, a tool that will help you eradicate not only words like this, but many others is what's called the 5 disqualifiers. So number 9 is apply the 5 disqualifiers habitually. And they're up here. And what are they? They are 5 tests of strategy and other components too. that enable you to very quickly, in many cases, judge whether a strategy statement is really behaving and functioning as a strategy statement such that it will give guidance to the organization for making decisions and taking action. And the 5 disqualifiers are the opposite: numbers, duplicate, excluded, and list tests. And what's different about these tests from ones you might have heard about is that a yes means you fail. So if the opposite is absurd, you fail. And what it will show is that most and many strategy statements are actually aspirations, or in the worst case, cliches or truisms. You know, our strategy is to maximize financial return. Well, what's the opposite of that? Minimize financial return. It's absurd. It gives no guidance. It's a cliche. It's not even useful information. And of course, is it a list? We talked about the lists of goals and sub-goals and initiatives and plans masquerading as a strategy. I think you'll find these disqualifiers are actually not only very handy, but fun to use and can really help a group discussion. And what you'll find is that all of these words that are commonly found in strategy statements are actually not strategies at all. If you see these words in the strategy, it's probably not a strategy. Goal, maybe. Some of these are reasonable aspiration statements, but sometimes cliches. But don't use them in your strategy statements. All right. Last but not least, make execution adherence, not results. Another thing that might be considered unusual. What are typical definitions of execution? Well, a simple one is that we're implementing, i.e., we're not designing anymore. Now we're walking down the road and implementing our strategy framework. Sometimes it's operational efficiency. That's just a different concept. I don't think that is a general concept. Same as strategizing. Roger Martin, I don't know why he goes there, but it's kind of weird. Seizing opportunities. Donald Sull says, well, that's execution. Well, you can only know if you've seized opportunities till after you've seized them. So that kind of puts execution as not very interesting concept because you can't know until it's all over. Same with getting excellent results. And frankly, most of the way people use the term execution is no better than getting excellent results. I want to define execution as injecting the energy, both mental and physical, to adhere to your strategy framework and change it when triggered. Your strategy framework is what you say. It's your hypothesis as to what has to be done, what has to be followed in order to achieve the aspiration you've set. So why wouldn't following it be the key to success? And this goes into the 4-station dashboard, where we're no longer just measuring results as very typical, or even kind of progress measurements, you know, ratios and things that indicate results. It might be a little better of a leading indicator. But do we measure adherence to tactical policy? Do we measure adherence to all the rules we've agreed? Do we measure adherence to the strategy that we're going to lengthen product development time and invest in cost reduction using that time? And then foundation is, have we audited whether our strategy assumptions are still valid? Our scenarios, our framework in general. The further you go to the left here, the more you are a leading indicator. And here's just a little more detail on the 4-station dashboard. And when you can answer no, is everyone executing? Is everyone adhering? Is the foundation still valid? That's when you have to agree to do something about it and modify the framework again. And that's what this picture shows. That every time you implement till triggered, you have to modify the framework every time you find a big enough fallacy in it by monitoring on your dashboard. Okay, that's the 10 improvements I propose will help practitioners in the short term.
So it's a great session. I really enjoyed hearing a few very critical improvements, what is required for the strategy. So wonderful thing. This 5 disqualifiers is something that's amazing. You ask questions on why and why not. That is something is an eye opener. It's a fantastic event, sir. And the approach of emergent approach, like strategy and then bottleneck and aspiration, it's also very easy to understand. It's not something very complicated. It's a common sense. Okay, and you made it really a robust framework for everybody to understand very easy. I think everybody who wants to know more, they can read the book, Emergent Strategy, Emergent Approach, the Strategy. Okay, so I read it. I really liked it, and we are fortunate to have Dr. Peter here. Sir, we have a few minutes. I ask the participants to have any questions specific to the emergent approach or any other question related to the strategy. Please post your questions. And meanwhile, sir, what are the key takeaways? How can we implement now? So we understand the 10 things we need to know. Then what next? What is your advice? So a typical mid-size organization, manufacturing, logistic companies, which is the main focus of the event today at least. So what your advice? How can they take it forward?
Well, I didn't try to create here a tutorial on the method that you can get in the book and on emergentapproach.com. There's task sets that help you, and we're developing some webinars and things that will help give you the hints about how to get going. But I think if you follow the book and follow the task sets on the website, you can get started. You can get started very quickly. And as I repeatedly said, I really think you can get a far way with this simple triad. And I showed a picture of doing it on a Miro board. You can do it in PowerPoint very easily. Where was that? Here. Possible aspirations, possible bottlenecks, possible strategies. You wouldn't believe how much comes out of this simple process. But it does take a certain amount of skill. You have to learn what are the guidelines for establishing bottlenecks, for figuring out which are the true ones. And chapter 14 has details on that and several examples. You also have criteria about what a good aspiration is. And obviously you've got the tests of strategy. So I recommend, in the absence of other things, you could even just start with a very simple triad like this. And you can put it as part of your normal strategy process. Start with this and then see where it fits in. But this is also a very easy way to engage your clients, because you get them talking. What's in the way? Why can't you just do this? Right? You want to grow? Well, go ahead and grow. Why can't you do it? Well, I don't know. Well, could it be the right people? Could it be you don't have the right reputation? Could it be you don't have a product? Could it be blah, let's talk about it. Keep it on one page. Don't let these things sprawl out, because what traditionally happens is you start asking everybody, let's write down all the things we need to do to grow. And then you've got nothing.
Fantastic way, sir. So keep everything simple and in one page. So I think it's very, very key takeaway for all the participants. So we have a few more minutes. I think the topic is so interesting and challenging at the same time. Sir, one question I keep getting from the audience is, people, you already told in the beginning that you don't spend too much time on the industry analysis. What is the market share? What is the
Let's go to that slide.
Yeah, you already told about it, and that's very important. And traditionally, what we see is wherever we go for the strategy consulting or strategy management thing, so people talk about what is the industry numbers. So is that something? It looks ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, you very well explained. Can you just give an idea for the, so that the companies can understand what it is?
I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but I want to highlight that the word is don't start with the usual suspects. I'm not arguing against any of this. It could all be very important. What I'm saying is that generally in a strategy process, you don't know what's important yet, because you haven't determined what the questions are. And that's why I'm so driven to get people to start with the questions of that triad. Can we really say what we're trying to do? If it's a yearly strategy process, then you don't even ask the question, oh, we're doing strategy, right? But we know that yearly strategy processes are ridiculous. They're budgeting processes. And, but if you're going to invest in the time to develop strategy, you have to articulate why. What's wrong? What do we need to change? Or what opportunity is there that we're not getting and that we could get? And then immediately, this is the magic, as I said, this is the magic. What is in the way of getting what we want? Then you might start to say, well, we need this, or we need this, or whatever you want to say ends up being the right analysis. Let the data come from questions, not the other way around.
Cloud banking revolutionize the financial industry. So this agenda.
We
So we
have
are
two
talking about
questions.
co-banking key functions, importance of co-banking, challenges in traditional co-banking and cloud banking.
Can I take it up? Deep, can you flash this question?
I saw a question of resistance to people not wanting to change. That's, was that the question?
There is a third question. There is two more questions.
That is a wonderful question, and one that we're talking more and more about. I want to go back to the bottlenecks, because you need a strategy in that case, don't you? Did I go too far? I'm sorry. I think it's number 3, right? Here we go. Culture, you need a strategy to get people to change. Strategies aren't just about business models. In fact, in many cases, business models are fixed. You know your business model. It's how can you do it? How can you mobilize the people? That's where your strategy may be. How do we get better? You need to ask what's in the way. Why don't they want to do it? Are they sick and tired of strategy methods? They don't believe in them? Does the strategy person involved not have prestige? Do you not have a method? Does the big boss not want to play? You've got to figure out what's in the way and you got to go after that. So it's a great question. But what I think some people forget is that you need a strategy. You need a way to address the bottleneck to people that don't want to change or don't want to participate in a process.
Pete, if I can just add on that.
Mark, please. Yeah.
Capture one of the messages that are going to come later in the session. And of course, the great beauty of the triad is its simplicity and accessibility, which means people can get engaged in the strategy process. One of the major reasons why people resist change is that they haven't been part of the process and they have something dumped on them. So why on earth should they accept it? But the beauty of this approach, of this elegant simplicity, is it engages people and allows them to collaborate, and is going to really increase your probability of getting buy-in.
Mark, thanks for raising up the issue of that the people weren't involved, because that's another very important answer to the question, how do you get people to want to change? And if you look at chapter 11, there's a section called extend in time to make it the people's design. And what my point there is that, and I'm not the first person to say this, obviously, that people who are part of the design process are the best people to execute it. They're the best people to carry it forward because they have emotional buy-in and they have awareness of what it means and why. So that's another key part, is involving them. Now, if you can't get them to play in the process, that's a different bottleneck. I saw another question. It was, I just saw it and then it went away. The questions flash and then they disappear. Can someone put it back up?
Can you flash the question if possible?
No, it's there in the chat. You have to just click on the chat icon on the bottom right. You can see all the questions.
Oh, that's my problem. I'm not chatting.
You want to
How important?
One second. Just 1 minute.
I see the question, how important is the design of the strategy workshop done with the leadership team? This is also a really good question. Sometimes I don't know that it's good to do the first session with the leadership team. What you may want to do in the beginning is find people who have like thought process and who are sympathetic to both the need to enter into the strategy discussion and in the way you want to do it. And maybe sometimes you're better off, as we say, cooking a frog. People know this concept, you know, dripping a little bit at a time on people until they're ready to accept it and have some confidence. There's other ways you can bring in people who can explain it and give examples and things like that. There's a lot of ways to address it, but what I would say definitely is that it's not always the best thing to do to start with a big splash and get everybody in the room and say, here's what we're going to do. Sometimes it's better to bring it in slowly.
Okay. So there is one question from Pankaj. The book discusses leveraging uncertainty rather than fearing it. So the question is, what practical advice would you give to organizations looking to embrace uncertainty in their strategic planning?
Another great question. Could I phrase it in this sense that uncertainty, okay, let me say it this way. Has anybody heard the term planning under uncertainty? I mean, okay, show me a business that you're going to plan without uncertainty. I'd like to know the stock ticker, There is no such thing as planning in a certain, planning under uncertainty is a meaningless statement because there's no such thing as planning with certainty. If there was, none of us would have a job. There'd be no meaning to anything, right? So I think that the leveraging of uncertainty is the second word you had there, Pankaj, is don't fear it, face it, know that it's there. Don't treat it like an afterthought. Make it inherent in the process. And we didn't talk about it because, of course, we only had short time here. Use scenarios. It's a big part of the framework, and they're in chapter 13 and also in the task sets online, emergentapproach.com. Scenarios are a very powerful way to think about uncertainty, to say, we know that there's plausible futures that are different than we're expecting out there. And we have to ask ourselves whether or not that should influence our strategy design.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I think any last question?
I love this last one. Could I respond to this last one? It's a little bit related to the other one, right? About involving the leadership team. Top management needs desperate simplicity, but I'm showing it as a big mess. How do you solve this paradox? I got to come back to that strategy matrix. Even more so than the triad, is a wonderful way to communicate with leadership. You show them strategy alternatives and then show them how you judge them and why you would judge one better than the other. And then how you make that assessment. This is a way to engage them with a simple process. One page. Don't ever let it get beyond one page. Work them through it. This is a great technique to hiding the mess from them at first and showing them the working concept. That's the agile concept. We're gonna get this thing close enough that we could show it to leadership and get their feedback on it. I think that strategy matrix, of course, we could have a whole session just on the strategy matrix. And you get, there's quite a bit on it in part 2 of the book and in the task sets online. But I think it's a wonderful communication tool. It's not a calculation tool as much as it's a communication tool, and a wonderful communication tool with top management.
Okay. So that's great. Any last question? Anybody want to ask a last question? So with that, Dr. Peter, thank you very much. Any final note for the industries with this in the arena of change, with all this infrastructure, the wars and the technology changes? So what do you advise, the final advice, just to key takeaway for them?
Well, I think on that topic, the concept of scenarios. Don't plan how the future is going to be. We call this multiple futures. We don't know what interest rates are going to be. We don't know if the war in Ukraine is going to end. We don't know what's going to happen to the Middle East. We have a new government in the States that's changing a lot so far. You don't know. Use scenarios and then ask yourself, are we robust to these futures? Just make it part of the thought process. Again, scenarios is a whole topic on its own as well. But I like to get it in people's heads that scenarios is a way of keeping yourself from thinking what the environment is going to be going forward.
Fantastic, sir. So, sir, just plan your strategies and make sure that you do the scenarios ready with you. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful session, really insightful session, and it's a great learning experience. Maybe we will reach you to have the approach to automate into our solution as well, along with Chris Fox. Okay, so maybe I'll
Well,
have a
thank
word with
you. Thank you for having me, and I wish you to have a great 3-day summit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and have a great time. Thank you.
All right. Good
So
day.
with that, I take an opportunity to thank Dr. Peter Campo on behalf of the organizers, participants, and everybody. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so let us go to next topic, completely different from the different part of the world. So I would like to invite Mr. Sajid from Olak Technologies from Sri Lanka. So he is the CEO of Olak Technologies. Now he is talking about the banking sector. Okay, so to be precise, he will talk about core banking and cloud banking, and where this industry is taking up with the technology changes happening across the globe. Okay, so let me invite Mr. Sajid Samira, Sri Lanka. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Sajid. So let me give a quick introduction to Sajid. Sajid is a chartered engineer, chartered IT professional, and certified management accountant with 34 years of experience in IT, including 26 years in banking. So I think he is the right person to talk about the banking. So his extensive experience in implementing core banking systems using both distributed and centralized approaches. So I welcome Sajid. Thank you for accepting my invite and joining us the session today to the insightful lecture on core banking and cloud banking. And also would like to hear how this latest technology is going to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think you shared the screen.
Okay.
Maybe you can
Yeah, I'm sharing. Can you share? Okay.
You can share it. You can share the presentation.
Shall I share?
Please share it. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
No, I think yeah.
Can you see my presentation?
See the presentation now. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Abdul. I actually, as he explained, I have been to the banking industry from the inception. I consider myself as a software developer. So I still like that designation as a developer. As he said that one of the achievement is myself is I was able to develop a co-banking application for a Sri Lankan bank. I was involving in the development for more than 20 years. So we finally developed a banking application, and actually Sri Lanka exported that application for another country, Bank of Maldives, and later bank decided to discontinue the software development, and they finally bought a banking application, which is a branded product. Finally, the product implementation was not success, and they again bought another application, and that implementation again I led that implementation. After that, in my career, I have done more than 4 co-banking implementations, including branch banking implementation as well as overnight implementation of centralized system. So basically, that is my experience in banking side. Plus, I am very passionate about software development, and currently I am into latest technology and development. And currently, I am redeveloping the same banking application again with a new technology, which is in cloud. So that is my basic introduction. So little bit of things I want to share. These are basically kind of what function, what basic things. During that slides, I will add my points of thoughts and my contribution. So basically, as we know that it's a basically co-banking is now considered as a backend system, and normally it's manage transactions, customers, and basically master data as well as the transactional data is basically managing by core banking system. It's supposed to be a stable system. What exactly core banking covers is basically is customer or retail customer or corporate customer, basically customer information we'll call CIF. And then accounting side, where basically savings account, current account, loans, deposits, anything related to accounts being managed by the core system. Then the transactions. So it's customers transactions, different type of customer transaction, different type of channels, all finally ended in core banking system. So then once the account is open, then you have to mainly the banking is mainly into interest. So it's basically you calculate the interest, then you pay the interest, then you charge the interest, all related to interest. That is some primary thing of banking. And as you know, banks survive, or bank basically their income is interest. So finally bank take deposit and give loans to customers, and margin they are the business, that is their business basically. In addition to that, so many services they do. Then co-banking is mainly the risk and compliance side. A lot of things are being taken care of by risk and compliance side. So things has to be regulated. Banks are all over the world, banks are regulated. So therefore, they have to comply with certain standards, certain practices, certain things they can't. They have to comply with the government of particular country or central bank or reserve bank. So then ultimately they are management of financials, they are reporting and calculation of all the financials. They have to do from the core banking system. The rest is the plug and play systems, but this basic things has to cover in the core banking. So as you can understand or you know that the core system, we call COR, core system has to be there and stable. So it has to be efficient, and it's handle real-time data. So it's basically your core system has to be stable, and core system has to be provided your basic requirement of services. Customer service is totally depend on your core system. No matter you have so many internet bank solution, mobile app, everything, end of the day, it has to plug and play and integrated with very smoothly core systems. And the security and stability of the core systems depend on the entire business. So therefore, most of the core bank systems are very well developed and designed. A lot of security features to avoid unwanted things. Security including the operation, volume handling, plus access. So basically, everything is finally has to look and control and protect the customer information using security layers. So these are main function and importance of a core banking system. So then, as you know, the technology is changing very fast. No one can stop that. So of course, core banking systems are now considered as legacy systems because of the technology innovations. So it's going, it's considered as always core systems are now become legacy systems. So therefore, they need to consider consider alternatives, or they need to have a wrappers around the core systems and upgrade those things. So basically, because of the technology expirations or because of the technology changes, the maintaining the existing core systems is costly. Mainly, new technology come with cheaper, so their old technology can't change, or they can't modify, or they can't adapt to new technology, so they have to maintain existing technology. Then it'll consider as a costly. So this including professional services also, because of the people, there aren't any professionals to manage these legacy technologies. So then existing people who has knowledge on these technologies are expensive, because their availabilities are rare. So this also impact to core system. Some banks or some organization has to keep their people by paying double salaries, because they're in the market, there are no new people coming to these legacy technologies. So this is one challenge in managing core banking system. And most of the cases, the people who are there for long time, they are in these banks, these organizations, because they are the only people knows about this technology. So their jobs is been secured. The day they leave, or the day they retire, then the problem comes. And with this, the flexibility mean the certain new technology systems, there's a high flexibility to adapt for new changes, but existing legacy systems, they can't do those changes as fast as that. For example, certain applications API layers are given, certain core systems don't have API layers, so then there's a middle plugins comes to integrate with API. So there are so many plugins and dependencies around the core system. What happens is the core system, they don't change, but around the core system, they develop so many wrappers, so many components, and try to provide the latest technology. So there is always conversion happening. So then performance issues comes. Then failure of this component will have issues to the core system. So they have to maintain all these things, and that is finally hit to the cost also. So including data management, the core systems have huge data, and managing data is there are a lot of tools available in current market, but some of the tools are not able to use with this legacy systems. And the challenges continues. For example, the core systems basically manual dependence. Certain things cannot be automated because certain tools cannot be implemented. So there are a lot of things. Dependence is also on people. So comparatively, nowadays, a lot of applications are moving to cloud. But we can see the moving banking application to cloud is especially core systems. It is not that fast, considering other areas like ERPs, then so many HRMS systems, and all these systems are moving to cloud, and certain applications not available in on-premise. Because maintaining application on-premise is very costly for software vendors also, because they have to keep separate version on-premise, and it is not always accessible. And plus, the versioning also is practically there are challenges. For example, sometimes operating systems patches comes, then database patches comes, certain security patches come in the application components. Updating those things on an on-premise environment or co-banking environment, which is running on on-premise servers, then you need to have some kind of manual controlling of versioning and etc., which is not there in cloud applications. Where cloud applications are, when the patches comes, update in the cloud done. It is responsibility of the cloud service provider, where they don't have to worry about whether individual organizations who's running on these things. So running application and storing data, all these things are can be accessed using cloud, and comparatively cloud, it is very easy to, we don't have to maintain data centers. Maintaining a data center, maintaining a server, maintaining the people, all these things are being basically outsourced when you come in with the cloud banking applications. So basically, when you say cloud, it's basically infrastructure. I was talking about the infrastructure. Then software as a service, platform as a service, so infrastructure as a service. All this infrastructure we can buy on a rental basis. We don't have to procure them permanently or procure them for long time. So that is one biggest advantage of cloud, going for cloud. Then the banks or any organizations can forget about the infrastructure side, and they can totally depend on the cloud providers who has some expertise on that area, where that expertise not available with individual organizations. As I said that somebody is managing the cloud, they manage high availability servers, data center, DR servers, all these things are they are managing. So otherwise, if you are managing with internally, that is a bank have a lot of issues when servers are not up and running and services are disrupted, then they will buy another parallel servers and you have to maintain both in a normal normal on-premise environment, but in a cloud environment, which we don't have. So banks, I mean, talking the benefit of that, again, scalability. For example, if you want to extend your power in banking system, then it's just a matter of scaling in the cloud. It's very easy, but comparatively on-premise. Then ultimately, it's boiled down to the cost. Buying a server, getting upgrades, getting hardware upgrade, all those things are not available here. Just a matter of go and buy a 100 GB memory, buy a 200 GB hard disk. It's just a matter of entire submit. That's all, and you can buy monthly, annually. All options are there. So therefore, it's very easy and very cost effective also. So even security, new security things, patches, all the servers being managed in cloud is improved security than on-premise. On-premise, somebody has to in charge of that and make sure things are done. Most of the cases, security breaches are come with operating system patches, databases patches, as well as software patches. Sometime is being released but not been implemented. Implementing a software patches, sometimes the organizations are responsible, bank are responsible, but they delay certain things because they need to have test environment. They have to do so many things to implement in these patches. But in a cloud environment, sometimes the vendors, software suppliers, they take the responsibility of maintaining those things. The banks, individual banks, don't have to worry about that. So basically, just to comparatively, just to compare what the cloud banking and core banking is mainly infrastructure is mostly core banking running on on-premise hardware. Then if it is cloud, it is third-party cloud providers. It's Google Cloud or any cloud, Oracle clouds, all the large software companies now come up with their own hardware that is cloud. So its initial investment is very high for hardware and basically maintenance cost. But in a cloud environment, just a matter of buying whatever required hardware using your portal or cPanel. So as scalability is understand, because you can have any server upgrade without any additional hardware is plugged in. That is outsourced and that is being done by expertise in the cloud. But whereas if it is on-premise, you have to do that. Then basically as flexibility and security also more advantages in cloud than in on-premise environment. So as you can see, most of the new technology, web banking application, mobile banking application, all digital services, now they are coming with uh, cloud banking. Under cloud banking, those solutions are there. So now they are moving out from core banking, and it is being in the cloud, and those things now connected to core banking, which is already on-premise. So it's open banking concepts are coming with API integrators. So most of the core banking systems are now providing these API integrators. Otherwise, their systems is being totally outdated. So now fintech services can be enabled with open banking, especially API integrators. So analytics platforms, there are a lot of analytical platforms are available, especially AI technologies are available in the cloud. Sometimes those are not practical to implement in an on-premise environment. They have to use this cloud. So that is easy, cheap, and implementation is very fast. So therefore, the banks are moving or has to move to cloud environment than keeping all the data, all the things in a environment in a lock and secured. They call secured, physical secured environment. So this is risk management also now is being a lot of machine learning platforms are available in a cloud, so they can use those things and get it more advantage of using artificial intelligence in a banking informations, and they can provide a lot of we say lot of predictive analytics kind of things using those tools. So these platforms are all available in a cloud environment. So still, though we are talking here cloud banking, sometime there are some challenges. Mainly, I will talk about the regulatory compliance because regulators are still not given full authority to go for core banking system to cloud. That is one reason. Main reason is the regulator is responsible for all the banks to up and running all the time, and when customer asks money, bank can't give money. The money is belongs to customer. We'll say deposit. So if we are running on a cloud, and if cloud is outside the territory of the country, which is normally outside the territory. So if there's something problem in these territories, if they can't get the data access or system access, then what should we do? We can't say to the customer, sorry, the cloud is not available. We don't know what happened. We can't say, sorry, can't give your banking transfer. You can't close the bank. So therefore, regulators are still very strong in cloud, and they not recommending core systems to be implemented in cloud. So this is still even country like Sri Lanka still they are in that position. So therefore, it is though we show the lot of advantages in cloud, still regulator not given the permission to go for core banking systems to cloud. But I have personal experience. Even HRMS systems they didn't allow to go to cloud because they say there are banking information in a HRM. So we nowadays I think they have given the permission HRMS systems kind of thing, all are supported system that can go to the cloud. And now even email, I remember I had to write a report saying please allow email to go to the cloud, and they say that sorry, we can't give because it has customer information. I said, if you don't have this email, we will put normal post mail, and we send the letter to customer printed. And while that is in the post, if it is misplaced, what is the central bank going to say? The customer information is going to third party, which we don't know. So that kind of security actually, and if the emails are not working, there's no need to bank to stop running. He can continue to operate. So then they reluctantly said that okay, you can go ahead with email, and ultimately we managed to go to cloud email solutions like that. One by one, non-dependent application for the customer information, the banks are now can uh, go to the cloud. But internet banking and mobile banking, of course, it is not storing any data, or it is, but core systems store the data. Therefore, it is also allowed. Even ATM, internet banking, mobile banking, all the related services, subsystems now in cloud. So, what is the challenge in cloud? Why can't go to cloud? And now, actually, I have a we have a solution which we develop. The application server is in the cloud, only the database in the on-premise. So what I'm going to tell them is, here, look, your data is in on-premise, but REST is in the cloud. I'm calling the REST. Basically, database in the cloud is called hybrid, and that is they can't now say don't go to cloud. They can say, yeah, you can take the application. Still, the data is inside the uh, on-premise server. So these hybrid solutions are now coming like that. Now the challenge here is in the core applications, even though we can go to the cloud, if you running a legacy system in a cloud environment, the cloud costing happening, the cloud is cost on a server based on the usage of the server. Server usage including RAM, including hardware, hard disk, and processors. So if the application is not architected to run on a cloud, it is very expensive to running on a core banking application as it is in a cloud. You may heard about the microservices architecture, and so many architectures are there. So the Microsoft microservices architecture is designed separately, and the application is running. A very minimum resources are being taken from the cloud. So it is only use required resources, and the software wise you have to change. So these core banking applications, vendors who has done very success application in the history, they are stable, running perfectly. Still, they need to redevelop. They need to redevelop their core application on cloud as a cloud application. So there is a cost involvement, there's a testing time involvement, as well as there's a stability. So therefore, I think certain vendors, they already started redeveloping application. So those applications successfully can run on a cloud. If bank is willing to take the database also into the cloud, it can be done. But because of the regulations, we can keep the database in a on-premise server, and REST applications can be run on a cloud. So only the network side, they have to make sure that is proper network is provided with the high availability network architecture. Then there is no problem with regulators. They can't keep on saying don't go to cloud. Now they also has to change their laws and say yes, application no problem, but data still keep on a on-premise environment. So certain countries, they are having with the national data centers within the country, so they can use. They don't have to maintain the private bank-wise data centers. They can all the bank get together and use the national data centers, which is controlled by the government of country. So in Sri Lanka also certain development is taking place. Banks are already moved to kind of data centers which is outside the bank. Because of during the COVID time, there are power issues. During that time, individual banks were not able to sustain on-premise data centers, and they are already moved to the public kind of data centers, and move the core banking application also outside the banking territory. So that is already done, but outside the country they can't. So even these data centers are expensive because it's local data centers. There are cheaper solution in the cloud, but still they can't go this because of the challenges in the core banking systems, which is not certified for cloud. That is the main thing. Certain application, your data server as well as the application server, you have to run in both in the same server. So this kind of technical reasons, you can't move to cloud. So this is the challenge of migrating core systems to cloud. So basically, a little bit of touch on the future. So it's basically the first model, the hybrid. Hybrid solution is where, as I said, that part of the applications in running in a core and part is being removed and moved to cloud. So that is we have to redo the application because existing application, whatever core system, legacy systems are not designed to run on a cloud environment. Though we can create a virtual machine and put the application, but cost is huge because virtual machines are being charged based on this issue. So you need to redesign or redevelop this application. So thereafter we can put the application in a hybrid model. So this is right now taking place in organizations. Software applications are now being rewrite running on a cloud. Then actually everybody's talk about AIs because now these core banking applications and historically there are banks are been using technology for last maybe 30 years and a lot of informations are there. They are now in a backup and keep in a safe. But there are technologies we can analyze this data and get a lot of insight into the organizations or those things is the future right now. Is even now there are banks where the loan application approval basically designed based on what is designed, not the person. He is deciding this person can be given a loan or not. For that, he is accessing so many information, which is including Facebook, including LinkedIn, including electricity bill, maybe his telephone bill, maybe past employee record, maybe his tax payments from the tax department, then his vehicle renewal, insurance renewal, uh, banking transactions, all other banks transaction, everything is now is accessible, and all the places are there. If all this information are there, the AI can or artificial intelligence tool or what can take a decision whether this person can be given a loan or not. It is within a second. System will decide once the application is submitted. Sometime application don't need to submit. He has to submit only his national ID number, NIC number, or some social ID number plus amount required. That's all. Rest you don't have to submit. Then system will say, sorry, you are not given good marks, or you are not basically eligible for a loan because according to our rules set in the system, you are failed. So cannot be given the loan. That's all. Simple as that. Or your loan is passed. So the people who in the approval level, approver 1, approver 2, board directors, all these steps will be eliminated and will take over by AI, which is more accurate than the other manual decisions or even workflow decisions. So this is where the future, and even I'm talking the future, it is already available now. There are banks in certain countries. They are taking on these decisions. I'm still talking about the loans. So credit decisions are being fully automated with AI. So that is already there. So then bank future forecasting. When this particular person is going to default this loan, when this person is going to bankrupt, if it is a corporate customer, all these informations now is predictable. So based on these predictions, necessary corrective actions can be taken, and all these alerts are given to bank management. Here, look, this customer within another 3 months definitely is going to default. Can you take action immediately? probably some restructuring of loans or restructuring of something. So these kind of things are available right now. So those things cannot be or no need to develop within the core system. There are platforms available in the cloud, so that platforms are tested. The banks and other organizations can license and use that platforms. So this is what the futuristic thing, and blockchain or also available, and it's already coming. It's also the regulators approvals required for sharing information, and still those informations are being, we have to change the laws also. So these things are happening in countries. Even open banking where customer will come and open his own accounts with providing all the details, and API is being provided, and using internet you can come to particular ecosystems and get it financial services using open services provided by the banks, as well as these kind of things are right now available and be tested. Only thing is implementation is not faster as what we think. It will be slowly moving, because mainly because of the experience and risk, and banks are little bit behind in adopting of new technologies, because when there's a problem comes, there are a lot of people questioning the technology teams, why kind of thing. So their technology team also, they won't aggressively go, but the management still don't allow to fast adopting new technologies. This is something pros and cons of cloud banking, as well as comparatively uh, traditional banking, or maybe on-premise banking or legacy banking. So bank customer thinking also has been changed. A new generation, uh, they are they are they are not willing to even go to a bank. They don't want to see the bank. They want the services. When the customer generation change, we'll say generation of mine is the has used both systems. Now we don't like to fill deposit slips. We don't like to fill withdrawal slips. We don't like to go to bank. We want to do everything digitally. And now we are reluctant to touch cash, because basically why need cash? Because everything is in your phone. So when you go out from your home, you make sure that your phone is with you, not the wallet. Wallet is now no longer required, because even those days, when you go out from your home, the wallet is the main thing. We need the cash, but nowadays not required. Nowadays not required. You know that you can make a payment, and you can buy a ticket. You can do anything with your uh, phone, provided that your bank account has money. Uh, even credit card, yes. No need to have one bank account, even credit card. So most of the apps is now integrated with banking, and with these open banking concepts, there are service providers. They will store bank account details also in their apps, uh, with the permission of central bank or regulator. So you don't have to use your own accounts. Other bank account also you can store in a general apps, and you can use it. Credit card details, you can, then you don't have to even carry your physical cards also being stored in your mobile app. So technology has been running on this level of uh, with this level, but core banking still maintaining, because finally your balance sheet, PNL are being still maintaining in core systems, and rest of the things are being moving out for new technologies. This is what the future, and even this happening, and uh, and the cloud providers are been advancing and providing a lot of AI tools, where no, going to cloud has so many advantages being in your own territories. So this is what happened in the future, and so this is my last slide. So basically, co-banking is a backbone which is still the stable and still we call it is our backbone. So though it's a costly, we are still maintaining. Cloud banking offers significant advantage over the cost, stability, and features for information. So shifting to cloud from the normal traditional banking, it's still happening, and not everybody is been there. So it's happening, but portion by portion, part by part. Uh, Depend on the customer's demand, they will move one by one, and it will one day, yeah, there will be a national cloud of each country, and they will move to there. Plus, international cloud go with cheaper solutions, and which is happening throughout. So my presentation is over, and thank you very much. And if you have any queries, and I can answer.
Yeah, thank you, Sajid. Thank you very much. Let us take up some questions. Yeah, maybe if you don't have, you can talk hearing it, okay, so that there's no, yeah, okay. Now you very nicely you talk about the core banking and the cloud banking. So what are the, I know you have covered something already. So what are the key trends happening now in banking sector with generative AI and other technologies evolving? So what are the major change going to happen next?
Yeah, thank you for the thank you very much for the question. And basically, as I am into now technology development, and the demand is where banks are considered they want to outsource their operations, because managing the technology operation is costly. Maintaining staff and maintaining the technology environment within the organization is costly. So they are very cost concerns, and basically they move to cloud. They want to move to somebody's hardware, not in their hardware. They don't want to manage. So in practically, I have seen in 2 3. I have done one thing in my bank experience. I move data centers immediately to clouds. One is DR was cloud, moved to one service provider. Production is moved to another service provider immediately. Close down the IT department of hardware. So this is a practically management realized. This is my experience. That during the COVID time, when the first time COVID came to Sri Lanka and lockdown came, so my CEO called me and asked, Sajid, now what are you going to do? I said, we are going to close IT department. No, can't be. No, how can you close IT department? How can I run my business? I said, no, business will be run, but IT department will be closed. What do you mean? I said, no one is coming to IT department. IT department access not required. People don't have to come physically. This first time. He said, no, Sajid, I can't accept you. At least somebody has to come to the IT department. I said, okay, well, I will. Since he insisted me, I brought one IT operator and asked him to come. To maintain, every 5 minutes he's calling me and says, boss, no one is here. I can't eat. All the shops are there. My mother calling me, my father calling me. They are scared. Can I go home? Can I go? Then I took the decision. Okay, you go home. And I told CEO, sir, don't worry. Anything happen, I will take home. I will take the responsibility. Then 1 week went, no one realized anything. And second week went, and I came for a physical meeting, board meeting, and CEO telling to the board members, here, look, we have run without IT department, even without IT department, for last 2 weeks. Then what do you mean IT department? You closed the IT? Yeah, we closed the IT department. He's saying, my CEO saying. I said, yeah, people are working from home, but physically there are no people to see. So this is cloud. This is a COVID push us to go for this kind of this thing. Had not COVID, CEO will never agree with me, and he want to make sure IT department is there. Right now, this particular bank don't have a IT department in a particular location. The people are now moving here and there, and their physical location is not now mandatory. Now they are working, some people are working from head office, some people are working from DR side. So now his IT department is scattered because of the data center was taken out from the organization. Now it is in the cloud, so they people can log in from anywhere. So this was now recently I was told one of other bank they are moving out their data center to the cloud. So this happening in Sri Lanka. This mainly happening in core banking systems. They are moving out to the cloud, and other banking systems like mobile banking, other services, they are going for a national cloud. Sorry, global cloud. Google or some other AWS or Microsoft or they are Azure, they are moving out to the cloud. And cloud, there are a lot of software certified by the cloud. Even we are developing a software, and the cloud provider want to certify it. They are pushing it. They are pushing and say, here, look, there's application that is running on our cloud, and why the banks or financial institute consider that application. So they know if they get this project, uh, the software vendor getting software portion, but they know that they are constantly they are getting their income, regular income, monthly income once they move at least one application to the cloud. So therefore, the cloud providers are pushing application to move to cloud, and because they can obviously those days the hardware was within the organization, then hardware vendors pushing to hardware inside. Now hardware vendors will have a challenge in selling hardware boxes because of the cloud people moving to the cloud. That
I
is
think
the
that-
future.
Yeah, that is fantastic as far as the hardware is concerned, servers and other things. What about the other part of the technology, like the generative AI and other sort of improvements like AI and other things? How does
Yeah,
that bank pick up?
application. Yeah, application vendors or application software people now developing most of the application cloud enabled. Otherwise, they can't survive in future because now somebody is asking application they want to implement tomorrow. If you demo today, if it is on premise, you can't implement tomorrow because we had to procure hardware, so many things, network, blah blah. Now today we will we will commission a server and say, yeah, from tomorrow you can log in and your system is ready. So this is what application vendors are now right now doing, and immediately they want to go to the customer. If you get the okay, at least POC, proof of concept, they will give the application free of charge. So then the people will use the application, touch the application, and then buy. So this is one advantage of customer also. Then even 1 month we can give free of charge. So then they use the application. So application vendors are now thinking in this line. When you want to sell something, they have to have the cloud environment and run the application on a cloud. So then customer will use this application and as a trial, then they will procure without any fear. What happened is originally we buy application, and when you implementation time, lot of issues comes. That is not there. This is not there. We thought this way. Sorry, we need the CR. Then we want a customization. It will take time. So many issues coming with the implementation. So then the people who procure the application, mainly IT head, is responsible for those things. Finally, business users also come and say so many things. SRS, requirement specification, say something. When you see the system, they ask you something else. No, we thought is this. No, so like that. So then a lot of mismatch. When you see the application, we touch the application, and they say this is what I wanted. Everything is here. Then its decisions are very stable, and IT heads and the technology team don't have to be fear about what they have seen the application, and they buy. You won't believe certain users when they are implementing the application, they want to change colors. Their biggest problem is the color. So now and the screen, left side, right side, all this UI changes also they are asking during the implementation. Sometimes some application you can't change because it's not parameterized. Now certain application we parameterize, and even colors is parameter. We can show the color and say submit and configure. like that. Otherwise, the users are sometimes they are particular about those things. So application vendors and application software vendors has to develop application with a lot of parameterization. A lot of things should be changed using front end parameterized. So then it can be changed by customer, or even admin can change and set up the system. So then less cost on changes, less cost on changes. So application, the vendors to develop application with a lot of parameterization. So that is what happening in the other side, other than the hardware side.
Thank you, Sajid. Wonderful lecture. I think it's very, sometimes we need to see that the tech, the thing what is happening in banking or cloud banking. So thank you very much for your wonderful lecture. So any final advice for the organizations before we conclude?
Sorry?
Any conclusion remarks? Yeah.
Okay, basically I will put a small this thing, and I am with my experience I resigned my company and I started my own business, and I am not a businessman. I still I call me like a innovator or some software developer. So I am right now have developed a core banking system which is right now is running for microfinancing companies, because no bank will buy from software from me because they want proof. So right now my application is running on microfinancing. There are less regulatory requirement there. Then I am targeting for another finance company. Once this, I can run that application. So that is why my company is right now doing. We are full focus on developing a banking application. So right now we are addressing the microfinance sector, which don't have a current account. Other than the current account, everything is there. Mainly that sector is loan, and we are into the Google Cloud, and we are using a lot of cloud services, and our application is cloud certified, and it's powered by Google, and we are using a lot of geo tagging, geo fencing kind of things, and route optimization. All these things we are using for our application with collection of cash collection and all. So this is it's new to Sri Lanka also, and we are first time doing this kind of thing. And right now, actually, I am now in the customer side, and because of I given you the date, I didn't want to change, and I came, and I am now about to. The next door is my customer. I came to physical meeting. So thank you very much for your opportunity, and thank you very much for this opportunity, and I really appreciate Mr. Abdul for giving this opportunity.
Of this question before we conclude. Philip, on your top, if I spell it correctly, is the application only applicable for financing institutions? So that's a question. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Yeah, is your application what you're talking about is only applicable for financial institutions?
Basically, it is basically ERP solution. All the HRMS module, finance module, GL module, all these things. In addition to that, it has a QR based attender system and all. It is covered with a fully ERP solution. One solution. I won't give one solution for organization. Right now, it's not only finance. Any other company also can be used. Basically, why I mentioned is finance, because I have been labeled as a banking person. So when I go there, any place, they think I am doing only financial application, and my company has done a lot of non-financial application also, because it's extremely difficult to go to. Even though I am a banking person, they won't procuring team ask whether how many years this application running, where is this running, reference, because of that.
Thank you, Sajid.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And a wonderful lecture on core banking and cloud banking from the technology. Wonderful lecture. So with our on behalf of participants, speakers, and the organizers, I would like to thank you for giving wonderful lecture. So thank you very much for your time and efforts. And great insights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So thank you very much, participants, for attending. Now I would like to welcome our next speaker. I'm eagerly waiting for him. Mr. Ratim Singh. Okay, so Ratim ji, I believe you are in the call already. Yeah. So thank you, Ratim ji. Thank you very much for joining the session today. So we are talking about the digital transformation from AI and IoT point of view. That's the topic of discussion today from Mr. Ratim Singh. Just let me give a quick introduction of Mr. Ratim Singh. Okay, Ratim Singh is a seasoned leader with 25 plus years of expertise in driving business growth and crafting digital transformation strategy. So he brings deep proficiency in digital banking strategy, fintech, research and analysis, product management. He's also a prolific writer, having published numerous papers on emerging technologies. So thank you, Ratimji. Thank you very much. One of the book Ratimji wrote is like a digital transformation, reshape the future of your business. It is with me. Okay, so it's on my table. I did not complete it, but it's very interesting. I need it. So thank you, Ratimji, very much for joining the call today. I would like to hear because there is a connection between the last speaker, Sajid, and this because Sajid, when he implemented Infosys solution there. Okay, so there is a connection, Sajid, if you are still there. So he is the head of IT in Infosys. So let us hear from him. So his expertise in banking is unmatchable. Over to you, Ratim Singh ji. So please go ahead. So you're on mute? Yeah. Unable to hear you. Can you check your mic? He can hear us. Can you try now?
One thing. Are you able to hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll go. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Okay. Now I was saying the first session was about the culture and strategy, and second session was IT in banking and cloud, and even Sir has touched upon on the blockchain and AI. So many things have been set up for me, good for me. So anyway, I'm sharing my this screen, the presentation. Are you able to see?
It's. I think it's still not come up. Yeah, must come.
Can you see that now?
No, not yet. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've shared it.
Can you try again? Yeah, now we can see your screen. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So thanks for giving this opportunity, sir. And it's good always to talk about digital transformation. And I saw the audience also, so happy to interact. So I will go through first what are the things I have tried putting down my thoughts in the books related to digital transformation. So some quick things because sometimes earlier this was the question which was getting raised, like what is the difference between digitization and digitalization. So again, this is a standard definition. Digitization is like you're converting information from analog to digital, and digitalization is like using the digital technologies to transform your business process, business operations, and can move many other things. So just to set the thing, this is the digitization and digitalization. Now we will move to the digitization is like, according to me, in that you will see four things: uh, virtualization, industrialization, instant gratification, and personalization. If we take an example, earlier we used to have post box where we used to send the physical letter, and now that has got changed to email. So this is a very good example of where digitization has happened. Of course, many other places also it has happened. So like virtualization has happened. The mails travel that way. When I say industrialization here, what I mean is the with the accuracy the things happens, and especially people familiar with the India will know that in the India, Mumbai dabbawalas are sort of quite famous, that the tiffin boxes what they take, and they perfectly deliver with whatever the code they put to the correct place, and again it returned back. So that is the thing industrialization I'm talking. Instant gratification, of course, the mail comes to us immediately, no more waiting. And personalization is like the things get personalized, whether it's into the mail or into the other social media platforms. So now I will move to the main topic of anyhow. So it's a more of a saying that ability to consume these services at any point of time from any location by any channel, any device, in a personalized way. So digital transformation. Now, again, I keep on asking this question. It's actually, uh, of course, the name is digital transformation, but I will say many times it manifests itself into a business transformation or the self transformation, because finally, you use those technologies, the processes, to transform your business or maybe transfer your own self. So that is what all is digital transformation is. But now we'll just to say digital transformation is more than the implementing certain ERP system or appointing a chief digital officer, and of course earlier it was that you launch some website and mobile app, or I will say porting on the cloud, though we had the session on cloud, and I'll clarify what I meant when I go to that section. Similarly, automating the current system, that also is not digital transformation. You are just using the technology to digitalize the things, or bombarding the social media saying, we are digital, digital, digital. So that's not the thing, and surely not using new technology just for the sake for it. It's like hammer searching for the nail. So, what exactly is the digital transformation? To me, digital transformation contains the four part: understanding the true meaning of digital experience and applying in our context, and solving the wise problem, understanding the new technology, which I have named it acid. I will go in detail of each of this is this one. And then how do you future proof it, and that is where you apply the digital anthropology. So now let me go to it. I will say as such, this one slide represent what all my main ideas are. Now we'll go deep into these things. So what is digital experiences? Uh, According to me, our what part has remained same. Like we are watching movies, reading book, ordering groceries, but our how has got changed. So like we watch movie on Netflix, read book on Kindle, order through marketplace, and so literally the things are in your hand. No need to book the movie ticket. Of course, you can also do that. That option is there, but you can always weekend coming. You can always watch the movies on the your OTT platform. You can watch as per your mood, your speed. You can pause it, rewind it, in a relaxed, convenient way. And it's like really make the thing frictionless, in the sense like, I'm sure many of us would have may have got the habit. if you are traveling, maybe during travel time on the phone, you may be watching. On the flight, you may be watching, and you stop it and then you start again. So, but if you notice, especially with the computer world, and this, like, I've debated with many people, uh, there is nothing, no new what has come. Like, it's all those things has remained same, but it's like it has democratized the things, that has make the things simple for everybody. So whoever has a smartphone, a mobile phone, and can, and of course the data cost is there, but after that, you are as good as anybody else in the world or in the country that way. All the things you can do, you can access all the social media apps, and talk with your friend across the continent, read any book, whatever you wanted, and order from anybody. Well, of course, the country rules will be there, but barring that, those frictions have gone away, that hassles has gone away. So that is what I call the digital experience. So this is the first part according to me. And again, to summarize it, again, it's the same thing what which is the digitalization, was that ability to consume any service or all those service at any point of time, morning, evening, from any location, from your house, in the train, moving vehicle, by any channel. Means it can be your laptop, your phone, or, yeah, theoretically on your watch, or your tablet, whatever, or totally in a personalized way. So this is what is the digital experiences. So that anyhow you have to provide. Now after that, I move to that, before you start the digital transformation, you have to understand there are wise problem, and which I say, know your why. So know your why means, okay, let me expand on that. See, one has to know why that company was created. What was the main mission? Now, today it may be doing one thing, but what was the main mission? So, like, if I take an example, Nike shoe says that my aim is to make sure my customer remain healthy. Now, for that, they need to run, and I provide them fantastic shoes, shoes of different variety, shoes by which they can do trekking, they can do running, whatever it is. And we have installed the chips by which, again, you connect to your Bluetooth, you can hear music while you are walking, jogging. And similarly, you know how much energy has been burned and things like that. So for them, it is like, that we want to make our customer healthy, and that is the thing. Similarly, if we take example of Netflix, Netflix, of course, started as a DVD rental service, and many other things. But finally, if we go to, I've read that book also, and read the thoughts. Their aim is to provide wholesome family entertainment. Now, whether that is by renting the DVDs, or by streaming the movies, or now what they have done some time back, creating a web series based on whatever the preferences they understood from the what viewers want to watch, and that is where they have created the House of Cards. That was the first web series, and many seasons of that has come, because they realize people are liking these actors, and they like something political, conspiracy, and all those things. So they tuned the storyline, and we have seen it even in India also. Amazon Prime, certain web series of Mirzapur and all has come, which was like, whole thought process was what our audience want to see. So we provide that. Uh, Again, extending one more thing, Uber. Now, of course, Uber provide taxi or whatever, but their aim is to make sure that their customer is able to move from point A to point B, and they have partnered with certain local transport authorities wherever applicable. So they're saying that maybe for the first mile and for the last mile, you take Uber. In between, you, if you want, you can take the local transport. We help you that, because we want to provide you a cost effective, a convenient travel journey, and for that, whatever it means, we will do for you. So I think we can now expand it to all the industries. But according to me, this is the biggest thing. Know your why that company was started, what was the main aim. For the banks also, it's just the accepting cash, or it is like you wanted to provide the financial freedom to the citizen living there, helping the industries getting cheaper loan or whatever it is. So there are many things, but knowing the why is very important. Second is the integration with the external ecosystem, because now like sort of it's an open word, and as I earlier said, technology has democratized the thing. So is your product is able to talk with other solution and then create wonders. uh, let's take some example here. We know that Apple iPhone is very good. uh, at least some time back, I'm not sure of the current one, but surely some time back, the chip of the Apple was provided by the Samsung. And even now also, what I understand, some part of the iPhone is provided by Samsung. Now Samsung as such is a competitor, but this is where Apple decided that they will do. And Netflix, again, some time back, was hosted on Amazon Web Cloud. So there is a Amazon Prime and Netflix, but Netflix was hosted on that. So they were able to integrate. And similarly, when we see on our mobile the App Store, be it on iPhone or Android, the apps which are there, it is not that Apple has created or Google has created. They have helped or created the sandbox on top of which various developers can create and enrich the ecosystem, and you love those apps. So this is what is the main thing, even to the extent of even Mercedes Benz. If you go to their website, they also say that we provide you the whatever the SDK kit, the software development kits, and this is the software. And if you want to develop something on top of it, a certain thing they provide, like with respect to the fuel consumptions, kilometers, whatever car has traveled. But certain more things, if you want to do, you can do that. So the whole idea is that is your group, product, company, whatever it is ready to integrate with the external ecosystem. And when you're able to do this integration, it does magic. Matlab, you can decompose and compose many other things. And this is where I take a sort of example of Subway sandwich. Because the things what happen when you're trying to integrate with the API, and when you join hand with other partners. So the way in the Subway sandwich, what happens is there are three ingredient. That way, let's take, there is a bread and there is a whatever you put certain sauce and whatever inside certain vegetables. If you have three type of bread, three type of sauces, three type of other food, what you put, what you can get 27 combination. And you just increase everything one, and now it's 4 into 4 into 4, so it's like a 64 combo. So that is the power of integration with the external world happens, because not everything you will be able to do on your own. You cannot be the expert in everything. uh,
Pratimji, I think there is some voice got disconnected. Just wait 5 minutes. Deep, can you check? Timji, can you hear us? Hello. Just wait for a minute. I think he's going to correct his mic. Deep, did you check?
I'm talking to him, yeah.
I think he's trying to rejoin the session. Just wait for a minute or two, so Mr. Ratim will join. Yeah. Ratimji, I think you joined back. Can you unmute? Deep, can you just check once again? Akinji, are you able to hear us? Please stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Just a minute. Let's wait for a minute or so.
So I'm helping him to join. Now, meanwhile, can we just brief what are the upcoming sessions for the day?
Okay, so yeah. So yeah, so we have a technical issue with Mr. Ratin Singh ji. So we had a very nice session so far, two sessions. One is from Dr. Peter Campo. So we just finished the session today morning. We had a wonderful session with Dr. Peter Campo about the emergent approach to the strategy. So we talk about it's a completely new way of doing strategy management. I think you can watch a video if you have missed it. Then we catch up core banking and cloud banking from Sajid. He's the CEO of OLAC Technologies from Sri Lanka. So we just finished that, and we are halfway through. Raktim Singh ji talking about digital transformations with AI and IoT and how it is relevant for the strategy management. Okay, so the rest of the day today we have 5 more sessions to go. One is we're talking about, I give my presentation next. We talk about enterprise strategy management through flow strategy with a mining industry sample. And we have a very interesting session at 2 p.m. from Mark Blackwell, how to hardwire the strategy into your organization. Mark is joining all the way from. Next, we talk about better formulation and supply chain processes for feed business by Gauthier and Lebelet at 3 o'clock. Then we have data science and strategic advantage by Kusmakar Pandey at 4 o'clock. So today is a heavy technology discussions across. I think 3 or 4 sessions technology. Then we will have growth as a process by Rajesh Tedla. So he's actually he's a resident of United States. He's into a visit in India at the moment. I think he's going back. So, but he will attend the session and give a lecture on growth as a process for especially the mid-size organizations at 5 p.m. today. So, and then we will have a conclusion session at 6, just to recap all what we have listened the whole day. And then the next day we will have almost like 9 sessions tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have 9 sessions, followed by day after tomorrow another 8 sessions to conclude the strategy summit. Yeah. Okay. So if you I think still they're unable to do it, then we will do some more thing. It will take another 2 minutes. Otherwise, just we'll try to swap. Yeah. So we will start next session, and then we will have enough time to cover it up in the break. Please stay tuned. Don't leave the session. He can connect on a phone, but we can share it. But I think he's trying.
Okay, now you have one more.
Just
You're back? Yeah.
Kuldeep, you are able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, can hear you.
Okay. So that's great. I'm cutting that. And I was there on the WISE problem. Put that slide.
Deep, are you sharing?
Yesterday night I've sent the PPT. So
Is it? You want me to share Deep or?
Yeah. So yesterday night, did you share it on mail?
yeah,
Mail?
it's titled 24 Jan underscore whatever DT.
Just send you file. Sorry.
Abdullah, till when you were able to listen me? I said know your
Are
why.
you wise? Yeah.
Huh?
You are in wise.
Okay. Yeah, great. So just move in that. Yeah, next. Yeah, next.
Yeah.
Then you just be there. Just go back. Yeah. Okay. So I was talking of wise problems. Know your why. Whether you were able to hear that, or I'm happy to explain that.
We did. I think up to silos. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Silos. Yeah, that is what. And again, I'm just realizing technology has improved so much, but we still see these are the because it's always it's what do I say? It's always my this dream of always smoothly present, and you always wonder what will happen to the network. Something happened. That's all I can say. So, so again, this is true for any company also. Like silos will be there. Silos will be there. That's what I was saying. There will be department. There will be different group, and many of the time it has happened because different groups have started doing the computerization at different point of time. So what has happened, they have bought different technology system, at various point of time, which was suited to that department. And now if you look at that, you will realize that they have more than some 100 system, plethora of system is there. Even getting the customer 360-degree view, or even for their internal employees, if they have to get what is the view. You will realize that HR and recruitment team had one type of information, their current appraisal happen in somewhere else, and what really working with the team, it's like it's spread across various system, and this is almost true in all the companies. My point is, be aware of that. There will be silos. Don't just assume that silos will not be there, and you have to proactively work to break those silos. Keep on working on that. Some of the techniques which I have mentioned in my book was like, it can be some simple thing like how do you arrange the seating arrangement for different team members, whether group and department head sit at one place only, or can you shuffle it in the sense in the week they will sit, let's say, two days with some other group members, or lunch at least will be different place, and there can be different ways. This is just a very simple thing which I mentioned many other things in the silos, how to keep on breaking the silos. And the fourth is environment and culture. I think the first session itself was something touched upon on the culture. The environment and culture, if again those are not been taken care, this will again eat up what are the effort you are putting. Now, culture itself can be a very big topic, but I will just add certain things here. many times you will hear leaders saying that, we encourage failure, which is very good thing to say from the stage. But my customer does not pay for my failure. So if you say that you encourage failure, customer is not going to buy your failed products. So where is the sweet spot? To me, the sweet spot is you should be able to do small failures, and you should be able to fail fast, learn fast, recover fast. That is the thing. And somewhere we mentioned or touched upon on the agility also. To me, the agility is ability to handle the changes. Those changes can be really imbibed in your culture, in the sense team should be able to handle. And if we talk of, I call them that time the fan companies. Now, of course, the name has got changed, so I have changed it to man companies. Means Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, Netflix. All of them, if you go through their how they have evolved over the years, they have always encouraged failures. Like Netflix had a tool that time called Chaos Monkey, and what it used to do, it used to switch off the network. I think maybe I should have used that. That's all I can think of it. So that uh, uh, streaming, whatever the streaming happens on different bandwidth, when people are watching, if network is having problem, is how still the customer get a good view of whatever the movie he was watching. So they test with that Chaos Monkey. And like that, if we take of Meta or Alphabet, in Alphabet again, it was the thing that if it seemed their appraisal system is, if you have scored perfect one, it means something wrong. It means you have not tried hard. So you have to try that way. But then where do you draw the line? And that is what I said. You have to fail fast, recover fast, learn fast, and keep on sort of learn how to unlearn and move forward. So that type of culture has to be there and need to get started from the recruitment itself. The way you recruit, are you checking the hard skill or the soft skill also? And one of the technique which I have given in my book was, when you have various candidates lined up for your interview, maybe put them in a room, give them some object to create something, and just watch. Because those guys didn't know. You will see some people will be a little cynical, like, what is this? What is this exercise given? Somebody will take a leadership, he will try to do something. Others will join. So many of those things will tell you about the soft skill of who is a team player, who can take leadership position, how they are behaving with each other, who are sort of a stranger but can become the teammates going forward. Now these are simple things, like how they are behaving with your receptionist, or if a person who is serving tea, it's like a with some high attitude, or like they are humble enough. These are simple things you have to observe. There are many other techniques, but all those things start mattering in a company, because if their culture is not there to learn, to adapt to the changes, to try bigger things, again digital transformation will fail. So yeah, Kuldeep, we can go to the next slide. The key pillars. So key pillars, again, four are there. If you have solved the wise problem, now the time to apply the technology, and which I have named as acid formula you have to apply, which is artificial intelligence, cloud, internet of thing, and data. And I will explain in a very quick way, so we can keep on moving, Kuldeep. So first is the data. Kuldeep, you can move the slide. Yeah, so data, of course, lot many things can be said. I've purposefully gone in the reverse order. Means I think everybody understands the importance of data, the various searches which are happening, various tweets which are happening. What something just point which I wanted to bring is the power of the passive data. From the coffee place, what you get. Of course, from the Wi-Fi. Let's say if you have a shopping mall, and you have provided their free Wi-Fi, and of course you have taken the consent. How many people joined there? That will tell you, how many people were really active and really visited that mall, or for that matter, any other things. Similarly, many companies have the learning portal. How many courses were really completed? Are you seeing that or no? Because unless you get the insights from the raw data and arrive at a meaningful thing, it's not useful. Uh, just to give an example, what I know, certain cases, again in India, in Kerala, uh, the fishermen who used to fish and get the fish, and earlier what used to happen, by the time they come to sell the fish in the evening, they were always in little hurry, because fish is a material which you can't take it to the next day, uh, but you have to sell. But what all the fish they have caught during the day, it was not available. So they created a sort of WhatsApp community. So whenever they get anything and they put it, now this perishable commodity, sort of everybody knows that, yeah, this type of things I will get it. And this point I will reach. So I'm sure many other things like that must have happened. This is one of the things uh, which I am aware personally that way. So it helped everybody. For the fisherman, it's like no worry of that his perishable good will go for a toss. This data is available with the buyers who wanted that type of fish, so they are ready to purchase, and no bargaining that way or nothing like that. So everybody, and they customer wanted fresh fish, so they get it. Similarly, thing which can be tried. This is what my example. Like inside the company, you may want to put the TV monitor to across the places, and which shows the progress of whatever the current product development is happening. So this is the power of data which we have to utilize. And left hand side, I have mentioned what are the tools, but we need not go through it. So Kuldeep will go to the next slide. Yeah, so it's like a internet, on which I call it the internet of all the things, because it's like all the, especially of course, my book came in 2020. Now in 2025, there are many other things that have happened, especially in terms of IoT. Everything is sort of embedding that culture of smartness going into. Um so where it helps you if your AC is there, washing machine is there, the proactive maintenance. You need not generally do the maintenance every 6 months or wait till it break down, because now machine itself tell you that when the maintenance is needed. So we can go on here: smart factories, smart building, digital warehouses, smart lift. Even in my apartment where I live, and it was a very good use case. Yes, I'll quickly tell what our maintenance. I think every apartment will have a maintenance association. Here also it was there. So our maintenance, the secretary actually asked one person, because Bangalore being a technology hub that way. So people had that IoT device, and he told them to just install that on a test basis near the water tanks, which are there in, like in our this where I live. There are 4 apartments are there, and each one has a water tank. So he told them, and told them to give the report. So when he got the first 2 3 days report, what he realized that morning 4 a.m. a lot of water if in one building. You can see from that report, a lot of water is getting used, and it's almost obvious. Like morning 3 4 o'clock, nobody will be using that type of water. So actually, they then we start digging deep into that, and then they realize that, yeah, in that apartment and the ground floor there was a flat, and there was a underwater seepage was there. What used to happen during daytime, because all other apartments were using water in a big quantity, this amount of water was getting hidden. But in the night, of course, when nobody else is using water, that is where it was obvious. And sort of it has costed nothing for us, except for some time of the maintenance secretary and with some other people joining hand to really dig deep. So I think this is the power. Like, it's apart from the cost, it's like a water being a one important commodity. So how do we save that? And this is where it has helped. So smart light, smart lift, and many other things we can do. We will go to the next one, Kuldeep, cloud. So in the cloud, of course, earlier speaker also touched upon. To me, the cloud is like, it helps in maybe 3 or 4 things. One is, of course, the whole thing has happened pay per use, because otherwise, let's say in the bank also, and I think he also touched upon, they used to do the annual planning during, depending on the earlier year starting, that for the year end, for the month end, for the quarter end, we need these type of machines so that interest calculation can happen for all the customers. But those machines used to remain idle during the rest of the years or rest of the month, whatever it is. Now, of course, it's like pay per use. You get that compute power at those specific days. And this is true for online shopping places also. When any book is getting launched or any new movies coming, and that time demand will be more, so you can get it. So it's like it gives the elasticity. So it has converted capex to opex. You can have the redundant node, and of course easy onboarding, because what happens now, let's say in a bank everything can be outsourced. So that is what to me it's like anything as a service, like whether it's a software as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, anything can be there. But when you go into the cloud maturity model, when we say the application is cloud ready, it's like whether it really using the power of 12-factor app, Kubernetes, Istio, whatever it is, and the skill is there or no for the cloud. So again, make sure you have those things and you are really getting the power of cloud, and which earlier I mentioned, just don't port on the cloud. Because that is what some people are doing the mistake, just porting on the cloud. Yeah, we are there on the cloud, but are you harnessing the power of the cloud, in the sense like when the demand is up, you should not bring one full application up, but only the relevant portion. Let's say if it is related to payment, only that pod should be made multiples. If your full application is making up, then it's like no point. It's like a old way. So is the application elastic enough, and are you able to harness the power of cloud? Yeah, we will go to the next one. So it's like a artificial intelligence, in which I say it like it should become your IA, intelligent assistant. We have many things here, which is machine learning, supervised learning, reinforcement learning, or reinforcement learning with human feedback. So I think in last 3-4 years, especially after ChatGPT, it has become very famous. So I need not tell things, or again, it can be enough one session. To me, main thing has happened now. Machine knows how to fish. It's like the old proverb. What it says that you give a person a fish to eat, or tell them how to fish, and that is what is happening. Machine is learning how to fish. And again, the generative AI, the GPT-4 model, and other models which are coming. Of course, and with the agentic AI now, which is the new thing which has come up. So yeah, these are the things which are you have to get the power of that. Having said that, according to me, AI is like electricity. When electricity came, of course, it was a big thing. You can't use electricity on its own. You require, let's say, a bulb or a phone or a car or a heater or a AC. That is where you get the power of electricity. Electricity on its own does nothing. Of course, if you touch it, you get the current. But on its own, there is no value unless there is a useful application on top of electricity. And according to me, AI is the same thing. You will see the embedding of this into multiple things, be it IoT devices, uh, be it whatever the data you have, you wanted to get the insight. If you don't have a data, you can't do anything with AI. And you have the proper data. Data is structure, unstructured, whatever it is. So do you have those things? And then are you solving real problem? What exactly? Or it's just new shining gold? Uh, because everybody says AI, and that's why, like, again, hammer searching for the nail. So yeah, we will move here now quickly. Next one, Kuldeep. So now, so we quickly discuss whatever that you have to provide digital experience, you have to solve the wise problem, you have to apply the asset formula. Now, how do you watch future proof is? And that is where I say that you have to apply the digital anthropology. Just to quickly give you, it's not a very heavy word. Anthropology is like a study of relationship between human and digital era. We have evolved. Now our ancestors earlier, whatever it was, agriculture and the animal hunting, and then we have evolved from there. Some interesting thing is that earlier industries were located near any water body because you get the steam power. That was the initial thing. So before electricity came, steam power was there. So industries or factories, I will say, were located near water body because so that you get the steam power. But now, of course, that's not a consideration when you are putting a factory. There's another consideration. So again, this is the evolution has happened. Similarly, if we take a city like Las Vegas, I'm sure if without electricity, it was a desert, and it comes into light in the evening only that way, whatever. It comes to life that way. And after that, arrival of telephone car, which has reduced the distance, computer automation, and now it's like a demand-led economy has happened. Everybody used to take selfie. But I remember, at least in my days, when we used to go on picnic or whatever, you used to have our usual camera and tell somebody to take a picture for us. Now, even if there is somebody to take, but everybody wants to take a selfie from various, I will say, dangerous position, post on social media, then keep on seeing how many likes have come. It's like instant gratification, which is what is lying in your subconscious mind, and they want to see. And it has actually created new habits. We were living without social media, we were living without a smartphone, but now I think we can't imagine a life without phone or without social media. So it has created new habits. Uh, I'm not commenting it's good or bad because everything has a dual sword. Only thing is we have to understand that this is how the Gen Z is behaving. Uh, because for many of us started life in a physical world, in the sense, for me it was a physical bank and then the internet banking. But for the Gen Z, which are your, be it your team worker, your customer, your partner, they started life on digital only. They are digital native. They have seen. So for them, this is a de facto thing. Now, how do you engage with them? As I said, for me, physical bank to internet banking and doing thing at home, not withdrawing money on Friday, remembering weekend bank will be closed. I'm talking before ATM also came. So that was the thing. And then transferring money, it's an easy thing. But for the Gen Z, it's like a normal thing. This is how things happen. That's all they have seen, and they keep on seeing various other social medias, and then they start, like, whether your product is offering those things or no. So this digital anthropology again is a big subject, but suffice to say, your customer, your team members, your partners are expecting things in a very different way now. uh, if you want to future proof it, you have to use the digital anthropology. We'll go to the next one. And this is where I talked of the execution. Once you have got those digital transformation ingredient, make it a learning organization, which is again what Mr. Peter Sinjay has said in this the fifth discipline book: self-mastery, mental model, share vision, feedback loop, and system thinking. Agile orchestration should be there, like ability to handle the change management. Because many times I hear people say agile means things will be faster. No, agile does not mean things will be faster. Agile just means that one should be able to handle the change. And I think the first speaker also touched upon on that part, that in the software we used to build the thing and then ship it after 6 months, and then customer used to say, boss, what is this, what you have shipped? Then we realized it's no point, just build whatever the MVP things and keep on shipping in a small way. take the feedback, incorporate those things in the next iteration, and then move on, which is what the your CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous development, continuous testing has to go on. And you need to have the sandboxes, but in which you should have the digital twin of whatever the customer, the external environment, and be ready for the API economy, which is again will help you in breaking the silos. So anything, if you are doing, think of it, whether it's not only your customer, how your partner can also use it. Anything. If you are not able to think from the design itself, it will surely going to create problem for you. So yeah, so that is where we can go to the next one. So these are the main things, and then according to me, this is where the time is ripe for the digital transformation, which is like real-time instant gratification, a personalized experience you should be able to give to your customer. Because there is nothing one size fit all. Everybody looks, a personalized approach. Earlier you used to have the silver segment, platinum segment, gold segment, and all those things. But frankly, everybody loves a personalized attention, be it your doctor, be it your banker. I am coming from the small town. I remember in a small town, we used to have our banking uncle or the doctor uncle. They know the history of the family. Your grandfather has this type of problem. Your grandmother had this type of problem. So you better take care of whatever it is. Now that part is lost. When you come to the big city, you can't afford, at least I can't afford. But now with the digital transformation, with the machine, with the data, all those things, so what it means, you can have your personal assistant who can help you with your variables, that your health, and then help you proactively to take action. Similarly for the banking, for making you financial freedom, what does it mean from the day one for the investment, and many other things. So yeah, that is the things of the digital transformation to make it ripe things.
So thank you,
So
Ratimji.
yeah,
Thank you very
yeah.
much. I think let us
Mhm.
take up some questions. It was very insightful. Okay, it's very insightful. Sorry,
Yeah.
participants, for a quick some glitch here. So we
Sorry,
have
it's a technical word, and it's like it's a, a bad dream. That's all I can say.
problem, sir. Raja Ivaturi, so he has a question. I think if you can flash it. So far, this is a great session. We speak on many technologies. Can we get some insight on how the cost investment is justified? How do we measure the outcome versus investment? Yeah, any insights in that?
See, I think again, you have to do the things in the MVP way, which I have talked about it. Of course, I understand these are the challenges, but this need to get that minimum viable product and see the benefit of that, and then the cost and the benefit you'll able to see, because uh, this question CFO asks, and rightly they're asking because they are the guardian of this one. But I think the ability is like, again, do the MVP way, try the things, have the sandbox, do the things, and then show the value of whatever the cost goes into the this one. And yeah, don't just go for new technology for the sake of new technology, because Gen AI as of now is famous. Everybody knows Gen AI. So yeah, no point generally you jumping to the Gen AI. I've not mentioned here blockchain. Again, blockchain. There is many other quantum computing and many other things are there. So you have to really apply. But what I realize, at least those four things, in some way or the other, cut across all industries, and try to do MVP so that you can justify the and see the result for yourself, for your CFO and whoever is the CEO, and after that move it.
So thank you, Raktim Singh ji. Very insightful lecture. Any final thoughts? Primarily, see, everybody talk about strategy transformations, strategy planning and execution. Now, earlier, technology being not so important while doing the strategy, but now technology plays a key role in the strategy formulation or in the strategy execution. What is your advice to the companies from the
Yeah.
digital transformation point of view? How
See,
does
so
that?
I think some part you already said it, and I'll just expand on it. What I realize, and if we notice, let's say this our human resource department or even the finance department. Earlier, these were like, if you are doing something major in finance, it means maybe most probably you will become a CEO, or you will go to the bank, or you go to the investment bank. But now everybody realizes that there has to be a CFO, whatever your company is. Like, finance is a very important thing. You just cannot put a CFO somewhere in the corner and run the company. Or similarly for the HR, it's not that you just create some group, somebody, and who will do something and organize party and some do annual day and all hand meet. No, everybody understood the importance of, you need to have HR in the say how your company is moving. Similarly, how finance should have a very big say of what you can spend, where you can spend. I think now this is where is the technology has come, that you everybody has to be cognizant of the fact that technology is going to impact. If you are not doing it, of course your competitor will do it, somebody else will do it. So though earlier, which was the advanced thing, now it's like some basic minimum is there. Because you are using a smartphone, that way you already know the things. And especially in India, we have the UPI and the India stack. So I the QR code is scanning and only digital payment you do. So those things are there. My message will be that technology is not that difficult. Of course, many times people like me try to make it a rocket science. It's not a rocket science. There are simple things. Things need to get simplified, and then it has to be part of your strategy. In that, it should merge. It should not be a afterthought that I have done it. Okay, now let's see how to do it through technology. You have to start with that, with the, as I said, with the human resource, with the finance, and like that with the technology. So that is the message I will say.
Very interesting insight. Because IT is no more a nice to have. It's a mandatory. Just like your finance or your manufacturing.
Because earlier IT was IT head was that, with all due respect, it was like printer is not working, and IT head is like, no, can you look into it why printer is not working? That is what was the, and I was like, "Boss, come on, that's not the guy work of the IT person. You, and maybe outsource the things. See, again, that is where you have to take a correct decision. Certain things you may not able to afford that stuff. That's okay. So that is where you can outsource the things. But at least thinking wise, it has to be there. If even if you are not able to afford that stuff currently on your budget.
Perfect, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and sorry, I don't know. I still don't know what actually troubled us in between. So sorry to everybody. Yeah.
You can just give us the conclusion requirement, conclusive words to the audience. Okay, so
yeah. So again, let me put that way. My purpose of writing the book was because I am being in this industry like I've done from ITBHU, and then in this industry around now 30 years. Frankly, I realized that we have made technology, as I was saying, as a rocket science. People are little, was either technical guy, not understand. But many times technology is finally common sense. And what I said, especially the computer and those things, the what has remained same, only the how has been made different, and technology has democratized the things. So use technology as a enabler. Technology on its own cannot do anything, good or bad, nothing. It needs your idea. You only thing is, earlier you were able to try that idea only with one person. Now you can try with masses, like technology, that innovation at scale can happen with technology, and that is what. So just to this one, I write a post, and which is like, you can go to my website. I thought I will present that, but and my website is there, raktimsingh.com. There I keep on putting my articles. The whole idea is to, how do I simplify and explain the things. I have my YouTube channel also, Raktim_Hindi. So there also I keep on putting what all the latest thing is happening in the AI, Gen AI, what does that mean? And my whole purpose is, can I simplify this for a person who does not know technology? The whole aim is that. Because if I am talking with some jargons and he just that's not the thing. He how he can understand, then apply, and those idea, and then scale. Innovation at scale should happen with technology. That is what we all have to do. So that is what I will say.
Perfect, sir. So with that said, thank you very much for giving a wonderful lecture. So thank you on behalf of participants and the organizers. I would like to extend a sincere thanks to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
So let us go to next session, which I'm going to give a lecture on that. It's my turn now. So just a quick introduction. Those who don't know me, so it's I'm Sheikh Abdul Khadan. So let me share my presentation, and then maybe I have a slide to showcase. So just let me know, Deep, if you are able to see it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Let me see if sorry team, I just yeah. Are you able to see your screen now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much for joining the session today. So I think we lost I think 15 to 20 minutes. We'll try to catch it up. So today we'll talk about enterprise strategy management through FRU strategy. So we take milling industry as a sample very quickly, and then we try to run the model across the solution. So just a quick introduction about myself. I have a 30 plus years of experience in strategy, supply chain, business process excellence, the ERP, the technology, and then supply chain management. So, so today we talk about milling. So let me give a quick introduction about the milling industry, just to put up a uh, context. So milling, I took an example of milling supply chain in Middle East as a sample. If you look at it, so this is a company, a plant complex where you have a storage, you have a flour mill, you have a feed mill, you have a storage, and then the finished product storage. Then in upstream, you have a complete material storage in the port, including the silos and warehouses. Those who understand the food supply chain, they understand it very well. Then you have all the way to source. Okay, so this is the Middle East supply chain for the milling industry. Then you have a distribution, and then there you have the final consumers. Or yeah. Okay, so in this context, what we do is, if we talk about milling industry, the key challenges in the milling industry are, so you have like a supply chain disruptions. So the top-down challenges in the milling industry are like a supply chain disruptions, the market competition and consumer demand changes. So logistics and inventory management is a big challenge for them. Okay, so you have a production and operational efficiencies because it's a low margin business. So you need to be really operationally efficient organization. So quality, because it's a quality is not, it's a qualifier for the business. If you don't have quality, you will not even qualify for the business in milling, especially. The technology integration is very critical in the milling industry, because there are so many supply chain members as part of the whole supply chain. So you need to have that complete technology integration. So likewise, milling industry is separate with the different challenges, because it has its own kind of demand forecasting and planning, because it depends, the demand forecasting depends on various external factors like market rates, the product availability, the logistics, the environmental disturbances, political, everything. So demand forecasting and planning is one of the key challenge. So regulatory and compliance and sustainability initiatives. So since it is a food product, okay, so you have a heavy regulatory compliances you need to follow. So this is also one of the key challenge for the milling companies in Middle East primarily. And of course, labor management. Labor management is also a critical challenge. Then we have a cost management. So whatever you do in the milling supply chain, the cost has to be very minimal. So wherever you find cost reduction, you have to do it without compromising on the quality of the product. So the new product development, which is, we talk about the new product development and nutritional optimization, is one of the critical. This is, if we don't have, we stick to the same product. Okay, so you need to introduce a new products in the feed, different products for different animal segments, kind of thing. You know, in the same animal segments, the productivity development, you need to do it. So finally, so you talk about operational excellence. You need to achieve overall strategy for the milling industry is operational excellence primarily. So we talk about strategy formulation and execution very quickly. So the model is look like this. So you do the strategy analysis. Okay, so you do the strategy analysis. So you can do all whatever analysis. It all depends on what you feel comfortable and how to use those strategy analysis for your particular business. That depends on you. No one size fits all. It all depends on what is needed for you, and based on the location and then business maturity you have, you can do whatever analysis you want to do it. But the whole idea is to know where you stand. Okay, what is your market positioning kind of. Then you have your positioning and formulation. This is where you come up with the strategic choices, and then you define them. What is it you want going to do, and then how you convert this into your strategy. Okay. So the outcome of your strategy formulation is your strategic projections. What you want to achieve next 3 to 5 years. Then to know that, to execute that, it's not straightforward. So you need to know what is your activities you need to do and what are your capabilities. So what is your capabilities? So you need to have some capabilities to execute your strategy. So closing that capabilities, achieving, closing that capability gaps is really your strategy plan, basically. So then you come up with, you do strategy, capability closing. These capabilities could be your resources, your funding, your the business processes, technology, product development. It could be anything. Okay. So likewise, then you talk about a classical strategy execution. The moment you know what you have to do, which is your strategy plan, then you translate the strategy into actionable terms. Then you align the whole organization and then integrate them. Okay. Like you have different departments in your organizations. It could be your business units, it could be your corporate units, it could be your shared services, whatever. So that has to, everything, every part of the business have to be integrated or aligned in a way to achieve your strategy. So that's what it is. Then you perform. So you do your day-to-day activities, your operations or projects. You do it to achieve something. In operations, you do your day-to-day business operations like manufacturing, sales, procurement kind of thing. And then your project to close some gaps. Then finally, you need to have a reviews. So your strategy reviews. Your strategy review mechanism could be weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Usually, it's a preferable is a monthly. And then while doing your reviews, you also need to do some assessments. These assessments could be your organizational health index assessment, your strategy focused organization assessment, or ESG assessment, or it could be a culture and capability readiness assessment. It could be anything. So you need to do assessment, what is required for you. And then finally, you need to measure what are the things you are going to achieve. Like you plan something, so are you achieving that plan in real sense? So you make sure. Then if it is not working, then you need to do the cycle once again. So this is, I just put it in a horizontal format. It's basically Kaplan and Norton's execution premium approach embedded by some other method of some other approach to just strengthen this to close the gaps. Otherwise, it's a fundamental, the foundation wise, the balance scorecard execution premium is the foundation. So our solution is built on that. So which I will show you. So you can have your strategy map and balance scorecard, and the solution through strategy is built like that. So it's a system. We call it as a systems driven approach. So everything is available for the user to use it. Okay, so you don't have to know everything, but system supports you. Then we have a strategy analysis module to do all the strategy. We eventually end up with strategy formulation also. Then balance scorecard, we added OKR as part of the module as a standalone, even though we don't push for that, because OKR is good as long as you know what is your strategy. Okay, so OKR cannot be used as a standalone. Okay, then you have a project management office, the people performance, risk and business processes, budgeting and financial planning, assessments. Okay, so this presentation will be shared anyways. So those who want to have it, you don't have to worry about it. The video and presentation will be shared. So this is how. So on top of it, the module through strategy is built like this. So entire strategy transformation can take up. Okay, and what we do is, before I go to module, what we do is we do strategy consulting primarily through strategy tool. Okay, and then we help anybody who wants to do the strategy implementation. So this tool can be customized also based on their need. And we introduced extended office of strategy management. Those who don't need a full resource, those who want to use a part of the strategy management, but they don't have to fully recruit a full team to do the strategy part. Okay, they know, of course, the strategy cannot be outsourced. They know what to do it, and they can get then help and then tool through strategy team. And then we are now launching a new thing with the collaboration with Mr. Mihai. Okay, so Strategy Academy. So which we are going to do in month of March and onwards. Okay. So this is quick briefing. So let me take you through to the product. Okay, so let me stop the screen sharing, and then maybe I'll just reshare to take my let me see if it is open. Yeah. So let me share the screen again. Yeah. So if you are able to see the screen, just please confirm.
Yeah.
It's open, maybe it's hanging for a while. So this is the solution what we talk about through strategy. We have modules of strategy analysis, balance scorecard, OKR, and something. So next 15 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes maximum, I'll try to cover up. So it's very AI enabled tool. So we have a separate AI environment for this. Okay, so which we also talk about it. So we are building the model. Okay. Anyways, we talk about that as we go on. Okay, so but our primary objective is to discuss about this. Now let me take you through very quickly, walk through for next 15 minutes, and we take up the questions as we need it. So in the strategy formulation, basically, strategy analysis, we do like organization structure. So you talk about all your structure, organization structure. So whether it could be your corporate unit and then shared services, and then your business units. Okay. So all your business units can be done. Okay. So then once we have all of them, the mission, vision, values, which is like a repository, basically. What we do here is like basically, just to before we start anything, you need to have your organization defined. In the strategy analysis, so what we do is, so the system through strategy supports almost all strategy analysis tools. So you can do that, and we keep adding them wherever we feel the particular strategy analysis is very important. So like Pestel, there is no priority as such, but with the classical like a Pestel and Porters are most popular. And then we have used cognitive model, okay, recently, and John Tobin. This is to summarize all what you need for your strategy. And of course, other models like SWOT and others. It's all depends on how you want to use it. Okay, so how it works is like if you have you can do your strategy analysis, and then you can select all. You can just we started like a repository. So we started like a repository, so you can have all your pestle analysis. Now we are adding a artificial intelligence layer. So wherever possible, to collect the data from industry and other internal and external sources. So you can the AI can help you to get the information. So you don't have to do a lot of research kind of thing. You can get it, but you decide what is required for your model. Okay, that's what we do. So there is a AI button here. So whatever you can do that, and each screen will have AI buttons. Okay, so in the cognitive model, okay, so you will have something like so you can define all your strategic choices for problem to solve and solution to deliver, and this is I think largely inspired by Mr. Mihai's model as far as the cognitive model and zone to win is concerned, and then other two modules. So you can do all your strategic choices, list out all of them. Then you can give the strength, what is its strength. Then you can have your positioning based on that. Before that, I'll just show you zone to win also. So you can have your zone to win model ready for you. So which you can create all what is your performance zone, productivity zone. I'm not going to talk about that. What is performance zone? It's very important model which you can use. What is your current way of working, and then what is your future way of working. Okay, so like it's like incubation and transformation. Then you have. I will not go to all of them. So all system supports, and then there are plenty of dashboards kind of thing, and there are custom fields. So in this, you can also have SWOT. SWOT is not is now there is a debate about using SWOT, how to do it, kind of thing. But you can always do it from the perspective of your capabilities. Okay, so to help you, and there are a lot of information available, so you can get them. So if you want to see more information, you can always see it. And then if you are while devising your SWOT, so you can have additional information. Define, for example, you can define additional information like how long this strength will be staying with you, what is its strength, and also you can have your competitor information. You can put your competitor information likewise. And this is applicable for all the models likewise. Okay. Then you have a strategic positioning. Okay. So you have a strategic positioning. So here, what will happen is you can you define all your strategic choices, okay, where it is collected, and then you will have. I think it's coming up. So let's wait for it. So okay, so maybe I can just select something and then maybe pop up. Okay, so you can have all your problems to solve choices, and then solutions to deliver choices. Okay, and then it has its weightages. Then you can select whatever you want it, and then you can convert into a product position mix. Okay, and then you have your position mix working. Okay. So you can have it. So you can just connect what are the problems to solve and solution to deliver, and then you can come up with a plan. Okay, so the value proposition is basically, this is where you choose what are the strategic choices you have to make, what are the problems you want to solve, and what are the solutions, and then combination of that will be your value proposition. So this is the thing which you need to arrive based on your strategy analysis, the formulation exercise. Then to deliver this strategy, okay, you need to have a capabilities. Of course, you need to have a capabilities to deliver that. So list out all capabilities required to execute to fulfill your strategy, and then you have a plan. Okay, how you close the gap. Okay, so what are the capabilities? Like it could be a business process, it could be culture, it could be technology, could be funding, anything. So those capability gaps you can close it. So likewise, you can have a plan. So finally, the end of it, you closing the capability gap is basically, it's a strategy plan for you. From my point of view, So once you know all your gaps and how you know how to close them, that's how it could be even product development, marketing. It could be anything. Okay. So then finally, you come up with how to close will become your strategy, right? A strategy map. Okay, strategy plan. So this can be explained by a balanced scorecard very, 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 very well. So it works to be like that. Okay. So this is all what we talk about. There is something to present in a different way. So people talk about revenue. Okay. So it's a revenue gap. So what is you want to achieve next 3 to 5 years? So with current capabilities, how much you can achieve, and what is the gap, and which part of the initiative or objective or goal, closing how much. So this is a revenue gap model. So you can use it to know. Okay, and then you have a scenario planning. Today morning also, Dr. Peter Campo was talking about scenarios. So you need to have scenarios in a dynamic environment. You create all SEMA driving forces, indicators, and scenarios, and then you come up with all your scenario status. So it's not only that we create scenarios, and then you need to make sure that you report them, which scenario is active, which is not active, kind of thing. And then finally you make sure that whatever active scenarios, okay, so what are the active scenarios you have? Okay, so you need to have a plan for. Okay, so if a particular scenario is inactive, just don't worry about it. Whatever active scenarios, you can have it. So this is about strategy module. Now let us go to our. If there is any question, please.
Какой волош? Крimi...
akcije, trilere,
Yeah.
Jeste
So-
gledao ono, mislim,
komedije, sve.
je više...
Science fiction i to me ne zanima.
Ali ona
Yeah. Okay. So balance scorecard is a complete balance scorecard framework. So you can draft your balance scorecard here. So for example, if you have a, so this is like a, again, balance scorecard is almost always, you need to, will not come up just in one day. So you will have a plan. So you have your strategy. There will be always debate. What are the strategic objectives? What are the measures? You do all those exercise. You can have multiple drafts. Okay, so you can create them. So like strategic objective, for example, cost efficiency is one of your objective. So you can see them. Okay, so you can have a details here. So you can have a details here for a particular objective. What are the things you have to do it? And then you can create measures all in one screen. It's very easy. So, so all the measure details can be created here at the draft level itself. Okay, and then this can be converted into a production, like your real balance scorecard. Okay, and so the balance scorecard. So this is something you again this is the strategy translation part. Okay, so now here you talk about perspectives, themes, value drivers, objectives, measures. I'll just directly go to. This is after once you have your, for example, let me take you to one. Okay, so you can have your strategic objectives or measures. So all options to define a proper measures. I think whenever you talk about KPA, measure, whatever you call it. So defining them properly with all calculated things is very important. So it's all done here. So you create initiatives kind of thing. Okay, so you define all initiatives. If you're using a project management approach, whether it could be your agile or it could be your waterfall, whatever, you can define them. You can define them, and then you can have just to make sure that you have your grid, like you have your strategic objectives and then initiatives. So you can have a matrix like this. Okay. So directly, so the moment you create all your initiatives and link to the particular strategic objectives, you can get it. So you can find out, for example, this particular initiative, okay, so is connected to more, and if there is any initiative which is not really aligned to any strategy, then you need to think about it, whether it is required or not, and you can see the Gantt chart kind of thing for your view. Okay. So anything you can see it like any other data, whatever. So you can see it. You can see by month. You can see by quarter, kind of thing. So all this is dynamically uploaded. Okay. Now it comes to task manager. So now you have activities and milestones. You can also go to the task level and assign to the people. So complete project management can be done through initiative module. Likewise, so you have the performance management. So you one of the most important thing is you keep on reporting a monthly or a weekly or a quarterly performance data. So if you have decent system, SAP or any other, so you can always get that. Okay, so you can connect directly to the data and then get it. Okay, so if you have it, let me check it. This is the data. I have it. Yeah, likewise, you can update it. You can take some data. So you can have the data. And this tell you that what happened last year kind of thing also. So it's a time series. You can have the data for a whole year. You can see it. You can upload the data. And then from here, you can communicate also. You can communicate your strategy. Okay. Now, this will help you directly. You can communicate from here. For example, your one particular measure is not progressing well, you can communicate here. You can just select your email and then send it. Okay, so then just to give appropriate name. Okay, so then you just save it. What happens is your message will go to particular employee, particular objective owners. So you get a reminder. Now you might have received to that particular person. Okay, and then he can upload it. You can always know the status of particular. So you don't have to use separate email thing. This email is configured to your email. your particular email, so email server. So it's from you, the message will go from your email server. If I open I just close it. Okay, so I'll just keep it open in case if I see my email. Okay, so maybe let me check it. I have received an email for this. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So just let me refresh it. Yeah. So it will come my email. So likewise. So I just get an email like this. The text you can define it. I can get a link. Okay. So if the user, whoever he don't need to be a system user, he can get it. So he can just open it and then update the status for him. So I'll just minimize it for a while. Okay. So that's how it is. So it's so easy. Let me close my. Let me go back to session. Okay. So if you have an email, just you can just go it and do it, and then you update the status there. You can get the information updated. Likewise. Okay. So you have a business calendar. You can define your business calendar for strategy. Strategy alignment is something which you can have it. So you can have like a corporate to business unit, blah blah blah. All alignments can be defined. Your strategic alignments can be defined. So this module balance scorecards, if you are using it, a framework, so it covers entire thing of your strategy execution. Okay. Now, OKR is another methodology. If you are using, you are a fan of OKR for whatever reason, so it's a complete standalone methodology. You can see organizational goals, create objectives, key results, initiatives, and milestones, and then do it. I'm not going to dwell deep into this, but it has a complete suite of OKRs, and you can use both balance scorecard OKR side by side. For example, if you have like a 5-6 business units, and then the strategy planning is done commonly, but execution you want to do it differently, you can always do that. That's not a problem. Then we have PMO, where we can link the programs, portfolios, and then integrate with your strategy. So you can do that. So for example, if you create portfolios, so you can always link your portfolios to programs. Your programs and initiatives can be linked to the portfolio, and then you can measure the performance of your overall performance. Okay. So the people, so this is where I talk about people performance. It's complete. People performance is one very important part where you need to connect everything to the strategy. So it's a bottom up, and then top down is your strategy. Okay. So you can have an individual performance, the team performance, 360-degree review. This is like assessment. Okay. And then weighted average of these three will be your overall performance. Then I'll just take you to one level so that you understand what we're talking about. Okay, so you can define like whatever we do it here. So we can define the people objective and then link it to the strategy. Okay, so you can link whatever the strategy objectives which are connected to this. So by linking this top down and bottom up, so you can know exactly which strategic objective is performing and with who are working on that and what are their performance. I'll show a linked strategy map in a while. But so you can have a 9-box model where we talk about the current performance and then future capability of an individual and then link it. So it's not about only current performance. Maybe current performance is not so good. Maybe I have a capability. So the 9-box model will tell you about the capabilities. Okay, so if you have a I don't know which department the data is there, but so if you have it, so you can have the data. So you can see where does that particular employee fit into that. So this will help you to know what the overall the 9-box model will tell you about the people. And then finally, after doing all, the ultimate reason is to have the competency gap closure. So define your competencies, define your roles, the training programs to close the roles or whatever. Okay, then you have a competency chart, and then do the training schedules, complete it. So this way, you define measures, define the people performance, how to do it, you measure it, and then you analyze it, and then competency can be closed, gaps can be closed. Okay. Then we can add one more here. We are just adding one more, like a succession planning. So it's a new module. We are going to add it very soon. Okay. So this is about the people performance. So complete people performance suite is embedded into this. Very interesting. Okay, just let me have a glass of water. So now we talk about people, we talk about projects. Now business processes. Almost always in strategy management, the business process are not given so high priority, whereas the business run through business processes. We all know that. Okay, so we added a business process alignment module. So where you define all your business processes, and then you define all your business processes in the organization, especially at the level 1 processes. Then you define the KPIs for each process. That's very important. Okay, so you define them. You identify what are the methodologies you want to apply for your process improvements. You might apply Six Sigma, somebody may do TPM, somebody may do TQM, maybe somebody will do classical ERP kind of thing, or whatever, you can select whatever methodology you want to do it. Then you keep measuring the performance of this particular business process, and then finally you get the reports. Okay, so while doing the business process documentation, you can also do the value stream mapping. So we have created a value stream mapping module where you, for each step, so you for each process, wherever you want to do value stream mapping, so for each step you can have, if I have the data, let me show you. So for each step, for example, you can have the process steps, your metrics, your inventory, quantity, is those who understand the value stream mapping. So for a particular step of business process mapping, you need to collect all this information. Maybe it is not there, but you can keep it blank. Okay. So likewise, you can do value stream mapping through the module. Finally, if you see the report, how does it look? Let me show you the report. How does it look like? Okay, so it could be, let me take it up. Okay, so you see the business process matrix. Like you have your strategic objectives here, then you have a business processes. If you see that matrix, so you can look at it, look at the matrix, and then you can see which are the methodologies, which process is done. Okay, likewise, you can also see what is the overall performance of the business process performance overall. So risk and compliance. Okay, so risk and compliance, we talk about, it's a risk compliance, and even we are going to add internal audit. Okay, so risk management. So we talk about the defining the risks, all the risks, whatever you have properly, link them to the strategic objectives here. Okay, so scorecard and particularly strategic objectives which are linked. So you can know what are the risks involved. And then it's not only about the risks, you also link a risk owner. So this way you can connect overall to the strategy. So risk actions is something, so the risk owner will keep on reporting every year. So whatever, for example, there is something, he can report what is. So where does it stand? Likewise, so you can define alert. Okay. So this risk reporting, and then compliance. Compliance is something which is almost always neglected. It is in a manual process. So we bring this compliance also into a strategy framework so that we don't have to worry about it. So you create all this, then you have a compliance calendar where you can for a particular business unit. Okay. Like for example, if you just let me do it for you. Okay, so you can have all. Okay, so you can define them. Okay, so all whatever needed can be there. Expiry dates will be there. So our system will automatically send you the reminders. Okay, so for that particular for a particular person who is the owner of this particular compliance requirement. So we talk about the project. we talk about the people, we talk about risk and compliance. Now, let me take you through budgeting. So you all know that majority of times the strategy is done and then budgeting is done in a separate way. So there is no proper link, even though we call as a budgeting as a link execution of strategy through budgets. Okay. So, we through strategy, you can do the complete budgeting process. You define masters. So in the masters, you talk about the GL accounts, cost center, fund center, and profit centers, and then also you have a new objective, new dimension. We call it as a work breakdown structure. Okay. So then you can define with this setup. Okay, so you can define all your masters properly in the budgeting process, and then so you can define your capex requirements. Very extensive model. So you don't need more than this. So if you, for example, if you take one capex item, so you define all your capex needs, it can be linked to your strategy. This is where it comes. So what is your scorecard we are talking about? What are your strategic objectives it is serving? Okay, likewise, and then you have a budget schedule. What is your spend plan? What is your actual spend there? And then there is something called strategy analysis, the budget analysis. So you can do something like NPV, IRR can be done all through system only. You don't have to do any other external thing. So it can be done, and then you can have your all capex reports, dashboards, blah blah blah. Okay, so and I'll take you through operational excellence, operational expenditures. So you can define all your OPEX sheets. Okay, so it works very simple. And what is the main problem? So you define budget by GL, by cost center, profit center, and any other dimension, or some statistical accounts. So you send them sheets, fill it up. So everything can be go by email with a link. They can open it. They'll get a screen like this. So they can complete their budgeting part. Okay. And then if there is any calculation required, you don't have to do it separately. So you can just click it, and then you have your calculation engine ready. So you can even write your formula here, x into y kind of thing. The system will store that formula just like similar to your Excel wise. So it will store you. So and then you can have your OPEX reporting part. Okay, so you can define all your reporting from, like, for example, for 1 year, 2 years, whatever. So you select it and then generate it. You'll get the reports. So for 2 years, there is no data in this in 2024. So you will get it here, and you can also select whatever you want to select. What you can have a grouping for your budgets. Okay, and then there are plenty of operational OPEX dashboards which you can use it. Okay, provided you need it. Then strategy expenditure. So strategy expenditure, StatEx we call it, as not a separate thing. Either it could be a part of operational expenses or it could be capital expenses. So you, based on that, while defining the expense, so you will get a capex or wherever the strategic expenses comes into picture. Then based on all your definitions, you can define your financial statements. So system automatically through you profit and loss and balance sheet. So we are going to add a cash flow also very soon, but that's how it is. Okay, so now the whole budgeting process is integrated to your strategy, and then it can be linked to your operational things like budget controls kind of thing. Okay, now let us come to a very interesting topic, which is organizational assessment. Now you want to do assessments, you don't have to do any other tool here, everything. So you can take ESG assessment, OSFO or OHA. So organizational health index. So you can create your own survey mechanism, and then you can compile all this. So you can send email link, they open it and complete the assessments. So like you can define all categories. It's very extensive. So you have extensive mechanism to do it, for example. Okay, so let us say so you can have so this particular example we have like 8 leadership traits: leadership, execution, capabilities, and culture. The 4 traits. So you can define them. You can see where do you stand for. So likewise, so we have like SFO, strategy focused organization. This is a classical balance scorecard approach where there is a pentagon. So you can know exactly how does that strategy focused organization does. Okay, so you can have it. So you can have the scores overall. There is a separate dashboard is there. So that's how you can do all assessments. We are going to add one more here called capability readiness index, where we can measure culture, digital transformation readiness, any other readiness assessments can be done. Okay, then we talk about performance reporting. Of course, this is like, I think everybody talk about fancy things like performance dashboards kind of thing, because what we believe is having everything in place is more important. And then of course, if everything is in place, you get the you get the reporting anyways. Scores. Okay, so you talk about overall score. So this is very important for you. So to know. Now this is like a 76%. So on month, you can know what is it. How this is calculated? By weighted average of your measures to the objectives, to the perspectives, to the balance scorecard. So all these calculations is done here automatically by the system. You don't have to use it, but you can see it from where you have it. You can always see it. Likewise, you can have it in initiative scores. So all the project scores, whatever you want to do it, so you can generate and see the scores. Okay, so likewise, and then you have your all like a portfolio programs can be seen. I'm not going to reports. There are plenty of reports in the system. You can always add new reports, dashboards. Okay, so there are dashboards, plenty of dashboards. We put like a more usable dashboards. Like if you are a CEO of a group company with multiple business units, multiple shared services, you can have one stop. This screen tell you everything about the organization. So from here, if you are a corporate office, the group CEO, so you have access to your all your business units. Okay, from here you can see what is your mission, vision, values, what is your strategy analysis, what are the projections. Everything can be seen from here directly. For example, you can see the strategy map. You can directly go from here, navigate it. You don't have to go for any other system. So let me do one thing here, which is very important to talk about strategy map. Okay, so let me take floor milling division. Okay, so this is like a strategy map. The moment you create all your strategic objectives, measures, the balance scorecard. So you see a strategy map like this, which is interconnected. Okay, so maybe you can change colors, by the way. So you can just edit it. So deliberately we put it like that. So if you want to change any color, so you can change it, like maybe you want to see it, maybe more greener kind of thing. So you can just have it. And then if you want to increase the size of the, you can just link it. Okay, so likewise, you can just link it and connect it likewise. So all those things can be done and save it. So it will be staying there. Now, the most important point is what I want to tell, this strategy map, for example, optimizing assets utilization. Click on it. Then what happens is everything related to this particular strategic objective, you can see here. Like this is objective performance, measure performance, initiative performance, risks. And then if there is a team performance or people connected to it, you can see it. So likewise. So if you, whatever you want to have it, so you can have them. Like you can see the team performance. Okay, so you can see it. And if you want to, if you double click on it, okay, so if you double click, you will directly go to, you don't have to look for it. You directly go to a particular screen where, so it will open in the next tab. So it will show you the whole objective story in a separate tab where you can know exactly what is going on. So likewise, so it will take a minute or two. Okay, so this is how the dashboards work. There are plenty of dashboards like balance scorecard or scorecards. Okay, so it's user defined. So you can define all your own dashboards also. So likewise, you can generate. So you can have your all ready-made dashboards, and then ownership is there. So who are the owners responsible? So you can find all your, and then you can also have a drill down in case if you have a multiple levels. So you can drill down. I'm not sure whether you have it. So you can drill down here. Likewise. So earlier, so we talk about dashboards, plenty initiative dashboards kind of thing. Now, let me talk about briefly about the Office of Strategy Management. This Office of Strategy Management is to help the team members in OSM. One of the key problem being a member of Office of Strategy Management and leading strategy team. So I know what is the key prime problem. So they have to make sure that everybody complete the data inputs, every data translations, integration done properly. The data should be correct, because when the CEO have a review, don't want to debate about the data. And also make sure that everybody is communicated about the strategy review meetings, and then you take the notes, actions. All those operational activities of OSM can be done through this module. For example, in the strategy execution module, okay, so you talk about, for example, let me choose one. Okay, so you talk about scorecards. So generate. So this month I have to, so this is what. So now if you see, for this particular measure, the data is already, target is there, but actually there is a gap. It is not updated. Okay, there could be somebody responsible for this. Likewise, you can see all who is updated, who is not updated. And then directly what you need to do is, you just select it. When you want to, no, I want to finish this in 2 days, for example, or maybe in 2 days. Okay, and then just send the reminder. Send the reminder. So it will go to all whoever not completed the data. Okay, so it will go to them with an email link. Okay, so they can open the link and update the data, then save it. Now, as an Office of Strategy Management, almost always you are concerned about the accuracy of the data. So, for example, here it is the target is 100, actually is 100, target is 200. You may be something, there is a mistake. So you can just double click on it, and then it will open in the next tab. You can just monitor it, because it is for the OSM guys. So they can see the whole story, what happened. Okay, so they can see the justifications kind of thing. Okay, so they can see, they can also see the what is the values, and if there is any file uploads, they can look into it. Okay, so 1 second, let me just close this too. So likewise, so you have Office of Strategy Management. It could be everything, whatever you do in the strategy analysis, strategy formulation, the budgeting, people performance, projects, everything will come into OSM for the operational point of view. They don't have to use separate emails. All emails are sent through this. Follow-ups are through this. Reminders are through this. Even chat also through this. Okay. So likewise, we do the OSM. So even if you are using OKR as a methodology, so you can still use all your OKR organizational performance. We can do it. Now, I'll take just 5 more minutes to cover up all this. Now we have, we have recently added, there are here some industry KPIs. Okay, so the industry KPIs, this is a tool again. Yeah, so whatever industries we have, so we give them industry KPIs list generic. So they can use it if you want to use it. So they can use it in your thing. The data we provide industry by industry, and there is something called talk to data. Okay, so you click here. So you get a talk to data engine. So you can search it. It's a multilingual. So you can have all your so like talk to data means you don't have patience to go and look for it. So you just write what your query or record your question. The system will do all NLP and all those stuff, and it will give you answer. Okay. So I think this is the part, and of course it is in integrations. So it is integrated with anything, Power BI, SAP, kind of thing. So there are Power BI dashboards built ready-made, so you can just plug in, so your dashboards are active. So default dashboards. In case if you want to add more, that's up to you. But the desktop version of Power BI is free, so you can just connect to your PC and use it. So you don't have to worry about it. Now let me just quickly do the Fru Strategy AI part. Okay, so this is a Fru Strategy AI part. Okay, so we have developed many models for AI. One is the interview chatbot. So what does the interview chatbot does is, like if you want to really conduct a survey or assessment. Okay, so you can do this is like an end user screen. So you have like a strategy assessment, Mr. SAK. So I can just click on it. Okay, I'll just question number one, video. Okay, video will play. Yeah, so you can record your video. So you can record your response. The text will come. You can edit it. Go to the next question likewise. So you can go and finish all your questions. Like you can do it from all your company, like a verbally. So you don't have to write anything. You just conduct it. The what AI will do is, so it will collect all these text into convert into text, voice, video, messages, convert into text, give you the sentiment analysis. How is this working on? And it will help you to do your strategy assessment properly. Okay, so this is something which we have done. Okay, and then in administrator view, so maybe I'll just log in to administrator view. Okay, then I'll show you how the setup is done. Okay, before that, I will have a talk to data. So here, for a particular database, if you have a default database, you will get it. So you can ask question or query, you will get it here. So for example, if I have to just log out and log in, okay, so log out and log in. Let me log in as an administrator. I'm not sure whether it is an admin or not. Okay, so let me check. Yeah, it's an admin. Okay, so if I log in as an administrator, so what I get is when in the interview chartboard, so I get, this is a definition. I define all the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders to whom I have to do the interview? What is your interview IDs? You can have as many interviews as you want. You can have your questions ready, your video questions ready. Then the guys can do configure to whom should take what interview. You can do it. Okay, and then finally you will get an assessment. Okay, so finally if you do it, so you can select what interviews you will get it. So you get the interview assessment report. Okay, so this is something which you can get it, and then it may take a minute because AI engine is it do the process. Okay, so it gives you the sentiment of particular assessment. Okay, so let it run in a background. Okay, so let us see what the result is through. So likewise, you can have as many interviews as possible. Usually what we advise is that your CEO can record your video and then just circulate it and do it. I think we have limited time now. I think we are already 15 minutes. Likewise, you see here. So you see the questions, okay, and then you have answers. You see the sentiment. Okay, so what is it? And then finally, you will get that also. So it recommends you. This is a AI engine. So, and this comes as part of the overall solution. So as part of overall solution, it comes as an annexure. Sorry, I just logged out. Okay, so sorry, I logged out for some reason. Okay. So likewise, there will be AI button. So the moment you click it, so you get AI models. Okay, so you can also do that. I think with that, I take an opportunity to thank you all. And so this is something what we do. Okay, standard features of strategy. So you have all the standard feature, enhanced features, and we are going to do more to add value to you. Okay, so I think with that, I thank you. And if I talk about any questions, I will be pleased to hear you. Yeah, we will share the link. Yeah, control plan. So we'll share the link. Presentations also will share. So yeah, I think this is the question. If there is any question, we are going to start. It's a 50. We are running 15 minutes late. Okay, so I think if any questions, you can just have 1 minute time. You can just type your questions there. Otherwise, I would like to thank you all for attending the session. with patience. So thank you very much. And I take this as an opportunity to invite our next guest speaker, Mark Blackwell. So I hope you are there, Mark.
I'm
good
here.
morning.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. You are there. You are there from the morning. You're from the Dr. Peter's session. Okay. So thank you, Mark, for joining and staying there all the way. Let me give a quick introduction to Mr. Mark Blackwell. Mark is experienced leader with expertise in driving growth and cost optimization. He excels in solving complex problems across product management, marketing, sales, and supply chain. With proven success in business transformations, he delivers actionable insights, ensuring impactful outcomes through strategic execution. One of the most important strength, or maybe that what Mark provides to his customers is he's just not a consultant who gives some advice and go. He's there to help until you achieve success. So, Mark, welcome to you, and then please you can take up your session. That is, I would like to enjoy your session. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. Thank you for a very kind introduction. Just you can just wave your hand to confirm that you can hear me and you can see my screen. That's great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'd like to start with a story. And it's a story from much earlier in my career when I was working for a family company that was in talks to be acquired by a global chemicals giant. Now, I don't know if you've ever been in that situation, but it's that time where only you and the CFO and the CEO knows what's going on. And there's an endless stream of due diligence requests, which you somehow got to find an answer to, and you don't have any data or systems to do it. And you've got to keep your day job going, and you can't let anyone know what's going on. And it's exhausting. And fairly long way through the process, I remember one evening, I received a note which says, "Can we have a copy of your company's strategy?" Oh, a problem. First of all, we didn't have a strategy. Secondly, I have to confess that time I wasn't really know what a formal strategy document would look like. And I was getting pretty tired. So what did I do? Well, I panicked a bit, but then I said, well, what I'll do is I'll just write down the 6 or 7 unwritten business rules that we run our business by and that we all know. And that's how we make decisions. And I'll just send that off and hope for the best and maybe sort it out when we meet face to face. And I can understand what they want. Well, a few weeks later when we met, to my surprise, these executives from this chemicals giant were actually pretty impressed. They liked the simplicity of what we was doing. And it sparked an interest in me ever since, really in how organizations succeed and fail in implementing strategy. And what I've come to realize is I've seen a lot of very impressive plans and strategy documents since. But that little half-page note that I wrote all those years ago was probably not far away from what something really ought to be in terms of what I think is strategy. So with that in mind, let me get you through and explain in this just some experiences I've had in my life about what works and what doesn't, and just a couple of ideas about what might be a good way to think about developing and implementing strategy going forwards. So why do we need to hardwire strategy? Well, clearly, most businesses have got complex challenges, so they will need some strategy to guide them through these day-to-day decisions to achieve the objectives. But what's become very clear is very few organizations are successful in able to embed a strategy so that it actually does influence their day-to-day work. We'll see some statistics on this which are frightening. So why is it that strategy fails to take root in an organization? And from what I can see, there are 4 areas that I'd like to talk about today. They come in groups of poor design, in terms of the culture and the organization, gaps in the organization, and particularly how it manages the process of the strategy. And what might be something of bizarre that you might think I want to talk about as a consultant myself, the consultancy trap. So let's get it out of the way. Let me as a consultant tell you to beware of the consultant trap. Have you ever been in this situation? You're working for a company and a lot of guys coming in suits and girls coming in suits and very smart. They come in, do a lot of late night analysis of all the data and deliver a beautiful presentation to the organization. The CEO loves it because he looks so smart that all these great guys and girls have been doing this fabulous work. But over the next couple of weeks, nothing really happens beyond the town hall pitch because the team on the client side have no idea how to implement the strategy. And so what happens is nothing really works. A year or so later, no change in the business, consultants are hired in, and here we go again round the circle. And what I want to try and get you out of, my experience is falling into this trap, because I do believe it's a trap that can be broken free from. What happens with these consultants is you get short-term very intense engagements which might drain the client, as there's for drain requests. But at the same time, there's no development of the capability to think strategically by the client because the consultant is doing the work. So yes, you get a lot of beautiful slides, but no internal ownership. And without internal ownership, it's no surprise that many transformations fail. I think there's many different statistics you can look at this, but they come out at the range of 70% of transformations fail to hit the expectations of them. And of course, many of those will become ones which external consultants have been in. So there is a problem that consultants and businesses have to solve. We need to be thinking differently to make sure that we get the outcomes that we want. Let's just put some context into how significant this problem is. Only 28% of middle managers and executives could list any 3 of their company's strategic priorities, according to one survey. And you've got to assume they've probably got 4, 5, 6, or 7. So that's poor. There's a communication gap. And I'd like to really talk about the simplification opportunity, because it's so tempting to think that strategy has to be complicated and you have to have an MBA from Harvard to be able to do it well. And therefore it has to be complicated and difficult. But the reality is complex strategies have a really poor likelihood of success. Be proud of having something that's beautiful and simple that people understand, because that's much more likely to get implemented and deliver outcomes. And think, there is an elegant beauty in simplicity that I feel is often ignored in strategy development and execution. So I found myself, and the chemicals giant, I can tell you, was DuPont. And I believe that they really knew how to do strategy. And for the first couple of years, I would listen to presentations developed by some of the big consulting companies, and you'd always end up in this slide, which was variations of a theme of the strategic pillars or the strategic themes. And we're going to have sustainable, profitable growth, best-in-class operational excellence, innovation leadership, best-in-class customer service, and any other number of aspirational goals that are all wonderful, but could have applied to any business probably. And indeed, they didn't give you any idea about what you had to do tomorrow morning to go and do the business, do your role. And if you actually looked at them, many of them were conflicting, no prioritization. So I think it's now time for the pillars to crumble, and we recognize that looking at strategy as a goal is just not helpful. We need to be thinking about it in other ways, because I think this is one of the reasons why we all get so confused about strategy. Is there's so many definitions and so much complexity in the language. I mean, we get lost. We talk about strategy having a plan, having a 5-year financial goal, it being about long-term thinking, or it's only about choices, or the phrases like execution eats strategy for breakfast, or what's that, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And us mere mortals generally just get completely lost in what is strategy. And so no wonder we struggle to execute, or more correctly, implement what we're doing. So I think it's time to redefine and get some clarity. And there's a definition in the emergent approach to strategy about this has been coming from various strands of thinking, a lot of it influenced by Goldratt and theory of constraints, a lot very similar to Rumelt's work on strategy being the rule, which it talks about strategy being the central rule of a framework designed to unify all actions and decisions around busting the bottleneck to achieving the foremost aspiration. And we've got a clear definition here, I think, which for once provides guidance. And as we'll see, when you've seen that, if you're involved in a process, you know what to do the next day, which I never felt I knew what to do the next day at work after seeing a big presentation of strategic themes. By focusing on the bottleneck, and if you're familiar with the theory of constraints, it really enables you to focus resources on where they're going to have the biggest bang and secure the output. And it really helps, as a result, to align the organization, which is a major problem we have in hardwiring strategy, and be part of a larger framework. One of the things I should probably say up front now is Pete Compo and I have known each other for many years. And so we first met something like 2009, 2010, when we were both at DuPont working together, building, when he was building some of these early ideas. And then later years, I connected again just before the publication of the book. So we went through each chapter together as a bit of a sparring partner for him. So in that way, I've got some sort of deep knowledge of this that, I'm only going to be able to share a small part of the emergent approach, but I hope I picked some bits that might resonate with you, maybe discuss more in the future. But as I talk about this, the larger framework, as well as the definition of the strategy, what I found very useful is the way that the various terms that we use in strategy are organized in the framework, which brings to me a great clarity to a world which is otherwise chaotic. And for me, I think about them in 4 different areas. Aspiration, what is it we want to achieve? And that goes everything from the vision to the mission to the values to the goals. The diagnosis, which is what's happening, and the most important part to that arguably is the bottleneck. What is the bottleneck to achieving our aspiration? The rules, which is the strategy rule. The strategy is the rule by which we will overcome the bottleneck to achieve the aspiration. And finally, plans and metrics, which have got the milestones, the steps that we need to do, and the metrics. But I hope as you look at this way of organizing it, you can see that what people typically call a strategic plan, the list of actions, the goals, the metrics, actually is missing something pretty big. It's missing what is the strategy. What are the day-to-day rules which are going to guide us to get things done? And so again, I wonder, is it no surprise that people struggle with implementing strategy on a day-to-day basis? Because the strategy plan is just an aspirational thing that very often gets set, presented, and then forgotten, and everyone goes back to their day to work. And I keep coming back, that's the challenge we, as those who are interested in strategy, have got to overcome, because it's a very serious problem everywhere that we look and every statistics that we see. One of the tools that I absolutely love in the emergent approach is what is called the strategy triad, which connects this idea of the strategy being the rule which overcomes the bottleneck to achieving the aspiration. And because it is such a powerful tool, because without databases of data in Excel files and PowerPoints, a team of people can get together and start trying to figure out what is it that's stopping them achieving what they want. We can see here that this is done on a board on the internet with a tool, but it could just as easily be done on a whiteboard. But it's a beautifully collaborative tool, which doesn't require a lot of training, gets people to collaborate. And you know, if you get people to collaborate in the design of a strategy, you're halfway there to get, if not more, to getting them to buy in and overcome that major challenge that we have of getting people involved in executing and implementing the strategy. So love the tool, happy to talk about it more, but we're just going to have to today just move at a reasonable pace and give you a little taster of some of the ideas that I think we should be working on to hardwire strategy in organizations. So what is it, again, in summary, that the emergent approach is so powerful at? It gives clear language, which overcomes much of the confusion that we see with the strategy myths. So people can understand the components of strategy and have it mean something to them as a result. Powerfully, the concept of strategy being a rule gives you real-time guidance on what to do. This stops the strategy being a 200-slide PowerPoint deck that's stuck somewhere gathering electronic dust on a hard drive. It's something that becomes real and visible. And as Peter was exploring more this morning, the idea is that it's an agile approach in that it's iterative and adaptive to change in a native. It's not a rigid plan. And it is certainly nothing to do with the annual budget rigidity that ties people up. And again, stops it being a strategy being guidance on how we make decisions, and ever so closely links strategy to financial goals, which then we start having some major problems. And we're going to probably explore some of those in the next couple of slides. But understanding the strategy framework and how to develop it is only half the problem. Once we've built all the components that are those 4 boxes of the strategy framework, we now have to think about implementation and embedding it into your organization. And this is where something that I've also spent a lot of my life with, I think, can really come to fore once we understand what strategy is all about. And this is a process called integrated business planning that some of you may be familiar with. It's particularly relevant for companies producing products, but I've seen it adapted into other situations. And it's an evolution of sales and operations planning to put much more emphasis on the product portfolio, the financial plan, and the executive decision-making, to have a monthly process of meetings which give you the opportunity to review where you are against your strategy, to see if your strategy is working for you or if it needs adapting, and provides that rigor and that helps stop your strategy being a 200-slide deck gathering dust, electronic dust. And so, yes, this is something I've also spent a lot of my life implementing and working in businesses large and small. But I think we have to be cognizant why there needs to be linked with the ideas from the emergent approach to be a success. So one of the downsides of this is that strategy may become seen as to being purely financial goals. and it's just activities to close financial goals, which starts putting you into death spirals of, if you're not making the quarter's numbers, you start pulling orders in from the next quarter, and all sorts of bad behavior about overproducing to reduce your production cost to meet your numbers. And again, if you're not careful, the concept of strategy gets lost. And also, I want to talk later on in the presentation about metrics. And you often have a lot of emphasis on output metrics, lagging metrics, which say how well you've done. But without some other metrics, there's a risk of failure. And we'll go and cover a great, interesting study from Ford on that. And so without carefully integrating some of the great ideas from the emergent approach, I think that the IBP process can be potentially great, but sadly a bit ritualistic. Having said that, there are a lot of things that it does to overcome some well-known barriers to implementing strategy into an organization. And let's start with silos. We see silos in many organizations, and as I started off in a small family company moving into the size of DuPont, it shocked me to see how easy they are. But I've seen organizations across the world, and yes, they are a thing that we need to battle with. They limit the cross-functional collaboration that is absolutely essential for a business to operate by. And as one study shows, they reduce the chance of success by as much as 36% by, and that's no surprise. I'm surprised it's not even more than that. So one of the things that IBP can do to help overcome silos is this formal monthly 5-step process, which starts with the key functions of product demands and supply aligning together, building their plans over the next 24-month horizon and seeing what the issues are on a rolling basis. So this isn't an annual fixed 12-month budget. This is a rolling 24-month view that gets updated every month. And as the world goes on, there's inevitably going to be gaps. And this is where we fix them through integrated reconciliation and then the executive meeting, which is often known as the management business review. That discipline forces the collaboration. We are forced and bound by having one set of numbers. And in many organizations which have this, they do have multiple sets. You know, the sales guys will be committing to different numbers to the operation guys so that everyone can look good, but it creates a mess. So we force ourselves to have one set. And if we really integrate strategy into the process, it forces the middle managers attending these reviews to regularly update and communicate on a two-way basis with their teams on strategy and how to implement it and what needs to be done to do that on a updated regular basis and a live basis with what's happening in the business. And that needs to be done because organizations have a real problem, and I've been hinting at, here's some data, of getting their strategy, and we put that as a list of goals, having any connection with what's going with the day-to-day work. Numbers of studies, but the range was quite interesting as I was looking at this. 60 to 80% of businesses claim to have a near complete failure in connecting their strategy, and if we define that as strategy imperatives or goals, that's what I call the old school strategy, with their day-to-day work. We've got to do something about this. It cannot carry on. It's clearly not working. The data is telling us we need to be thinking differently. There's no doubt about it. So what else? One of the things we can do, and again, I like a tool from the emergent framework, and it's not novel to the emergent framework, emergent approach, but this idea of having nested frameworks. In other words, being careful that you have a business strategy which flows down across the functions that may flow down across more. It's just a simple one that looks at it, where each function has its own strategy framework. So yes, all the R&D functions here are constrained by what is designed by the business strategy, but they are responsible for creating their own. And as you do this flow down approach, of course, that enables and multiplies the potential numbers of people that can be engaged in the strategy design process, which should inevitably help the success of implementation because they're part of the ownership. They get ownership by being part of the design process. And again, we're all talking the same language and everything fits together because every process must be complete for the function, but at the same time, it is constrained by whatever guidance is given from the parent. So this is a great idea. Another idea is we talked about having this strategy rule, and then that gets broken down, the strategy, into tactics by which we can make decisions by. So that across the functions, whether it be R&D, operations, sales, marketing, we view the same rules on product segmentation, for example, as this chart shows here. And it enables, without having to meet it every now and then, we can just look at the table if we're in a conflict about what we do with an order coming in, whether it's accepted or not, or how to treat it. Just follow the table, which can obviously be upgraded over time if it's not seen to be working. But we now make strategy a living process that informs our day-to-day decisions, not just an on-the-shelf document, which is valueless. Appreciate it's a busy table. I'm just going to help explain it. I've just highlighted if you're in R&D and you're understanding, well, I don't really know how much time I should give to developing a product. You know where it sits from being a cash cow and on the block, which is a product that's going to choose between becoming a cash cow or going to be core or a new product. Some rules, and which by that gives you guidance on which to exploit, and we can see the same for pricing, same for customer service, and the like. Very useful, deriving day-to-day action from a strategy. Common in the literature, again, you see some similar numbers. Number of employees saying that they cannot implement strategy because they lack the resources, whether there be time, budget, or skills. Now, if we're living in a world of set the annual budget and forget, or worse, set the 3 to 5 year strategy and file that away, you're not going to be able to have a meaningful way of discussing where the plan is not workable because it's not got the resources. And so employees will just fester and get frustrated often. And lacking, and one key reason why strategies fail to implement. The discipline of the IBP approach of having monthly meetings, you get the potential for escalating decisions. And so these things address, and they will become exposed because you're looking at your 24-month plans on volume and price and financial integration. And it will become clear that projects, if they are under-resourced, it will become obvious in the plans. And so therefore, discussion is forced on either funding the plan, defunding something else, or killing the plan. But it will force the discussion. And that's what I love about the rigidity of having that process. Another issue I'd like to talk about is KPIs. Great case story that one will read up on in just before the financial crisis of 2008. In Ford, they had hundreds of metrics across all of their organization. Many of these metrics actually were bottom up because they seemed like a good thing to do, not top down connected to the strategy. The problem was every metric was important. So the company was delivering great on units per day produced, sales targets hit, and all of the bottom-up targets which seemed to make sense on each function, but were not bound or connected in any way by a strategy. And indeed, as a result of working so hard on achieving these hundreds of metrics, the company failed to realize that the demand in the market was changing. People wanted different types of cars. There was a risk of money. There's people more concerned about having fuel-efficient vehicles, and they completely missed the trend because they were so busy meeting metrics and managing by the metrics that they failed to see what was spotting in the marketplace. And I think it's a good lesson for organizations to have the discipline of focusing on the strategy and really making sure the metrics that you manage your business by are those which will help you implement your strategy, rather than just having hundreds of them, which are because they're good things to do. Again, this reminds me so much of Goldratt and the theory of constraints. You can do lots of good things improving local optima, which are outside of the constraint, but they're going to make no difference to your business. Focus on what's going to matter, and that is identifying your bottleneck and seeing how well you are overcoming your bottleneck with your strategy to achieve your aspiration. And that rigor will dramatically reduce the number of metrics that you find yourself in your organization and give you the needed focus. So this is why the emergent approach recommends 4 steps. Foundation, adherence, and on leading and lagging metrics. My experience is typically organizations are overloaded on the right and underloaded on the left. What do I mean by that? So a lagging result, have we achieved our objective? We get a lot of praise. Yes, we're on budget this month. Yes, we've hit our goals for revenue. Yes, we've got our production costs down last month, last quarter, last year. Great, well done. But it's a bit late. It's too late to influence any action. So yes, organizations try to do a good job, and I think of leading metrics, which are indicators or input metrics to those, and a reasonable spread on them is important. But what is often missing is the foundation metrics and inherent metrics. Foundation metrics. But when we designed our strategy, we assumed that the market was going to grow by 2%. Does anyone ever go back and check what the market growth rate was? No. Especially if the market's actually grown by 10%, right? The paid people often tends to hide that fact. And boy, if you're doing well on your other metrics, but your foundation metrics, which suggested the market was going to grow at 2%, is now growing at 10%, you're kidding yourself if you're performing well on the others. So what you need to do is have a balance of these metrics and view them as a portfolio to see the pattern on how to interpret them, to understand, are you executing well against the strategy? Are you adhering to it? Are you performing well? Or are you lucky because the market's growing? Or is it time that you need to revisit the framework because it's not working as intended? And you can only make that interpretation by looking at the whole pattern together. But even the best KPI system can fail if we fail on another key issue, which is accountability. And this is something that we need, again, is a key reason for implementation failure. Leaders, and you're sure you must have worked with them at the time, who have seemed to be giving mixed messages all the time, and if every now and then we have a new priority, it does not take long before the employees lose trust. We have a major problem with employees really understanding what's expected of them and who really owns the metrics. And we've seen examples of this earlier in the presentation. It's no surprise that employees feel completely disconnected from the strategy. And so we've got to work on accountability. And again, I think if you do it well, IPP gives you a great opportunity to work on accountability. First of all, we have the rigidity of the system, which means leaders have to attend and discuss monthly at the MBR, and they're likely to be involved in other reviews depending on their role. By having one set of numbers which are clear across the organization, visible, there's clear expectations, which overcomes a major problem. We have ownership because we're forcing the strategy down the organization, especially with nested strategies, and are having a formal process for communication, top down and bottom up, which enables problems to be surfaced and a formal process of escalating to move the process up through the decisions, which all of these activities combined help build accountabilities in organizations to help implementation of strategy. That's it. One more thing. We talked about adaptation, and I'd love to talk about that more. But if there's one thing that's frustrated me more than probably anything else in my career, is what I call the adaptation. The adaptation is the annual budget prison. And I'm sure others on the line have been there. Why we are locked in mentally to this concept that once a year, over a 12-month process, we have to fix everything with a great intensity, I don't know. But most organizations are still stuck with the sense that you must have an annual budget plan, and all the other months don't really need that intensity. Indeed, even worse, many organizations have a 3 to 5 year strategy plan, both of which have a sort of a set and forget mentality. So yes, you set the budget, but come January, when we start the new year, things change and we forget it and we make excuses and we try to fix it, but it doesn't really help us. But the world doesn't operate on this 12-month cycle. The world is disruptive. There's all sorts of things happening, but if you're stuck in the annual budget prison, you cannot respond. And there's lots of data out there which suggests that this is to be the case. Can we just kill the annual budget prison? Can we start having living strategy with regular iterative reviews and adaptation and change? Can we start doing something more like the IBP goal has of viewing every month as the same, not 1 month out of 12 being any different? Can we see some advantages of doing this? And there are studies out there which says in disruptive periods, organizations which are more adaptive in their planning are 2.5 times more likely to be successful in their disruptive periods. So what have we learned? So I, as a consultant, are telling you, please beware of the consultant trap. Beware of the do-it-for-you consultant trap. Let's not think about strategy as being the strategic pillars or themes, which are just goals, which are ambiguous and conflicting. Let's think about having clarity in how we design and strategy, and let's get a collaborative approach which is accessible. IBP is just an example. There are other ways you can do it, but I'm trying to communicate that you need to make strategy living by having formal processes to plan, do, check, and act on what you've decided to do in your strategy and make it adaptive. So how are we going to do this? I say no to the do-it-for-you consultant trap, yes to the do-it-with-you Arcaro advantage. What is the do-it-with-you Arcaro advantage? It's working with you collaboratively to overcome some of the problems that we see in the classic consultant trap. That is, understand your problem. And it's not just, I mean, one of my favorite phrases at the moment of Einstein, he said, if he had 60 minutes to solve a problem, he would spend 55 minutes understanding it. Critical. Far too many people just go into solution mode without understanding it. But it's not just the nature of the problem. Indeed, deep part of it is understanding the culture of the organization. But because without understanding how things get done, what the culture of the organization like, the solution creation is not necessarily and unlikely to be appropriate. So then co-create, because by co-creation, you'll get the ownership, which will enable implementation. Coach the organization through that. And I guess I wish ask of all my clients, sustain it. Keep going. Roger Federer and all the other great tennis coaches, they have a coach 12 months a year. So there's no, and I ask them, in order to get this good idea, to have someone just keeping an eye on you, making sure that you're excelling and improving and sustaining your position. So thank you for that. I just leave you with a chart about our Caro and our 4-step approach to solving your challenges and getting the implementation with you. And we'd love to hear from you. And with that, I say thank you for the presentation and ask her any questions.
Wonderful session, Mark. It's really very interesting. I think you touch very important point that how these the strategy engagements take place. I think that slide is worth watching once again if you can go there. Okay.
Which one?
The 4 parts of the strategy engagement. Okay.
Oh yes. Here, there you go.
No, the previous one. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. So here, this is something which is very, very interesting. So any consultant come, they analyze and diagnose, deliver the presentation, and then leave it for the client. Okay. So here, even the clients knows about this, by the way. Okay, but still they do the same mistake again and again. Okay. So I remember our CEO way back in 2006-07, he was saying, guys, consultant is a consultant. Okay, so you will have a fantastic presentations and then fantastic explanations, and people will say yes to it, even if they are not sure. Then if finally they end up in not getting the results. It's not all about it's not consultant fault. Okay, it's a company. They have to take care. If we are giving right input to the consultants, maybe consultants will give right recommendations. And also, it's all about engaging the client customers, the consultants. So that is very important that the overall results is something which matters at the end of the day. So this slide, I really liked it. Okay, and I liked your approach also. So here, I think we have a couple of comments. I think Luis and Nazira have throw some comments on it. Okay, so yeah, would you like to? Yeah, it's basically it's a comment. It's not a question. Okay, so both have they have comments on it. Okay, so one question comes into my mind is the IBP part.
Yeah.
Okay, one question, very typical question, very like a very generic question. IBP is actually very close to your supply chain manufacturing processes or any other. And then the strategy management, which includes like a strategy analysis, formulation, and then the strategy management, execution part processes, whether it could be a balance scorecard or any other methodology, whatever, even the emergent approach, whatever. So how does that, the IBP, what do you advise? It stays in the middle between operations and the strategy. So what do you advise? My intent is to connect this IBP to the strategy, because it is more important to translate your strategy into operations. Okay. Otherwise, what happens is IBP gets disconnected from the strategy, even though they say it is connected, but in a large sense, sometimes there is a possibility that they do IBP or S&OP without touching the strategy. This is my experience, because I was a sales and operations planning coordinator for some period of time in 2005, 6, 7. Okay, I know that process, how it works very well. So what do you advise in this? Yeah.
So in theory, IBP should be there to help implementation of strategy. Right? And when you look at the training, that's what it says it does. My experience is that because people are so confused about what strategy really is, that they then take the financial aspect of IBP and view strategy as being a finance thing. I have sat in numbers in IBP meetings where you've had one chart, you've had the strategy number, which is the next 24 months derived from your IBP plan, from your strategy. your budget number, your current forecast, your last month's forecast, and it's a complete mess of numbers, which has lost its connection with strategy because people don't know what strategy is, right? And so it's sitting there frustratingly close to being a brilliant tool to enable strategy. But as I emphasized earlier in the presentation, because we've got ourselves completely confused about strategy, thinking it's goals, thinking it's then financial goals, we've made a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's true, sir. In my experience, when I was taking care of sales and operations planning, so I was allowing the team to talk about financial part at the end. So I don't want them to bring the financial part to the beginning, because the moment we talk about numbers, financial numbers, everything gets into backdrop. So here you talk about your demand part, your supply part, the balancing it, and then connecting to strategy. You do this first. Then you.
What I'm saying is, remember the strategy framework that we talked about, the 4 boxes: the aspiration, the diagnosis, the strategy, and the plans and metrics. Make sure that the plans and metrics are, for starters, fully embedded in the process. So that you're looking at each step in the process. Am I following the plan, right, that I put out? Am I meeting my milestones? And then make sure that the metrics follow that 4-station design, right? So I'll not only have metrics which say, did I do a great job in the last quarter or not? Include leading indicators of that, but also the adherence metrics. Am I adhering to the rule? One thing we haven't discussed is the definition of strategy execution is, am I following the rules that I said I was going to do? And check on that. And also check on the core assumptions on the plan that I made were based on these foundational assumptions. Are these foundational assumptions still true? So check on those things during the process. And my argument is that probably not there's a lot of lagging indicator metrics, some leading, often bottom up, not top down. But if you do that, you can then start better making the right bridge between the emergent approach and IBP as tools to enable hardwiring strategy.
Fantastic point. Fantastic point. So now this, since we had one very good session from Dr. Campo, and you covered the rest of the part, how touch on every corner of the overall transformation. Okay. So now the emergent approach and IBP, I think you already talked about it. Can you highlight it? How does that work together? I think you have 1 or 2 slides in that. Okay. So the emergent approach and then IBP integration.
Yeah, so I think where strategy has fallen foul over the years because we have found ourselves utterly confused by terminology. And even people in the same room have completely different approaches. And we have found ourselves falling into the trap of seeing strategy as goals. So it doesn't really help us. One of the key parts of the emergent approach is a rule by which you bust the bottleneck to achieving your aspiration. Once you start thinking of strategy like that, it becomes something that you can test against, are you doing it, and help make decisions. So then when you come with that lens into an IBP process, you can put the metrics into the system to check, are you making your right decisions? Without that lens, you fall into the trap of thinking that strategy is achieving financial goals. If you start getting your head into the track that strategy is about achieving financial goals, you are ever so tempted to start doing bad things for your business. You're saying, the right thing I have to do is to hit strategy, right? And then you say, strategy is financial goals. Then you say, oh, we're a bit short on orders and sales this month. Why don't we pull a few from our friendly customers in so that we can make the numbers this month, right? That's not solving the problem that you are not implementing well. That's making it worse because you've fallen into the trap of thinking of strategy as being financial goals. What you should really be doing is asking yourself, one, am I adhering to my strategy rule? If I am, but I'm not getting the sales that I expected, is the problem that my strategy is wrong? Or is the problem that my foundational assumptions are wrong? That will start you driving rich questions in how to fix your situation in the end. But sadly, once you think that my problem is strategy is financial goals, you go into lazy mode of pulling orders forward or reducing unit production costs by overproducing and building working capital. Those decisions get you further from success. It's like taking too much, it's drinking too much and getting drunk. You think it's going to be great, but you wake up with a horrible hangover and you're not going to be in a fitter way to do it. And so in terms of trying to bring the two, is just thinking about strategy differently opens your mind up to a new way of executing the IBP process.
Fantastic. So one more question. Now, we need to have some kind of strategy reviews every month or every quarter or whatever, definitely. So all our strategy assumptions to validate them and to make sure that the performance is going on as per the plan or whatever. Okay. Now, so the strategy reviews and then this IBP meetings. Okay.
Yeah.
So these IBP meetings in classically they are monthly process.
Yeah.
Okay. How do these meetings work together? So how to schedule them in your experience?
Well, I'm saying the point is in your IBP review, you're looking at how you're performing against your strategy framework. So is my product development plan as a product manager, am I hitting the goals in terms of when I thought I was going to be bringing new products to market that I put in my product management strategy, that you review that in the product review. As you review your plan as much as you review the metrics in each of the review. So one of the things that one of the reasons why we have this ridiculous dichotomy, in my view, between strategy and execution is that we think strategy is different to running the business. And therefore, because we have this concept of running the business, and then we need to do a strategy review, and the two things are somehow a different philosophy. Implementation of strategy is running your business. That's what it is. There is no separate strategy review process. The process of implementing strategy is running your business. Yeah, it cannot be anything else but that.
Yeah. So any key decisions of strategy could be part of the IBP meetings itself.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it should be.
That is something very interesting point. Very interesting point, Mark. Yeah, very interesting. Because very few people talk about both at the same time, strategy and then IBP or S&OP. Okay, so those who are from supply chain domain, okay, so they if they do strategy, they like to connect both. Okay, almost always I have not seen somebody who do the supply chain and the IBP, S&OP, they do the strategy. Okay, it's other way around usually. So I like because I belong to the same category because I was doing S&OP and then strategy. So there is a close. There could be some points where the strategy reviews will differ in defining KPIs, analyzing the assumptions, the strategy assumptions. Maybe they need to initiatives. So there may be some kind of thing, but there is a lot of overlap in that. If they can combine this, that's something which is very interesting.
I mean, because it is about running your business. Strategy is about the process of generating change and innovation within your organization. As soon as we start thinking that the components of the strategy framework are separated from each other, we are condemning ourselves to fail to implement.
Perfect, sir. Perfect.
Yeah.
So there is a comment, Sirichaya. Okay, so how to fight, if you are able to read it. Series how to fight to change the old way of thinking. Be nice. Discussion style preference in the brackets while do it with you. So mixed points from both Peter Campo and Mark Blackwell. Okay, so it's a comment. Did you read it, Mark?
I'm sorry, the way I've got my screen set up, I can't see the question. Sorry.
And then just look at it. Yeah.
So I think, Sirajai, it reminds me of the conversation that we had earlier on with Pete, is start small, go for little wins, show it works. Yeah. I mean, if you're thinking you may be in a fortunate situation where you have leaders which are enlightened, which want to try something new and can see this. But if you're a middle manager, let's work together on a project just to show that ground up the power of the triad in addressing simple problems and challenges in the organization and let it emerge within the organization by proving its own success.
Perfect. So any final thoughts, key takeaways, Mark?
Well, I thank you very much for doing it. It's something I'm very excited by. I mean, I have had a passion for this for a long time, and I hope to keep this passion going for a few years yet, many years yet. So, yeah, very, very happy to talk to anyone offline. I've got my contact details on the screen, and encourage you. By the way, would encourage people to sign up on LinkedIn to our Caro, because I'm going to be producing some follow-up articles which echo some of the themes that I've been presenting today, and if people are interested, and then we can engage and discuss further. Because we've only been, as you know, within the short time, you can only cover a fraction, and it's frustrating the bits that you left out, but I'd hope to carry on with that later. So thank you very much indeed, Arjun. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much all the way from Europe, and to hear you. Very nice insights. I liked it. I really liked it. Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Mark Blackwell on behalf of participants and organizers. So very wonderful session, very insightful. It shows the passion of Mark for the strategy and IPP. So thank you very much, Mark. I would like to invite Mr. Gautier Lebelete to the session. I think Gautier is there already in the call, I believe.
Absolutely. Can you hear me, Abdul?
Yeah, I can hear you and see you. So thank you, Gautier, for joining us. Okay, so let me give you a quick introduction.
I think you're on mute, Abdul.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Gautier has 18+ years of experience in consulting, corporate roles, and analytics. Okay, so in the EMEA region, he specialized in strategic support, program management, financial planning, process design. He has expertise in implementing finance, digital, and data systems, building high-performance teams to drive business growth. Gautier, over to you. I think today we are talking very interesting topic about driving value and productivity from digital and data factory. We talk about more about many things, but these are the things which we rarely hear. So I'm
can
very
you see
happy
my screen, Abdul?
We can see your screen. I'm very happy that about this very interesting topic. Very few presentations around. So I really like to enjoy your discussion. Yeah, over to you, Gautier. Please take it up.
Yes, thank you, Abdul. Hello, everybody. So I'm really happy to be here today to talk about this initiative. Actually, there is a connection with the presentation before from Mark. The presentation of Mark was more around the overall strategy and how to really position it for success. on my side, I'm going to deep dive more into the digital and the data aspect, which is my area of specialty, and how to get value from your digital and data factory. So in a nutshell, as you explained, Abdul, so I'm bringing 20 years of experience, 50% in corporate, 50% in consulting. So in corporate, I spent 10 years at PayPal running finance and data teams. And in consulting, I worked for big consulting firms like A&M, Capgemini, and I also work as an independent consultant, delivering projects for PEs, large corporates, or scale-ups. So I do, let's say, 3 types of projects. I do like a strategy, especially when it comes to data and digital. I do projects around performance improvement, and then I also run, interim management assignments. So here I provided some of the clients with which I'm working, a lot of French clients and international clients as well, carrying in the luxury sector. Fnac Darty, that is like our retail leader here in France, insurance companies. Right now I'm working on for a media company. So I have, let's say, a broad expertise, let's say, with a focus on financial services and payments, having spent close to 10 years at PayPal. So why did I select this topic? The thing is that myself, I've seen this evolution in the last 15 years. First, I was in a tech company, PayPal, so really ahead of the game when it comes to digital, right? And of course, like all the traditional companies in their sectors have seen some new competitors, let's say, emerging. And, since the last 10 to 15 years, they have tried to catch up. We see that in, media companies trying to compete with Netflix. We see that in transformation companies fighting with Uber. We see that in e-commerce companies trying to fight with Amazon. We see that basically in all the sectors who have been operating, because you have those new tech entrants that are really, eating the launch of the established players. So as a consequence, what traditional companies have done is that they have invested significantly in digital and data, and that's not a new trend, and that's something that has been happening for the last 10 to 15 years, right? And many often, they have gone through like this cycle of building a digital and data factory, spending a lot of money with strategic consulting firms to build the transformation journey. And then what I see also as an operational consultant is that very often the result is, let's say, a bit disappointing. Here I'm giving this data point of 85% of the data science projects failing, but that's what I see consistently across the board for all those companies, that they do see value, they do see some success. Nevertheless, often they have really some question marks on the effectiveness of their internal digital factory. It's getting a lot of investment. Often, the rest of the business is really constrained from a budget perspective to, let's say, fund this new unit. But often this unit is challenged. And at a certain point of time, we see that those units end up being, let's say, internalized, because they are not, let's say, meeting the initial expectation. And basically, this question of, let's say, analyzing the productivity of the digital team, of the data team. So that's very true for the traditional players, but that's also true for the tech companies that now also have some productivity challenges. When I was at PayPal 15 years ago, it was all about tracking the revenue growth and the business activity with a year-over-year growth rate higher than 20-25%. Now they have some challenges, especially post-COVID. They need to find some savings, and this productivity play applies now across the board. And I think the challenge is that, let's say, the traditional approaches that consulting have do not work with those units, because those are new roles, those are new processes, new ways of working. And therefore, the usual way of, let's say, measuring success, measuring productivity has changed. So here, what I'm going to cover in this session is really some tips in terms of how you can analyze and how you can improve the effectiveness of your digital and data units. And concretely, I was saying that I've been facing this type of questions in my personal experience, and those are concrete examples of projects that I've led really related to this exact question. So the first example, a digital factory created for an e-commerce player 5 years ago, lot of investment, but basically the board was concerned with the return of investment and the value creation. So that's an example of assignment I did 2 years ago. Consumer good leader engaged in centralization of its tech and data teams. So here it's another concrete example I handled last year with, again, this traditional company investing a lot in digital, but realizing that they were really spending a lot compared to their to its competitors, and also realizing that the spend was really fragmented. So therefore, I worked with them to really centralize and operationalize the tech and data teams. And then the last example in financial services. So here it was a big bank competing with fintech players, and for instance, TransferWise. TransferWise, has really disrupted the FX market in Europe and also overseas. When you need to send money, to other geographies, the experience and the value proposition of TransferWise is extremely compelling, and therefore eating the lunch of the traditional banks. And here I helped this bank in the launch of a competitor, also setting up, let's say, the operating model for data and technology. So those are examples I personally handled. So now what can be, let's say, the toolkit if you need to audit and evaluate the value of your data and digital strategy. So how to proceed? So here I'm providing with a few, let's say, ingredients. So first of all, I think what is important to acknowledge is that it's an equation with multiple parameters, right? Because what I'm seeing in those projects is that I have to analyze those, let's say, 8 axes. First of all, it's really important to be clear around the purpose, the strategy. I think it's really important to align the stakeholders in terms of, okay, what you want to achieve. You really want to rally the organization against that purpose. You don't want, let's say, just a number. You do want this purpose, and I think it's really aligned with what Mark was explaining before. So building this purpose, building this strategy, not only for digital and data, but for the entire company is key, because ultimately you don't want a standalone digital team. You want a digital team as a business level. So you need to start really with the business, start with the executive team, understand their challenges, and then build an organization that is really aligned to their needs. So that for me, that's extremely important to have that connection. What I'm seeing across the board is that the demand management is extremely important, because those units are always creating some frustration. That's normal. That's part of the game. If there is no frustration, it means that basically you're spending too much, because if you deliver all the projects, all the products that are asked by the business, well, you end up with a monster, right? So organizing this demand management, ensuring that you're aligned with the business needs, and ensuring you have a way to prioritize based on the value for me, it's one of the top, expectation. That's really like a key success factor. Obviously, you have the ways of working and the delivery approach. And as a consultant, that's really one area that you can easily audit. And what I'm seeing is that with Agile, also now what's happening is that you have multiple ways of working in organization and multiple teams. Each team has its own way of working and therefore resulting in complexities, especially for, let's say, transversal projects. Number 4, the performance management framework. So here, I think companies that are very advanced, they do have this governance team that is able to evaluate the spend, the value when it comes to leading indicator of success and also lagging indicator of success. And that part is very important because those digital teams, they have some, let's say, shareholders because they are spending a lot of money. And they need to be able to, like as a startup, to report to the investors like every quarter, every month, every week about, let's say, the success. And then if you don't have that, then basically you're blind because you're not able to evaluate the spend that you're spending, and then you're not able to show the value that you're delivering. So the performance management framework and how it's implemented is a key dimension. Obviously, the technology is very important, but often it's the only point. When you say, okay, I'm going to audit the digital and data unit, I'm going to only look at technology. And for me, technology, it's one enabler, but it's not the only element. Very often also with tech profiles, the risk is that you do, let's say, a lot of, let's say, tech for tech product, tech for tech projects. It can end up representing a very significant amount of money. And for me, technology is an enabler. So at some point, very often you don't really care about, the exact brick, the exact stack, because, they can really offer the similar services, but it's really what you do with the technology and how it can serve as an enabler. Obviously, the people, so the skills and the talents. And here, from an HR perspective, that's something that can be difficult to evaluate because the job titles, the skill set is always evolving. So you need to have, let's say, a matrix in place to be able to see, what is your talent map, and whereas you have some gaps or not. Those units are not, let's say, isolated. So you need to understand their ecosystem in terms of technology and in terms of partners. And you need to understand the overall, company governance and culture to see how the organization is basically sticking to the company values. So that's a bit of an introduction to say, okay, those are the lenses that you want to analyze. And in the rest of this presentation, I'm going to double click into some of those aspects. So basically, to build the purpose, to build the strategy, myself, I have, let's say, my own methodology. So I use some ingredients. The first element that I like doing is to collect, the pain points. So doing some interviews with the organization, hearing from people about, what's not working well and getting some data points is an interesting way to build your strategy, because basically you will be able to connect your priorities, your initiatives with some concrete pain points. So doing those interviews, collecting those pain points, classifying those pain points, for me, it's a starting point. As part of those workshops, often I also ask about the new capabilities that are asked by the team. So here, I end up with a laundry list, a long list of capabilities, but those are ingredients because those are asks from the business. Obviously, I need to have also the quantitative part as well. So I analyze the key metrics to have some facts about the current organization, the productivity, the business performance. But it's important to get all those metrics. I like also doing some interviews, and typically when it's possible with customers, to hear from customers directly about direct issues. Obviously, you can do some surveys to do that, and it's a bit faster. But I think the advantage of the interviews is that you get some very concrete, stories, and it can really give you some good hypothesis when it comes to building your overall strategy. Then to connect the dots with the overall organization, the overall company, I tend to do value chain analysis. So because the value chain differs from one actor to the other, so I like positioning the building blocks of the companies, and then to see on which concrete building blocks the digital or the data team will actually have an impact. Because the risk is that you do initiatives, data for data, tech for tech, that are not delivering any value, right? So having a clear view of, okay, in which part your initiative is going to have an impact is a good way to connect the dots between what you're trying to achieve and the company context. And obviously, we are smart, but our competitors sometimes are smarter. So it's very important to look at the external world to see what other similar actors, let's say, are doing. So with that, it's allowing me and allowing the company to build the purpose, to build the vision, right? That then you want to instrument by streams. So if I think about data, it can be, data engineering, data management, data science. So you will have, let's say, your different streams. You will have your enablers, because often you need to be clear about the resources that you need, right? So the splitting the vision by stream and by enabler is a key point when you want to operationalize your strategy. You will have a phasing, because you won't be able to do, like, let's say, everything in year one. And obviously you will want to position some quick wins rapidly to secure the buy-in from your internal stakeholders. And then you will connect the dots with a business case, again with some tangible impact from the team. Right. So this is how I tend to build this strategy. Here I'm double clicking on one aspect, which is benchmarking, because when it comes to analyzing the performance of a unit, as a consultant, what is very effective is to bring some points of comparison. It's not going to give the full story, because there are always elements that you have to take into account. It's never like a black and white story. Nevertheless, bringing some benchmark and saying to the CEO, okay, this is the size of your team, those are the key metrics, and this is, let's say, a comparison point, a data point from a list of similar actors, is an easy way to visualize, okay, what is, let's say, the size of the price, meaning it's a way to identify where there is a potential gap. And here the challenge with digital and data is that it's a new domain. So therefore, a lot of the benchmark metrics do not exist. You have some benchmarking companies, APQC, other actors, Gartner, that do provide some data points, but often it's not really connected to digital factories, data factories. So that's where you need to find the right metrics. You need to find some metrics that are very relevant in terms of, velocity, in terms of time to market, in terms of availability of the systems, in terms of number of, let's say, critical bugs, to be able to challenge, let's say, the ASI. So building this external benchmark and doing that with intelligence, because it's not the same thing to be in luxury, in retail, in consumer good, is also a very important ingredient as you want to measure the productivity of your digital team. So here I'm providing some example. Of course, it's more, let's say, for the illustration, but that's something that is very, very effective. And obviously, you will start with the high-level view, the percentage of spend, the number of resources as a percentage of the size of the organization, and then you will double click in some more granular metrics. Then something that is also very effective in my experience for this type of project is to build some sort of due diligence-like analysis. So due diligence, you know, that's what's happening when you purchase a company, you do a strategic due diligence, often an operational due diligence to identify the pockets for value creation. Well, that's something that you can do as well with a digital unit. The only point is that the metrics are going to change. You're not going to look at the P&L. You're not going to look at only like the org chart. You're going to look at different metrics. So here again, that's an illustration. You see, I have the value, what's coming out of this unit. What are the performance metrics in terms of velocity, productivity, predictability? Here, the good thing is that with Agile, you're able to measure everything. Often those metrics are not leveraged, so that's the opportunity to double click into that. Obviously, you have also the quality, right? The percentage of tests that are, let's say, automated, the number of significant bugs, the patch ratio, right? So those quality metrics are also a way to inform your diagnosis. Some metrics around the platform performance, especially when it comes to traditional actors, having a view of the technical depth. And then on the right-hand side are the people and skill metrics. So here, that's a view of the metric that you need to analyze, that you can analyze. And then obviously you will want to have points of comparison, the benchmark, and you will want to look, let's say, the evolution to see if, for example, today, 2025, you've seen a positive evolution versus 2022, 2021. And obviously, a key area, that's what you have on the left, because often, people are not able to translate easily what is the concrete value that is generated by the digital team. And that's the area where you need to be fact-based, ideally have a P&L impact, but show the evolution in terms of flagship project, in terms of NPS, in terms of conversion rate. But it's important to have those metrics, because if there is no metric, if you are not able to demonstrate the value, then it's going to be very difficult to sustain the investment. So often you have some friction in the processes. It's normal. And here, one methodology to understand those points of friction is really to take into account the end-to-end life cycle of a digital product, from ideation to delivery and communication. So here, basically, based on your first assessment, you will be able to identify the pain points, the challenges. So you will have a first mapping of, okay, what's not working. Then the second step will be to do some hypothesis on the root cause. And that's where you need to take a bit of insight. And finally, of course, to make it actionable, you will build some recommendation on remediation aspects. So that's working very well when you do it end-to-end. And here I'm providing one example, a concrete example. So for example, with one client, we had a very low predictability rate, with 50% of the user stories planned that were actually not delivered. So the digital factory was not meeting its expectation. So here our hypothesis is that too many projects were entering into the PI, which is the program increment process, without proper qualification. And our other hypothesis is that there was not a good tool to evaluate the complexity of the project, and therefore the team was over-promising and under-delivering. So here, what we put in place, for example, is a new framework to evaluate the complexity of the project with a proper business case. We also put in place a measurement of this metric, because this predictability, this 50%, that's something that we had calculated, but the number was actually not directly available. So as soon as you have this number, then you start measuring it and improving it. And then we also revisited the confidence criteria in terms of, okay, we said, okay, we have to be stricter in terms of what are the projects that really go from framing to deliver, right? And basically, we did the same exercise for all the pain points of the organization, and therefore for the management team, it was very helpful because they had all their pain points mapped on with this framework, and then they had, let's say, all the hypotheses and all the recommendations in 3 pages describing like the end-to-end problems of their units. What can be useful as well, here I'm providing a lot of tools, and then you can select what tool is effective in your context. If you have less time, because I think this step that I was showing is taking a lot of time, you need to do a lot of interviews. Here, if you want to operationalize, if you want to go a bit faster, then what you might want to do is to map the maturity of, let's say, your different units, let's say, based on the survey. So here it's more, let's say, a preparation that you can do. If you want to be very, very effective, and if you want to prepare the work, you can have this survey done, let's say, with your organization. And here you might want to assess the maturity of your processes on the different building blocks. And by the way, the building blocks will need to be adapted based on the organization. But here, I think the advantage of this matrix is that that's a way to identify early on what are, let's say, the areas where you will want to investigate further, because the task can be quite huge, and maybe you will want to identify, let's say, in advance what are, let's say, the areas that deserve, let's say, more attention. And basically, you will run a lot of analysis that I described before. You will do like a lot of interviews. You will analyze the metrics. You will talk to the customers, and then what I'm seeing often is that ultimately you end up, let's say, with a plan. And the plan is very granular, a bit technical, and difficult to digest for the CEO and for the teams, right? So here, I think what works well is really to have some concrete streams. So here you have 5 examples of streams, that you can connect with your purpose. Of course, that will vary depending on your context. Then you have your baseline, and the baseline, those are the points that you have documented through the due diligence. So for example, here I'm saying PI plan respected at 30%, it can be 50%, it can be a different number. And then you need to be clear about, okay, what success looks like in 1 year, in 3 years, it can be also in 3 months. And with that, let's say you will have some concrete outcomes that you will be able to monitor over time. So here, I'm completely in line with what Mark was explaining before, that the risk is having like a very long list of metrics. So here you have to be careful because it has to be really narrowed in terms of, okay, what are the areas that you will want to monitor. But basically, as part of the process, we have uncovered, let's say, issues. We have uncovered metrics, right? Number of outages, time to market, etc., etc. And basically, then you will want to plot those KPIs into your plan, so that then the management knows how they will measure the outcome of the productivity plan. And to conclude, so what is the recipe for success for a digital factory? So here, if I step back, I have identified 5 ingredients. So the first one is to have some P&L ownership. I've seen a lot of digital units that were, let's say, dismantled because ultimately the head of the unit or the chief data officer was not owning any revenue number. I think if you want to have a successful unit, they need to have a direct impact on the business. It's much easier if they own their P&L. If they don't own their P&L, their contribution is likely to be very much challenged. If I come back to some of the example I provided, e-commerce, the head of the digital unit was managing e-commerce 25% of the revenues of this organization. So therefore, he has a seat at the table because he represents 25% of the sales. If the contribution is very indirect, then it's much more challenging to, at the end of the day, justify the value. So having a P&L ownership for me is critical. Then, in terms of skill set, I think it's important to have a right mix between, external and internals in terms of how you structure the team and also how you build the team. Because the risk often is to take only people from the outside because you want to attract those new skills, but then you have a disconnect with the culture and the business of the existing company. So I think it's a good choice to also onboard some people who know very well the company, who have a network, who understand the business, who understand the key challenges, and then maybe to upskill them in terms of tech skills. And if you have, let's say, a good group of, let's say, those people that are, let's say, internal, and then maybe some key hires that you get from the outside, then you can have a good mix. If you only have, let's say, people coming from internal, you will not have the right skill set and the right mindset. But if you only take people from the outside, it's likely that they will end up leaving the company after 2 or 3 years, and it's going to be, like, let's say, a failure. Third ingredient, a realistic business case. So again, in the fails that I've seen, often, you had a strategic consultant that came, did a business case, very aggressive. Okay, the resources were granted and there was some sponsorship. Year 1, okay, that's the first year. 2 years, year 2, you start the problems, there is some delay, you end up having a significant gap between, okay, what was in the business case and the reality. So you try to explain that, okay, things are a bit more challenging, etc., etc. And then year 3, the gap is confirmed, and then the initiative is killed. So I think it's important to have a realistic business case and do a significant investment, because you don't want to do like a POC, you want to build something, but you need to be realistic in terms of resourcing. If I've seen a company that, for example, invested really too much in the very beginning, so the team was really creating its own workload because there were too much staff. Then the results were disappointing, and boom, it was closed. It happened twice. I've seen that twice. So I think it's better to start a bit smaller, build some success, get some trust, and then scale up. Right. Aspect number 4, you have to be obsessed with the value creation, with the impact on the value chain, to avoid the tech for tech or the data for data trap. So I think for every single initiative, need to be challenging the team, saying, okay, is it going to add some value, right? Why are we doing this? What is going to be the outcome for marketing, for sales, for operations? It has to be an obsession. And often it's good to have someone, a governance unit, someone senior, experience, right? A bit like the deputy of this team, really waking up every morning, challenging the teams about the value creation. And finally, the last ingredient is the executive sponsorship. Ultimately, when you create this type of units, you will get a lot of internal, let's say, enemies. Maybe it's not enemy, but people who are going to be a bit jealous because the digital team, the data team, is getting a lot of visibility, a lot of investment. You need, I think, having a very strong executive sponsor. It can be the CFO. It can be different. It really depends on the company DNA and the organization. But it's important because when you will face some headwinds, having the support of someone very senior in the organization is going to be very helpful. At PayPal, for example, when I was at PayPal, the data team was reporting to the risk officer, who was very powerful in the organization. I gave this example of a retail actor. The digital team was sitting with operations. Operations is key in retail and e-commerce. But so having this this sponsorship again is a success factor. So with that, it was my last slide. So I cannot see if there are, let's say, some comments or reactions. Maybe I'm going to stop sharing my screen and take comments or questions from the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please post your questions in the.
And maybe Abdul, you had some reactions as well.
Yeah. So I think it's very different way to look at strategy. Okay, and then especially you talk about fixing the KPIs, the performance. Okay, so can you give how to do it in a different kind of industries? Okay, so is it like a manufacturing, logistics, any other supply chain companies? So can you give some industry examples?
Yes. So here, basically, I'm really focusing on digital and data, right? And here, what I'm saying is that the KPIs of a digital or a data team are, let's say, new, meaning because those teams were not existing 20 years ago. So that's why you need to be a bit creative in terms of how you build this, let's say, this due diligence. Then the metrics I provided work, let's say, for any industry, any sector, right? On my side, it's true that I've worked with financial services, consumer goods, luxury, retail, insurance. I've not done, let's say, that many assignments with industries. Maybe it will come later. But I think this framework can work, let's say, for every single company. And it's really about, okay, how you measure and document the value, how you look at the productivity, the performance, how you consider the quality, right? So there is no, let's say, industry lens. Where there is an important industry lens, it's the connection with the value chain for the value creation. Because if you think about a payment company, your data team, for example, will improve the decline rate, right? If you think about e-commerce, maybe it will improve the product catalog, the conversion rate. If you think about consumer good, maybe it's going to be the marketing effectiveness, right? So that's where I think it's more on the value that the KPIs are going to be very different. But then on the internal, let's say, productivity and performance and quality, then that's sector agnostic.
Yeah. So now let us say if we want to do whatever the methodology you suggested. So for a typical organization of mid-size segment, okay, so what are the steps we need to take it up?
So it really depends on, let's say, the question and the context, because sometimes you get a question around, okay, I want to set up a digital unit. And in that case, it's more, let's say, a strategy and the operating model design. Then sometimes you will get a question around, okay, improving the productivity, right? And improving the value creation. So I think those are, let's say, two different type of questions. I think, on my side, what I think is very powerful on the latter, if you think about improving the productivity, is to run that diagnosis around the end-to-end process to understand where are the friction points and what are the remediation recommendations. And then to run the due diligence, because at the end of the day, my experience that in companies, people have opinions, they talk, etc., etc. and the last one who speaks tends to be right. But then as soon as you start providing some numbers, then the discussion becomes fact-based, and often those numbers do not exist. So for me, running this due diligence-like analysis, and it's not a long project, it's taking 2 to 3 weeks, is a very good way to make the conversation much more objective. Otherwise, you will have a lot of emotion, right? And you will have difficulties to align the stakeholders, right? So the due diligence approach, in my view, is very, very effective, and also effective from a cost perspective for a company, because you invest for a reduced amount of time, and you get a very good return out of the consultants that will build this due diligence for you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Very interesting topic. So driving success from your digital factory, that is very, very important. So how does that, now you have a generative AI and ChatGPT and others. So collecting the data, some samples are a little easier now. Okay. So how does that affect the overall engagement for your projects? Mhm.
Yes, so I think for me, Gen AI, it's a tool, but you need to really realize that you have processes, right? And then you can have some issues in those processes or areas of improvement in terms of productivity. And then you have some levers to address that. One lever is to simplify the organization, reorganize stuff, stop doing some things, and those levers are very, very effective, right? Then you can try to improve those processes with automation, with AI, with Gen AI. But for me, I see that as a lever to improve a process. And indeed, what is interesting is that it's a new tool that was not existing before. But sometimes, it's much more effective to simply remove or simplify that process, because in companies, often you have a lot of processes that are too complex and not necessary. Then another lesson learned is that if you think about Gen AI or AI, you need to have the foundations in place. I have this example for an e-commerce player. They have a big problem in terms of e-commerce catalog. E-commerce catalog was not containing the key information, therefore the same product was appearing as a distinct product. For example, the same iPhone was 2 iPhones in their catalog. So they had they have built an AI product to actually enrich their product catalog. So great initiative, concrete business outcome. Nevertheless, the issue is that this enrichment, we were not able to, let's say, feed it back into the source system. So it's great to have Gen AI and to have new tools available, but then you need to have a connection, an integration with some of your legacy systems, and sometimes that's a barrier. But that's why for me, you really need to start with the value chain, with the concrete processes, to understand the concrete issues in plain English, and then based on that, you have some tools, you have a toolkit. Gen AI, it's a new tool, and that's great because it's enabling new, let's say, solutions. But sometimes, the best solution is always like the simplification. If you have 3 teams doing the same thing, and if you reduce that to one single team, it's much more efficient than any Gen AI initiative. And that's why, for me, I think you need to start with the business question and then technology as an enabler, rather than starting with the technology and say, I have Gen AI. What could be the use cases? Often you have like a laundry list that is disconnected from the context. So it's better to start with the business question and then use technology as a lever.
Correct. You are perfectly correct. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting session. It's a very different and very interesting session.
Thank you, Abdul.
So any final thoughts if you'd like to share to conclude?
No, thank you. And obviously, I have not provided in the presentation my contact detail, but I think you have my contacts on LinkedIn. And if there is any follow-up question, I will be happy
We
to
will do that.
chat offline.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
thank
we
you
will
for the
connect.
invitation, Abdul.
Thank you, Gautier. Thank you very much, and have a great day. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Gautier from participants and the organizers. Thank you very much, Gautier. Thank you very much. Welcome to the next session. So let us talk about next session. Yeah. So any questions from Lokesh? Yeah. Mhm. Okay. So the next session we talk about data science for strategic advantage. Now today our main focus is on the technology, the day-1, the emerging technologies. All we talk more about it. Now the next topic is we are talking about data science as a strategic advantage. So how does that help organizations to succeed? Okay, so I would like to welcome Kusumakar Pandey. Kusumakarji, are you there in the call?
Hello, Mr. Abdul. Good afternoon and good morning, everyone, wherever you are.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
I'm very
that's
much on the call.
Thank you very much for joining the call. So let me give a quick round of introduction. Kusumakar is a strategy and execution specialist with over 16 years of experience in building next-gen brands. He uses data science, MarTech, and financial analytics to drive rapid growth. He built the fastest growing consumer brand in his segment, launched a multi-billion-dollar reduced risk category, and led profit centers in consumer and tech businesses. So we can talk about data science part, how it helps organizations. I think you are the best one to talk about it. Kusumakarji, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm attempting to share my slides. I hope it's visible.
It is visible. Yeah, you can proceed. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much, and really would like to congratulate the Data Labs team and the Global Strategy Summit presenters and everyone who is listening to us today. It's a very important discussion every year. Every year you have been holding this, and this brings about a perspective which ensures that organizations take accord of something that's a little more long-term. Strategy as a function has to play a role in helping organization metamorphose into what's going to make them long-lasting organization. It's quite often cited that so many organizations that were there in the Fortune 500 list just about a decade and a half back aren't there on the list. And there are many reasons cited. I believe that if these organizations had a very functioning and robust strategy function, some of these changes would have been handled much better. So here is a big change that we are all talking of these days, which is the advent of artificial intelligence, increased compute power with quantum computing. There's major strides being done in all areas of bioinformatics and biotechnologies. This is bound to have impact on our traditional and legacy businesses. So I would be coming from a background in more legacy or traditional organizations and how they are trying to make an effort to transfer into more modern data science and AI-driven organizations, and what are the challenges that one is facing there. So if that topic seems a bit slower and boring than some of the Google or Amazon kind of presentations, pardon me for that. I represent a very tangible industry, and though I won't be giving very specific examples from my company, I would definitely be more grounded in something that you can actually see changing in front of you. So we're talking in context of data science and strategy. This was the literature, if you see, that some of the top strategists on this panel and other organizations have really relied on. Going back from Mike Porter's work on competitive advantage to looking at Chan Kim's work on the blue ocean strategy, good to great, laying emphasis on execution by Ramcharan, Larry Bossidy. That's not a bookmarked here, but this was our base text, and a lot of it continues to stay relevant. Lot of it is very helpful in providing us a thought process that prepares our organizations, that we help transcend various challenges. Only challenge that this literature has is that a lot of it was written in the pre-data science era. There was a lot of visionary work happening in terms of thinking through that what computers can do. But at the same time, the kind of compute power, the kind of generative and now agentic AI that's come up, and the nature and access of algorithms that was limited to a few organizations earlier is now much more widely available. And that has set to change the strategy paradigm and framework. So whenever I start discussing this with some of my friends, peers, colleagues in different functions and different organizations, you often get to hear that, yes, we have always known now for fairly long, data is the oil, is the new oil. The new gold rush is the data rush. We as an organization are very rich on data, and we are using it to make our decisions. And there's a lot of talk about data-driven decision-making. The challenge is that if you start looking at these data sets, you realize that they're not transcending into insights. Insights are scarce. Data is still much more abundant. Now, the insights that we still generate out of these data pieces are quite often based on lots of biases and prior set perspectives. I've practically heard in meetings, data rooms talking about the fact that all data translates itself into normal data. And the bell curve can explain a lot of things. It does, but it also doesn't. And all data is not normal. All data cannot be normalized. And the power of algorithms and the power of data science related advanced mathematics is much more visible when we have to make much tougher decisions. So this gap between what data that we have and the kind of decisions that the organizations now need to make, that gap is bridged by the analytics function. So a bit of a correction, Abduljeet, there. My talk is much more on strategy, but it's about saying that, but you are also right, that it's about talking about the imperativeness of data science and data systems into our strategic frameworks. Now, thank you. So now we look at the kind of perspectives that data science as a function does. It's about helping organizations make choices, helping leadership make choices. And you have had a great lineup of speakers through the day. If I could attend a few of the sessions. And I recollect the first speaker talking about the emergent strategy, emergent data strategy, emergent strategic approach rather than the much more direct, very definitive strategy approach. And all these frameworks are relying on some of the key questions that we have always had and some of the key frameworks that we have always had. There's the 5 forces paradigm. There is the SWOT analysis. But many of these pieces are changing. Now, in the 5 forces framework, the question that I often have to work on with my organization is, who is the customer and the consumer, and not just think about what is the power of the customer or consumer in the equation. The partner ecosystem is changing. So it's not just enough to know that the traditional partner in terms of the distribution arms that we had, what is their equation right now? There are new partners emerging. We'll talk about it a bit, but I can touch as against our legacy distribution centers. It's about the emergence of QCOM, and those are the partners that are emerging. Competition is changing. We might be extremely focused and believing that, these are the 2 other companies that I have to beat or meet in at the marketplace. But there is another product solution that's being developed by a new age company, and the new competitor is emerging. And to top it all, what is the product or offering that I have? Because one group of my consumer sees the services that I put along with the product much more valuable. The other group sees that product, but for another purpose. So the consumer is starting to define, or the customer is starting to define what my offer and product is, and what should I be able to charge for, and what should go as a freebie along with it. So in that sense, the simple 5 forces framework of Porter has to undergo some bit of change. I have to constantly be answering, who are these people? I'll jump and come back to the warped sword bit a little later, but in this world which we had been solving, a lot of the literature had been written, was much more basis the learnings from the post-World War era. And then there was a lot of discussion, and then the definition of the VUCA world came up. But for the last decade onwards, the world is not just volatile, it's brittle. It's not just uncertain, but it's quite anxious. And the complexities and ambiguity have given place to a confirmed view that you can't comprehend what's going to happen. So it's the Barney world that we are solving for. And this thought process, therefore, replaces solving for a set company's business model to be able to survive the VUCA world. From that, it changes that I will change my business model. I'll change my business offering. I'll change the way I do business rapidly. And I would be better off that way as against doing something that just tries to keep my set business model alive. And rapid technological advancement has a lot to do with it. We don't even know what kind of impact AI is going to happen. If my consumer product was selling a lot around office blocks and work from home or hybrid working and AI-driven workplaces with much more reduced manpower changes this location of work, my distribution strategy has to undergo a change. And that's why the perspective is out here that be prepared for this constant change, and nothing else other than the data science based strategy prepares you better. Many of these set frameworks would help you think through. Strategy has to merge much more with this function. The strengths are turning to be our limits. As I mentioned, that my distribution, a company, how else do you explain an ex-consumer cosmetic company that has got real good consumer base, has got over a few hundred retail outlets with beauty advisors and others, gets valued for a couple of thousand crores, over 1,000 crore sale, gets at most a 1.5x kind of a multiple. But a new company is bought over, minimalist in this case, by Unilever in India for 3,000 crores. Now, what kind of multiples of sales are there? But it's about the data science backbone that they would have been able to put in place that gives a sense that they would be able to grow much more rapidly. The consumer, whom are we solving for? I touch upon it a little later, but I'll hurry through some of those later slides. But I do want to form a perspective that the consumers we were trying to understand were the Gen Alpha, and we were trying to understand the lingo of Gen Z. We have the beta generation, and we don't know which stereotype, which archetype, which angle of our consumer persona that we should be able to ascribe to them. At the same time, there would be some universal truths that will stay. As in a popular interview by now, Jeff Bezos spoke of some of the universal truths that he sees from his lens. There would be some for your businesses as well. For instance, consumers would always look for prices getting lower. They would always look for greater convenience. They may not choose to hustle for it, but they will make their decision on the basis of some of these universal truths. And I think the international polity, the role of the state, etc., the way it has changed over the last decade is giving clearly a sense that the next couple of decades are going to be very different from the kind of world that we were starting to believe, or the world order that we were starting to believe is clearly set. A few countries at the top, the few countries developing, moving. If they work hard, they will move up into the developing and the developed arena. Probably that's not going to happen that ways. And we still have to see what kind of policies US will be coming out with. That's going to have a lot of impact. So that would be my nature of conversation today. I wanted to form a good basis because you were moving in from a very, very intense session by Mr. Gauthier on driving success from your digital factory. It's a very change in gears. So also towards the end of the working day out here in India on Friday evening. So I would be focusing much more on the top 4 or 5 questions, the forces that will define the business. But when we are to make these choices, which is the core function of strategy, and there is a bit of a shadow that you see of a book that has been very close to my heart, The Long View. The scenario planning perspective continues to be very, very significant. Just that we will be solving as against the 4-quadrant perspective of 2 extremities on two axes, and then defining 2 or 3 narratives, canceling one particular scenario and having trying to arrive at a single world view. The perspective now is a multiple scenario game, and the compute power and the role of algorithms makes that possible. So you would be better off for your organizations, I believe, if you were to enable your leadership team with a detailing of more than one scenario. So the nuances that will emerge in this environment would be very, very micro, even, and that could be done very rapidly, as against you having a strategy session where all the leadership meets, and there's a single worldview that's formed, which is narrated in detail, and still some aspects get left. And when you're trying to get back to regular work and you're cascading down that strategy that emerges out of those scenarios, the choices that you have to make don't seem to marry very well. And that's where the role of technology starts playing in a lot more, and the recent technology. So the scenarios with various weights and values determined by your algorithm, which is basing itself on multiple other factors, can help create these scenarios. The narration that you need to do of this worldview, you need to tell stories. Human beings, the way Yuval Noah Harari puts it, that most civilizations are driven by some story that they have told themselves, right? And they want to. So if I have grown up in an environment, and most of us have, where at end of the day, if you're doing good, everything turns out to be good. We do want to hold that view, but may not be true in certain scenarios. And you might have to accept that it's not going to get better going that path. Some of that realism can be brought in, and your narrative can still have the drama, so that it engages people, and strategy professionals would know the narration that I'm talking of. But it does not need to be mythical in nature. It can be much more scientific. It can be much more data oriented. What you can also do is that in the same strategy and working session, you can arrive at solution themes. And these solution themes can also have success factors attributed to them. So there's a lot of use of this modern technology in the role and function of strategy. And therefore, I started believing that basically the technology function, the data science function, strategy function, and the risk function are functions that have much more in common, and then they need to probably amalgamate at a certain level. A new org structure needs to emerge as against having them and hosting them in silos. And what it results in is in a very enhanced decision-making paradigm. Your organization can really cut on, and in my experience, have achieved quite often, really cut on potential financial losses. And which was, as you look back, you realize that it was not possible in the traditional strategy approach. It would have come down to firefighting that situation more by the execution team. And that's the juncture when the CEO starts believing that is the strategy function a very heavy cost center. So to manage those situations, I think the best way is to have strategy frameworks and execution design integrated in a manner that you are able to exhibit results and outcomes financially. So the big question, who is the customer? Who is the consumer? And these people are also changing. The employees are also having a lot of influence in your consumption basket, and they need to be basically seen as overall a community of people who touch base with your organization once your offering is out there for them to consume. And today, always, who is the consumer? Who is the customer? I remember my professor at Institute of Management Ahmedabad, who used to really hammer down this question, who is the consumer, as an access question. But the issue is that that question is much more relevant today. And we touched a bit on the generation, but that's the perspective of it. It was only now that we were trying to figure out how Gen X is different from all the needs of baby boomers in the past. And millennials were feeling crushed between Gen X and Gen Alpha at the other end. We were complaining about the behavior patterns of Gen Alpha and Gen Z, not being able to understand their lingo. And then there's Gen Beta. In 10 to 12 years, they are going to really impact decision-making, purchasing behavior of a family. And if, for instance, they are going to choose very different vocations if they are not going to go to the traditional version of school that we have had by virtue of technology, by virtue of their learning approaches, their prioritization in terms of what do they want to learn and how would they be learning. What's going to happen to a lot of edtech business that has been thought through so far, or what would happen to the traditional schooling and education system? They would have their own sets of challenges. It's not a bed of roses for all of them. They are not uniform, different geographies, different parts of the world. They are going to be very different. And they have this added huge problem of global warming, pollution, lack of trust, lack of optimism because the world order is changing significantly, and the income disparities. So very different consumer, particularly for global multinational organizations, that becomes a perspective. Pardon me if I would be using some controversial words here. I don't mean them in that exactitude, but I feel that when we look at these consumer groups, we tend to miss out a lot. And market research quite often looks at creating a product and then testing with its audience whether it's relevant, it's working or not, or tries to find those gaps. But that's not how, for instance, as we know all now anecdotally, Apple phone was built. If a consumer was to be asked that instead of having a range of colors, if you were to be given just one white color, now it's in a couple of other colors, what would have been the choice? So it's about getting the consumer insight. There's a famous case study of Kraft Heinz, who have built this along with Google Cloud, this platform, which constantly receives consumer insights at various instances, and it's about that's something closer to what we were calling of emergent strategy. And data science enables these precise consumer segmentation. All the talk about predictive analytics, I have not seen a lot of organizations doing it very effectively, but I hope that it will get better, including mine. But it is a significant progress from where the traditional time series based projection models were. There are many more modeling and algorithmic approaches, but today what we have is much more advanced than what we had, and it would get much more precise. Dynamic content optimization, allowing business to tailor their messages and offerings to a specific consumer. That's what we are talking of. And AI's role over and above this, that's going to be transformative, because already there are organizations that allow me to have, as a marketer, a consumer message through the sports person, not just of a popular sport, but of a relevant sport, speaking the language of that particular consumer segment. That sports person from a team who is much more so speaking and sharing that message and experience about his energy drink to that specific consumer group, rather than having a one-size advertisement in a very expensive manner translated in various languages to people. So that's where we are. And I hope we are progressing fine, Mr. Kuldeep and Mr. Abdul. We can progress.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Right. So the way data science allows us to address some of these challenges is by looking at the consumer, the channel partner, and each of these problem areas and situations at a unit level. What I call n is equal to 1. It's a step beyond the literature that talks of personalization. Personalization is fine. It looks at it more from the consumer end and more from the features. Here you can now create products, solutions, and solution themes that are relevant for a specific consumer. And you can create a massive sense of pride in one of your channel partner through an incentive that's designed just for her or him versus another one. And that's how in our experiment at our end, we have been able to create a kind of loyalty program that exists nowhere else, turning nudge into an algorithm. And then every situation is unique. We normally tend to cluster them, and we say this is a festive season, and the kind of offering and solution that we have to have so that one pack with festivity goes across. But now different portions of the country would have festivities at different junctures, and you can create solutions for that particular market through the use of all the data science-driven technology. And so far, being able to provide exclusivity was at a significant cost. It was possible being done earlier as well, but if it was exclusive, it was supposed to be extremely expensive. Technology is still not doing. It's doing it at some areas. I would have to be honest that it's not so ubiquitous, but it does show promise that it can be, you can have boutique offerings for your specific customer in a very, very exclusive manner without breaking the bank. So it's talked of how do we look at the scenario? Who is the customer, consumer, employee? Now, whom am I competing against? After all, it's a marketplace. Red ocean strategy, blue ocean strategy, all that is fine. But if I don't know whom am I competing against, which of these strategy mixes that should I choose? And these competitors are emerging actually from every corner, and they're changing the game. You are the ship, and then there are these frigates that are coming around from all direction or yachts at massive pace, or there is a new island being created and you don't need to go on the ship. So that's speaking a bit metaphorically, but legacy players too are defining their play. So, the new age organization companies which have data science itself as the cornerstone of their strategy. And then there are these legacy organizations that are metamorphosing themselves into completely new types of organization while they still have that muscle and brand name pull. And at some juncture, I believe these organizations will fuse and become one. But right now, traditional hotel industry versus Airbnb, they are at clash. There is right now collision happening. And data science does offer necessary tools and analytical capabilities to even these large legacy organizations. Maybe a Ritz-Carlton room could be available on Airbnb at some point of time. And the perspective that these legacy organizations bring in through their years of understanding, it's important to be able to protect that and preserve that also for organization. And that learning should not get lost. And then that's where also there is a role of these data science libraries. So these are some of the very famous examples. I won't go into detail of these, but clearly you can see that these are organizations, Netflix, Amazon, Google, these are organizations, Airbnb, they have formed their business model itself on the base of data science. These are Jeff Bezos held a PhD in mathematics and algorithms. These organizations, Moderna, that was able to turn around. I know there is a lot of controversy right now about the mRNA vaccine, but the fact that they were able to turn it around so rapidly was the fact that they see themselves more as a digital company that does biomedicine. So and biotechnology. That's one group of companies. And then there are these legacy organizations that are like really, really changing themselves. I mentioned American Express, but I know there's a lot of work being done at MasterCard that's employing data science, all these fraud detection, etc., getting much better and better. Walmart, I've not yet written them off. They are doing massive work in the customer behavior analysis. Procter & Gamble's work towards market segmentation, supply chain optimization. L'Oreal have both examples from this organization, wherein the legacy organization couldn't decide. But at the same time, an organization that itself had an army of beauty advisors and artists at these makeup places created the Modiface app that advises on makeup, which is based on a lot of AI. Capital One in banking, a lot of innovative use of data science for credit risk assessment.
Maybe the resource person for this conference.
Right. So, so that brings us to the next question. And it's a bit challenging going in a bit of a monologue for an execution-oriented strategy person, but we have addressed the question on customer, we have addressed the question on partner in terms of what that question is. But when we are looking at the partner ecosystem, this itself is also undergoing a lot of change, because if the business models are going to change, right? I hinted at some of the examples in the beginning, but if you look at every single aspect of a traditional manufacturing organization, and that's the kind of question that you see in the comment section, these organizations had relationships for their ingredients and equipment supplies that were really, really deep and long lasting. That was their strength. And this relationship couldn't be broken up by a new innovator or scientist who would have come up with a new molecule, say for the detergent industry. But now platforms like Procurify or Amazon Business, etc. And then there are these consulting firms that if large organizations want to get into a new business or new geography, they will find you partners across China and India and Brazil, and would change completely the nature of the partnerships that you have had. The logistic partners, the newly aged logistics companies that optimize your route and pricing, and are able to pre-warn you that this ship has a history of not calling this port quite often. They might be booking your order, but they have a high chance of missing that date, is revolutionary. And that's what has forced the traditional companies like C.H. Robinson introducing C.H. Robinson Navisphere, or Maersk introducing Maersk Twill, which have a very different DNA than their parent organization, or a noticeably different DNA, have launched these businesses. The brand, media, and communication partners means go to an Ogilvy, get the solution done, and all the departments exist with them. Yes, they exist. But then there are platforms that allow a much smaller organization to create their podcast and the podcast advertising and direct their virtual and augmented reality content to the right consumer group and create an impact through content marketing or the influencer groups by identifying the right kind of influencers without having a media buying house or without having such kind of very, very large and expensive divisions. I already shared the example how the brick and mortar distribution is now having an inroad with D2C and quick com. And digital aggregators as against our dealer networks that we used to have, these Urans, etc. of the world, banking partners, new age lending institutions. So the entire partner ecosystem is also undergoing a lot of change. And many of these themselves are data science first companies. So to work with them, to utilize their power, legacy organizations, manufacturing organizations, traditional organizations, the term my Harvard professor Karim Lakhani uses, the traditional organizations it's imperative for them to create this strategy function that's integrated with data science. The question, imagine everything else you could have still imagined answering a few years back, but now the product offering itself, if the business models would continuously evolve and consumers would decide what are they paying for, your product and offering is also undergoing a change. Your pricing as an element to that, dynamic that was made popular, dynamic pricing by some of the public sector organizations, airlines, railways, moving on to the cab hire element. They have a role and application in some of the other legacy industries as well. Subscription-based supply of components and parts. Consumers would decide what they value. I was told, it's not a very confirmed thing, but I was told by one of my colleagues that at a prominent cinema hall chain, you can get a reimbursement of a part of, now I've not fact checked it, but you can get reimbursed a part of your ticket money if you're leaving earlier. Now they would be doing that. Okay, I understand they are doing it because they are trying to share the risk of the consumer in terms of a bad movie out there. But it also creates a window of opportunity for them to sell that time. And this was not possible. This fractional selling of a movie at a cinema hall was not possible earlier. It's possible now. Now I can at least believe, I have to fact check it, but I can still believe that it is possible because these algorithms and the digital platforms allow it. I launch a pricing strategy and I realize it's not working. I can get to know it much before the bad news spreads. And I can change the price amongst the consumer groups. And this is responsive pricing strategy. And there can be a constant feedback loop that allows me to choose between one of these pricing or a combination of these pricing strategies in my product offering. Remember, offering has pricing as a component. Traditional components from Philip Kotler days. So when these products are to be made, our services are to be created, co-creation, we have done traditionally as well. I've myself launched a couple of brands and products over a decade back through the process of co-creation. But quite often, to be very honest, we already had some zeroed down features and attributes. And the co-creation exercise was an exercise in making the influencer consumer group believe that they were part of the process. Now you can actually co-create with them. You can make virtual prototypes and test them. And for instance, flavor combination for snacks, they can be done through a program. And just like the pharma industry has done a long time earlier, it can be done for your $2 or $1 or 50p in Indian context, 10 rupees chips back. And you can also ensure that the R&D function and the NPD function, the new product development function that were operating earlier in silos. I have done one acquisition from, I mentioned L'Oreal. I've done an acquisition because New York and Paris, they wouldn't see eye to eye. And there was an opportunity for me to go ahead and acquire a company for my organization because these two functions wouldn't speak. Now, the need for that product was universal. The weightages attributed would have been felt much more faster if there was a data science backbone working with the strategy division. And all these offerings can be put through these A/B testing methods. As far as the existing offerings are concerned, I've experimented a lot with algorithms that make the GTM strategy much more sharper. I'm moving a little at a pace. We can touch base some of these areas in the Q&A section. I don't want to cut there. Through the various kind of churn analysis, the beautiful patterns that nature forms in the behavior of selling and non-selling outlets through the Markov's chains, the role of predictive modeling, etc., is anyways being talked about a lot. But attribute those values when you're creating a pricing strategy and you're defining what is your product through the consumer surplus factor. Consumer surplus factor is the from an economist framework, if I remember my education in the Delhi School of Economics correctly, was the gap between the price that the consumer is willing to pay and what you're charging them. And quite often, this is applicable, if you see the GDPB framework, etc. It's a lot of these digital goods like the seminar. There's an immense value that I'm getting by listening to this seminar, not just presenting to it. How do you attribute a value to it? And the consumer surplus factor, otherwise doing that in the traditional format, collecting data for that can be extremely tedious and suboptimal. It can be made a little more continuous process for the existing offerings through the use of data science algorithms sitting on the digital technology framework or backbone and augmented through artificial intelligence. Regulatory changes that the traditional CPG industry or other consumer goods industry see, sourcing and listening to this and using AI platforms, not waiting for the annual strategy workshop session, but being able to take a very, very rapid decision that what this policy change means for me as an organization is all possible, and you can reformulate your product offering on that basis. Yeah, when we are talking of all this use of data, there is a very important aspect that you'll have to keep in your context, which is in terms of ethical strategy as far as using this data. Imagine there is an organization that's that has gone public saying that, in India, you have this power of UPI, that data available to them and the payment system. And they could look at this data and they could tell that, okay, this particular number, rupees 16 Indian denomination for a single stick cigarette price is attributable to cigarette purchases. If it's very frequent, we can share this data with the insurance company. Now imagine the kind of invasion into privacy that it is. And many of these models have this tendency to still build over the existing biases. I believe that a lot of work has been done in many areas, but bias removal algorithms need to get much more strengthened. And AI needs to be used in that direction because human beings tend to look at the same data sets and same outputs and still try to overlay their biases on it and form opinions. And that's why I think, if I'm connecting the dots with the consumer surplus factor, I feel that's probably one of the reasons why Apple phones at such a price are still selling so much. It's the kind of secure and safe and confidential environment that they provide, even though the literature would harp about and talk about the design value that it brings, which it does for sure. But I think that that's the cherry on the cake. So with that, we have established that the new world of strategy is extremely interlinked with data science, analytics, AI, and most organizations in the legacy world need to survive metamorphose into data science-led organizations. But there are many challenges that I have experienced personally in these setups. And these challenges can be classified as data-related challenges that many of you would already be knowing: quality, volume, availability. There are methodological challenges and some other day, but the fact is that statistics is often very, very wrongly used. The wrong understanding of p-values, etc., still continue to operate in the data science paradigm, and that's where I feel algorithmic work is much more reliable. And then quite often there is lack of domain expertise in these legacy organizations. They're not willing to believe that this can't be handled by the traditional marketing head or the sales head or finance head or an operations head. This needs, or a strategy head. This needs a different kind of a strategy head. There are human challenges. This calls for a lot of cultural change. Imagine an entire organization, which is several $billion, trying to decide if their new product has been successful or not by virtue of what the marketing head is saying, but by virtue of what the data science team tracker is saying. It's a massive cultural change expectation, and it happens everywhere. It's not a generation limited thing. Communicating to stakeholders, their buy-in, and acquiring talent. That's another huge challenge. After all, we are all in legacy organizations competing with the Amazons and JP Morgans and Googles of the world to attract and retain talent in the field of data science and strategy. And even when many of these data science programs are implemented, they tend to fail even in these large organizations. And one of the prominent reasons for this is that many of these projects are run in silo. I know that I'm overstretching a bit on my speaking time, but in a couple of minutes, I'll wrap up and then we'll open up for Q&A. So what needs to be answered for are some of these basic questions. We can start from the fact that we need to have a data strategy in place and not just data. And good data is one that answers the specific question of the company. Everything else is not good data. So you need to have your needs identified. You need to have a good data analytics strategy in place. You will need to have a right level of skill set. The technology infrastructure needs to be invested upon in advance. And a governance layer should be built simultaneously. For a data science centric organization, if you want to formulate it, you need to work on addressing the point number 2 that I mentioned here very early on, which is introduce fairness. The data science models need to be fair from very early on, so that when you overlay the AI layer on top of it, they throw much more reliable and honest outcomes and don't just build on the existing biases. So a lot of other aspects we have spoken of, and therefore embracing transparency, accountability, ethics, all these factors are very, very significant. I clearly see that there is a massive opportunity in the face of this challenge, because this data, when you're putting it all on systems, many of these organizations were much more secure. They were not so much at risk of a virus attack like Microsoft Zoom could have been, or some of the other organizations could have been in the technology world. Now, when this data would be going out there, you have this challenge of data theft and misuse in real time. And unfortunately, one has to rely, one can't do without putting it on these layers. So the security threat can only be addressed again through analytics and through the use of AI. That's the most effective, rather than trying to turn the clock back and not use them. So these AI first organizations, their feature and their look would be, they have the decision intelligence pillar, generative and agentic AI that in other forums you'll hear a lot on. Analytics need to be embedded at each stage and every function of the organization. And then the swarm learning, collaborative data sharing and production of models without one getting to see the other person's data. I think this is another solution for the data theft challenge that we spoke of. I started with what's the literature that's free world. It's only right for me to mention that the post data science world also has literature. Of a lot of early work has been published by Yuval Noah Harari. The other favorite for me has been my professor Karim Lakhani's work, Computing in the Age of AI. But some of this other work is also quite good, and there's more coming up. That's where we are. I know that I've short my time on the speaking front, but please go ahead, tell me your experience, and Mr. Abdul, we could be open for questions.
So very interesting session, Kusma Karti. I think I really enjoyed. I think you answered the questions while explaining all. So I really like that AI first organization slide. Okay, and you just clearly mentioned it, what everybody should do, each department. I think that's really fantastic slide. I really liked it. Okay, AI first slide. I think it's a third slide or something from the last.
Okay, right. Absolutely. Thanks. I think you're referring to this.
Next. Yeah, this one. So this is something, yeah. No.
The one prior.
Yeah. So you talk about the decision intelligence.
Yes.
For the strategy and
sales part of the organization.
Everything, what organization should do. I really like this. Okay. And yeah, so there are a couple of questions. I just got it and I posted it here.
Right.
You can just, if you're able to have an access to queries.
I was being able to do that sometime back, but let me just open. Yes, I can see the chats. So, right. Which one do you feel that one can start with that? I can see at about 4.
Stop screen share so that we can just.
Okay.
Will help us to. You can look at
the
questions.
Yes, I can see them, and I think one of the early questions is on thanks. There is appreciation from Mr. Sundarraj on data analytics. There is a question that you have brought in, Mr. Abdul, from someone. I think it's about competitors emerging from everywhere. How to deal with this situation. And I think you're right that paying attention to this situation, first being cognizant. I think first and foremost is that understanding and appreciating that this is not a very static environment that we are going to work in. and my competitor can emerge from my own distribution channel, from my own consumer, and from a completely different industry. Once you acknowledge that, and with that perspective, once you look at what's happening around the world, this use of AI, particularly putting your queries in this manner to the agentic AI and the generative AI platforms that I've come across the knowledge of, say, a Donald Trump administration coming into force, and my organization does not have presently a lot of business with US, but this is the space. What do you see as the potential set of change in the kind of competitors that are going to come up? Or this thing, it throws out very interesting facts. And that's where in an emergent strategy framework that Mr. Kopat spoke of in the morning, you can keep yourself, your antes high, and try to work out which competitor that you can start focusing on much more now. So I think that's one area. I think keeping an eye on the technology development in your space is a general scanner that you can put through some of these pieces. And then the rates of growth of some of the smaller players. Quite often we consider some of the players in your industry as not your real competitors because they are probably, say, just price players, or they are not a brand, they are a commodity. But when you put that through a data science model and you start realizing that they have got a much more impactful and loyal consumer group, which you otherwise, your traditional market research was saying they are just value seekers and not the loyalists. You start realizing that they probably have a much more sticky consumer group, and you need to work on that aspect. So that's one of the areas.
Perfect. Yeah,
I think
you also told about very important thing that building a partner ecosystem. In this part of Bunny or VUCA, whatever, you just very nicely mentioned it. So building partner ecosystem is not an option. So it's a mandatory now. Okay, what do you think? How do you foresee the partnership ecosystem build up going forward?
So very, very correct. I think one of the deviant factors looking at the time that I would mention is that human emotions and behaviors, that's a constant. And therefore, how you make your partners feel in this entire equation is going to be universal from the past world. But having said that, relationships aren't going to be that long lasting. For us as a legacy organization wherein partnerships have existed over a couple of decades, you need to be able to, quite often these relationships were nurtured at the cost of some new potential relationships that could have come up, right? So you don't allow, and you can see that still happening out there, right? Some time back, there was this huge furore by the distributor network of Unilever as against the digital platform arrangements that they had. Now, that's the collision happening between the traditional partner channel and new. For some time, these organizations tried to avoid entering into these new relationships. Now you can't stay away, right? So the working out, reshaping your business model, which they are doing and attempting by different kind of pack formats, different kind of offerings, etc. But I think much more needs to be done. This is going to be a very evolving space, and that's what I meant by that.
So you have one more question, KP. So you can just take it up as a last question.
Okay. Over time, high-value consumers and businesses will use DuckDuckGo and other technology to opt out of tracking. This will leave low-value consumers as the main source of future data freely available. Will businesses have to pay for access of information, aka high-value data? So now, my very honest answer is the fact is that it is such an evolving space. It seems quite logical, and thank you, Martin. It clearly gives an indication that you know the space very well. But from the perspective that I'm coming in, I think the power of AI is going to come into play in some of these spaces, because being able to predict behaviors on very, very small pool of data is a value that the next stage agentic AIs should be able to bring in. And if at all they are to live up to their claim of mimicking and replacing human beings in some of their areas of work, that's what they have to do. That's what we human beings, after all, do very well. When there isn't a huge amount of data, with smaller data, by virtue of our intuition and our perspective, we are able to form a view of that world. So you're right that high value consumers can go very exclusive, and that's what the confidentiality element, etc., was there in the iPhone reference that I had. But I would really love to know more in this space, and love to connect with you, Martin, separately if you have your thoughts and views in the space. Thank you.
Great. So thank you, Sumagarji. Thank you very much. Wonderful
Thank you.
lecture.
Thank you, everyone.
You made this wonderful session very, very meaningful with the data science as a strategic driver. Thank you. Thank you.
Best wishes.
Thank you. So I would like to invite next guest lecturer and distinguished consultant. Okay, so Rajesh Tedla garu. So thank you, sir, for joining the call again. I know you were very busy, came back from US for a week, and then you are helping clients here in Hyderabad, and then catching up with the session. Okay, so thank you very much for joining the call. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction. The next topic is very interesting. I think you should just relax and listen to Rajesh Garu, because now you will see the wisdom from experience across the globe. Okay, so Rajesh Tedla is a business transformation leader with a track record of empowering over 1,500 SMBs and generating over $500 million in economic impact. He specialized in helping businesses drive sustainable growth, enhance leadership capabilities, and create lasting organizational change through strategy execution and operational excellence, and many more. So welcome to you, Rajesh Garu. Thank you for joining the session. Over to you. Let us hear the growth as a process. That is something which is amazing topic. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. So this is all focused on basically, a lot of people think growth, you need to do a lot of different things. But the biggest part of it is you can really feel comfortable about creating a process around growth. And how do we go back and do that piece of it? There are first fundamental things that we need to work on. Whenever you want to go back and grow your business, there are certain foundational things that we need to work on. The first piece, I would go back and give you what are some of the foundational work which we need to always be very clear. You might be a one-person company, you might be a 50-employee company, or you might be a 500,000 employees company. All of that doesn't matter what the size is. You will be looking at the company and working towards certain basic foundational work. The first thing is, I always tell people is, look at your company and say, what are your core values? Because a company can grow when the core values are identified and clearly communicated and articulated. It helps in recruiting the right people, it helps in developing the right people, promoting the right people, and it gives the guidance for all the employees to go back and say what is important for the company and work with. So definitely the core values are very, very important. Along with that, we need to understand what the purpose of the organization is. A lot of people go back and neglect this piece of it, and that is reason why they be a little bit chaotic. They have hiring problems, they have retention problems in that. So the second piece of it is the purpose piece of it. What is the purpose of the organization? If you go back and look at my company right now, VRT Management Group, we are all focused on really helping the small and medium-sized companies. Our complete focus is there. If some big companies come, we go back and we work with them, but we don't focus on that. Our whole focus is how do we help the small businesses to really take the next scale the businesses, develop their leaders so that they can successfully grow and be profitable in the long run. And I don't know if you people know the statistics of it. Over 50% of the companies pretty much go bankrupt in the first 5 years. And that's a huge number. And if you take the number after 10 years, there 95% of the companies are bankrupt or they're not in business for whatever reason. And that was the passion we had. And whatever I'm talking about from growth as a process is to go back and minimize that 95% of it. And that's the reason why I'm going back and putting this foundational skills first in place. So the third piece of it is the BHAG. BHAG is called Big, Hairy, Audacious Goal. Every entrepreneur is very ambitious. Every entrepreneur's business owner really need to set up a vision which is at least 10 to 20 years ahead of yourself. A lot of people are very good in talking about the next 1 year. They're not talking about the 10 years or 20 years. But starting point, you want to go back and have your vision for 10 to 15 years so that your 1 year and 3 year are aligned to the big picture piece of it. So BHAG is called Big, Hairy, Audacious Goal. You need to have a goal that is something very, very big and large. When you think of it, you're really motivated about it. At the same time, you're really, really scared of it as well because that is so huge. If you can accomplish, it is not a BHAG. It's very, very simple. Anytime there is a goal which makes you stretch your thinking and thought process, that is very powerful. So you want to go back and look at it from that part of it. And then there are some business planning you need to go back and look at it. So some aspects of your business planning are you need to really be clear where do you want to go and which geographic areas you want to work. And I get a lot of pushback from people right now saying that, hey, right now with the whole internet and everything else, I can do business anywhere. Yes, I agree with them. But do you have the resources to go back and advertise across the globe? And if the business comes, are your products and services can be delivered in a very, very successful way and a profitable way across the globe? That is something you need to go back and look at it. So I'll just give you an example from the geographic location. My 90% of my business comes from US because I'm resident in US and I work with the customers there. Anybody calls anybody in the US, I can very comfortably travel. But occasionally I go back and get some people from international. As Abdul was just talking about a few minutes ago, basically I have a client here I came here to work with. But that is a client who has been with me for a long time and we met in the US. So that is what it is. So go back and look at it, depending on your scope, who your customer is and which geographic location they are. And take your time to really understand who your target customer is. If you really don't go back and do the homework and understand who your target customer is, then it becomes very, very difficult because you're wasting a lot of marketing dollars and you're going back and wasting a lot of other resources going after and chasing non-customer segments and wasting time and resources. So you having a clear understanding basically who the customer segment you want to go after, that is very critical and that is foundational to your business. And one thing, you can go back and look at it at every 1 year and 3 year perspective. It is not that you don't want to change, but you want to go back and focus more on the medium to long term. So when I talk about short term, I'm talking about 1 year. When I'm talking about medium term, I'm talking about 2, 3, 4 years. When I'm talking about long term, I'm talking beyond 4 years. So just go back and remember that. So at the 1 year mark and the 3 year mark, you really want to understand who your target customer is. And then a lot of people have different products and services. So you need to be very, very clear what are the products and services you want to go back and supply to the target customers you want. And remember, these are all foundational skills. So all the 7 elements, 8 elements I'm talking about right now, they're all foundations that every single business owner, a business leader, CEO, whatever title you have, you need to have that and your leadership team need to be very, very clear about. Because if you miss on your target customer and if you miss on the products and services, then you're wasting a lot of resources. There is a lot of chaos and a lot of losses for the business. So remember that very, very, very well. And then you want to go back and see is what is the value proposition? What kind of value are you providing to these customers. And the next piece of it is the brand promise. So the value proposition is what is the value the customer will get from working with you. The brand promise is your reputation and what the customer expects when they talk from you. And let me go back and give you an example. If you go back and look at the value proposition from, let us say, FedEx, right? The brand promise of FedEx is it will be delivered next day. You have so many other courier services doing it today. But the first time when FedEx did that, nobody believed in it and they came to be known as the next day company. That's the reason why FedEx became very famous. So that is their brand promise. So if you look at the value proposition, one of the things, if you talk to any of the customers from VRT management group, they're very, very customer focused. They're very, very flexible. They will go the extra mile to go back and help their clients. That is the message you will hear. So that's the slight difference between that. When you work with VRT, you go back and get outstanding service. When you work with FedEx, you're expected that you will be delivered in 24 hours. So you want to go back and say, as a company, what is that you want to be known for? What is that your customers will go back and experience working with you? So once you have these 8 elements very, very clearly defined, that is when your growth as a process starts. Even if 1 or 2 elements are missing here, basically it becomes a little more of a struggle for you to scale your business. And one of the biggest question a lot of people ask is, Raj, how do you go back and look at it from your products and services? I can sell so many different products. I can go back and sell so many different services. So what equation I tell people is always go back and do a SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That is called a SWOT. Very, very powerful tool, very well-known tool. A lot of people, any student who has gone and done an MBA or worked with an MBA would have the tool available to them. But what they do is they do a SWOT analysis in a vacuum. They don't do focused SWOT analysis. That is something which is very unique for me and my clients and all the successful companies that I have met. What they do is they first go back and establish their 1-year goals. So let us say you're a business and you want to go back and do, let us say $10 million US next year. And you are currently at 8 million. So you want to grow by 20%. So when you go back and say, what are your strengths at 8 million can become a weakness when you're looking at it from a 10 million perspective. So you might have the best salespeople, but right now they can only do 8 million. So that is a strength for you at $8 million. That's the reason why you are successful today. But that can become a weakness because you don't have excess capacity to go back and deliver $10 million. You need to go back and hire some more people and train them before you can be a $10 million company. That is one of the things that is an outcome that comes from a SWOT analysis. So you always want to look at it from your strengths. What are your weaknesses? What are your opportunities and threats? And from your products and services, what I want you to go back and think through is what are your strengths? And then who are your main competitors? And see what are some of their strengths and weaknesses based on what you can do. We can do a lot of secondary research to identify that. So if that is a weakness of theirs and a strength of yours, now you get a competitive advantage. So that is the first level of SWOT analysis you need to do. And the second piece of it is, are the customer segments whom you're going after, are they comfortable paying for those services? A lot of people miss this piece of it. Everybody says, I want outstanding value. That is great. But if the customer is not willing to pay for that, then the value will remain as a value on piece of paper, but you can never get the right customer there. So that is something which you want to do. Once you do your SWOT analysis, go back and look at your customers. Go back and look at what are your strengths are, what are the weaknesses from your customer, and the third piece of it is the customer willing to go back and pay for it? Are they comfortable paying for it? So I'll take the market in India. There's so many middle class and upper middle class families who are growing very, very well, and they're looking for the next level of growth and lifestyle. But all of these people cannot buy a Audi or a Mercedes Benz. So the Audi and the Mercedes Benz, they need to go back and look at it more from the rich people rather than the upcoming middle class people. because right now all of their vehicles are over 1 crore plus. They can advertise a lot to reach the middle class, but the middle class people would not be comfortable buying. Maybe one or two might be buying, but most of the middle class would not be comfortable. So Audi, if you look at it, their strength is making outstanding luxury cars. The weakness is they have a much better edge than compared to the other competitors in their area for this. But the third piece, if they go after the middle class, they really can't afford the car and they're not willing to pay for it. That is the kind of a SWOT analysis you need to look at your products and services as well. And if you can do that piece of it, then you know who the right customer are. You know if you're working with the right products. You know that there is a demand for your product and your segment is willing to pay for it. That is the kind of a thought process you need to go back and look at it. And remember one thing, every year you need to be comfortable with this. You need to revisit all of these 8 elements. And that would be what we call your annual strategic planning. I always recommend people is use the month of September to go back and do your strategic planning. And by December, everything is finalized. And before the new year starts, every single employee knows what we are shooting for, what are our goals are, what are the metrics, and what do we need to do. That is when the growth as a process becomes. So once you have established this, so now I'm assuming and I'm going to what the growth as a process is. And in this, you want to go back and carefully follow what I'm talking about, because this is a process which starts in Jan and it ends in December. So once you have the foundational work you have done, and we assume that you already done, the first thing you do in a January is you have celebrated if you had a great year, or you went back and learned some lessons if it was not a great year. So in January, what you do is you tell your business leaders, functional leaders, whoever you have, even if you have, let us say, a 10, 15 employee company, you have the marketing person, you have a sales person, you have a product person, you have an operation person, you have a finance person. So each one of them needs to look at the last 12 months and go back and say, hey, how was our performance? So we set up a goal for last year. How was our performance against that? What are some of the best practices we have learned? What are the lessons what we have learned? What worked very well for us? What worked, what did not work for us? So we have called this whole process as SPR, strategy performance review. I am not talking about a regular performance. I'm talking about the performance of your strategy. So you look at the last 1 year, you already set up the goals, you have the foundation in place. And what you do is you go back and take and say, how did I perform against my strategy for last year? And it takes you about 4 hours. And if anybody needs any additional information and stuff, feel free to contact us and we will send you some additional information, because I cannot go back and teach everything in the next 30 minutes. So strategy execution review, strategy performance review. So what I was talking about is the performance review. The performance review is learning from last year experiences. And one of the things I tell people is they always go back and say, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, right? I remove the word lose because there is nothing to lose. Sometimes we win, sometimes we learn. And that is what this process helps leaders to do. Because there is nothing called losing, because you're learning from that process. If you learn from the process, you're going back and enhancing it for the next year. So the next year you have a better result. So I want each one of you to think about that piece of it. Sometimes we win, sometimes we learn. That is the outcome that comes from your strategy performance review, SPR. And the second thing that you do in the month of January is strategy execution review. Now you already set up a goal in December that we are going to do this. So every single company in the month of January will be looking at and saying, we set some goals. What are some of the risks that are associated with it? Can we deliver this? Are there risks compared to the people? Do we have any people shortage? Do we have any skill shortage? Did the economy change? Did our competitors do something to change? So these are some of the questions we go back and do a thorough analysis to go back and monitor and see if there are any obstacles in reaching our goals. That is the execution review. This is for the current year. So we just finished our strategy execution review for our business, and I helped already 4 or 5 businesses in the last 20 days complete that. And that gives you the idea and say, hey, these are the 3 or 5 risks are associated with my business. If I don't fix those, the probability is I don't meet my goals for 2025. As soon as you identify that, that is 50% of the battle. Now you can go back and put some time and resources to it and say, how do I mitigate those things? So the probability of success is very high when you identify those in the month of Jan and then start putting some mitigants or bringing in some solutions to go back and work with that. So that is the execution review. So what you do that in the January month, you go back and look at it from your departments, look at it from your different functions. And now, once you finish that in January, you go to the February, and each department comes together as a group and they bring their best practices. The best practices can be on what worked, successes, and what we learned, things that did not go very well, and what did we learn from that. So by the middle to end of February, every single company, every single employee has all of these best practices communicated to them. And if there are any risks for execution, some of the mitigants and solutions, what do we need to do differently, comes into the picture. And that is the beauty of that piece when you go back and talk about it. So with this, January and February is a lot of learning and execution piece of it. And then in the month of March, what you want to do is you want to go back and look at it and evaluate how the year is going. Because you have finished 25% of the year, you can go back and see what the feedback is from the field, from the customers, from the products, from the services, and especially your strategy execution. What are some of the mitigants? Are they really working? Do we need to change anything to this? These are some of the questions the business owner and the leadership team is working together in the month of March to go back and do course corrections. And this is what a beauty of a business is. Any business that wants to grow very much, these are the kind of things, they're always checks and balances to evaluate everything else and implement those. So we need to frequently be discussing about this, evaluating this, and making the changes. I always like to give an example of a plane. If anybody knows that a plane always takes off in the right direction and lands in the right direction, in the right airport. But if you look at the flight path, 90 to 95% of the time, it is off the path. Every single few minutes, there is a course correction happening on the flight. But the destination is always there. And that is the analogy we are taking for this growth as a process. We are constantly going back and making changes. We may not be on track to accomplish our goals. That is okay. But what course correction do we need to do? How do we need to work with these things? And that is the kind of a thought process each business leader needs to know. So between January, February, and March, there is a lot of learning, a lot of best practices, and a lot of evaluation. So once you're done with that piece of it, now comes the month of April. Now, what I tell people is whenever you're planning, you need to look at it from 1 year and a 3-year perspective. So now you have your 1-year plan. Now you have your 3-year plan from last October or last September, whatever time you have taken to do it. Now we want thinking about for this year. So 2025, we will again be doing a plan in the month of September, October, right? So for that piece of it, what you need to do is, hey, what are some of the new initiatives I need to be thinking about for the year 2028? Because when you're doing planning in 2025, you're thinking about 3 years from there. That would be 2028. And now this is the first stage of it. We are doing some brainstorming ideas, and you bring a lot of different ideas. And one of the beauty of the growth as a process is your mindset and your thinking process. As a business leader, I want each one of you to go back and write this down. 70% of the time, you're focused on your current year goals. So whatever your goals are for 2025, 70% of your time should be focused on that. And then you need to spend 20% of your time on year 2 and year 3. Because you want to be always be ready for the future as well. Your teams are working with you and they are 100% focused on execution for 25. But you, from a strategy perspective, you're only spending 70%. But you're taking the 30%, and out of the 30%, 20% goes on year 2 and year 3. And then you take the 10% and you're thinking beyond year 3, the year 4 and 5. And this is where the month of April becomes very important. In the month of April, you're brainstorming ideas for the year 2, year 3, year 4. And let us say as a business, you got 10, 12 different ideas. Depending on your business side, you may not go back and have the capacity to work on all these ideas. So what you do is you go back and do some analysis. And in the month of May, you bring in all of the information and you go back and say, hey, these are the 2 ideas which are really, really looking great. We need to work on these things. Or we need to go back and do more research to see if it is the right thing to do. So you have your 10, 15 ideas that are coming up in April. And now in the month of May, you're shortlisting those things and coming up with maybe 2 ideas, 3 ideas. I always tell people is if you are a small business, when I say small business, I'm talking about companies with less than 100 employees. For me, most of my clients are between 75 and 80 employees, 100 employees. So all of them are less than 100. That's the group I really love to do because there's so much of energy and they like to grow their businesses. So these businesses, basically, I tell them don't work on more than 3 new ideas at any given year because they don't have the resources to spend on these new ideas. So in the month of May, we go back and solidify all of these ideas. We come up with our top 3 that we want to investigate. And what happens after May? We go back and identify who we need to work with. So we assign this, and what we call is we create project charters. A project charter is something to go back and understand what is the opportunity this idea is going after, what is the goal of this, what are some of the benefits, and how difficult it is to implement it, and what are the assumptions, and are those assumptions true or not. These are some of the questions we put it into the project charter. And I always encourage people in the US, and I'm just telling you from a US point of view, there are a lot of MBA students who have few years of experience and they're going for an MBA. So ideally, I tell my people to hire an summer intern. And this intern is somebody who has finished their bachelor's degree, worked for 2-3 years, and now they're pursuing their MBA degrees. And they finish their first year and they have the summer vacation for 2-3 months. We try to recruit them so that they get a very good experience for 2-3 months on a real project. So they come in, they look at the project charters, and for the next 6 to 8 weeks, they are conducting all the research. They're going back and working and looking at primary research, secondary research. They might be talking to their customers. They might be looking at the competitors or who are the current suppliers. They're doing all of this analysis. And by the time they finish all of those things, June and July are passed. And by the time July, they come, they submit their report to the leadership team and to the owner, and they go back to their second year of their MBA program. And then the leadership team evaluates everything and they have enough information and say, yes, this will be something that we want to implement next year, or we need to do some more research, or whatever the result comes from the research piece of it. And once the research is done, and the leadership team decides now in the August, basically what you do, each department is coming up and saying, these are some of the ideas that we want to implement for the next year. So what you're doing is, if you look at basically August of 2025, we are thinking about what are the goals for the year 2026. This is what planning is. This is what growth as a process is. We are looking at it almost 6 months before, 5 months before, because we want to plan right. We want to go back and do the analysis. We want to understand the risks and the opportunities. We want to understand our budgets. All of these things are being done 4 to 5 months before to have a good, robust strategy plan. And what I tell people is in the month of July and August, while we are doing this, we know we want to grow our company. And like I was giving you the example of 8 million to 10 million, right? So for the 2 million, they need some different people. We need some different skills. So you evaluate all the talent you have in the company and go back and say, hey, there are some people who can be trained to take on bigger responsibility. There are some people who can be promoted. There are some people who really need more functional training, or we have some big gaps and basically we need to bring talent from the outside. I just heard one of the other speaker talking about a lot about AI and large language models. If your business, that is a very critical thing. Most of the small businesses or medium-sized companies don't have that. This can be a process saying, hey, next year I'm going to do this business, and part of the service, I need AI. I need large language model. So now they identify this and they start thinking and seeing whom can they recruit and bring the talent. These are the kind of things that come into the picture. If you're thinking you have a new product and the opportunity is big, then you go back and say, I need an experienced new product introduction leader. So there are so many people in the market who can hire. So those are the kind of questions. You're identifying your talent, you're identifying the goals for the next 1 year and 3 years, and you're looking at all the other resources. So based on all of these things, by September, you have your strategic plan ready for the next 1 year and 3 years. And that's the reason why I tell September is a very, very important month for me. All my clients say that, hey, Raj, September is coming. How do we talk? How do we work on these things? And once you have the plan in September and you have all the goals and everything else, in the month of October and November, now you need to go back and see, hey, what are the budgets? Because whenever we are introducing people, we need to go back and say, do we have the money to finance all this? Remember, every year they're investing in our business. If we don't have the budget, we cannot do anything else. So the October month is all about looking at the finances. So I was talking about a new product. If there is a new product which has a potential, but we need to see that there is an investment we need X number of dollars for investing in this before we can start seeing the results. Do we have the money, or can we borrow the money? Can we get other sources of money? Whatever that case. So by October and middle of November, you finish off all of these things and you finalize the budget. And based on the budget, you have the final goals for the next 1 year and 3 years. Once you have this in November, by December, what you want to do is you have the final plans, you have the budgets, you have the requirements for the people, everybody else. And now it is making sure that everybody in the company knows what the goals are, what do we need to work, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges. All of that are discussed even before the Christmas break. In the US, the Christmas break is a big break. So before December 25th, we have all of these things done. And once we have all of these things completed, the next step is implementing it. And now comes January, cycle process starts. You're always going back and looking at it from that process again. And what happens? Now you have the SCR and SPR going through again. And that is what growth as a process is. You consistently take the 8 foundational skills and you go back and work with these 12 steps every month for the rest of the year. The combination of the two are very, very powerful. And we can take that piece of it and repeat it year after year after year. And that's the reason why the growth as a process is very effective. And every year you're looking at certain elements, and that will help you to grow and accomplish the vision that you have. So I'm going to let people to think about it for a couple of minutes, and I would love to go back and answer any questions anybody has. Anybody online? Anybody has any questions?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So basically so I think growth as process, it was like a story. So you just narrated it in such a way that actually I was just relating it to myself. Okay, so how does it fit?
Okay.
It's a really fantastic way to explain the overall process for the growth. Okay, and then what I understand is the strict discipline of things. Okay, prioritizing and just not diluting your resources. That is something which is very important, as you said. Only one question is, we have a cycle. Okay, and you
Yes.
also said that you have a start and end, and then
Yes.
you have a course correction in the journey. So even
Yes.
the timelines, what you just said, in September, October, the strategy planning kind of thing, this also can change based on your technology evolution, the company evolution, right? So it's a
Yes.
yeah, it's a directionally, yeah, this is it. Okay. Most of the organizations, this cycle is there. In case if you would like to deviate it based on your industry trends, so you can do that. But largely
Yes.
the cycle remains same. Yeah.
Yes.
So
So
what do
I
you
can
think?
give you a couple of examples on that. So if you think of implementing this in India, right, I would change that and I would start my cycle in April and end in March, because our fiscal year ends in March here in the US. And then, so by January would be in April in the Indian market for meeting the cycle of our taxation and our financial years. So that is one example. If you look at the consumer goods, at least I'm giving you perspective from the US. So during Christmas, they have the biggest sale. All the businesses, retail customers have 40-50% of the sale happening only in December. So what in the US we have is basically there are a lot of people who can go back and return and exchange.
Mhm.
So what
Mhm.
happens is they have their cycle always end of February. So their January would be either February or March. Because if you have so many returns and stuff, it really affects their income taxes and the tax filing and everything. Financially, it can have a positive or a negative effect. And that can be a fluctuation. So for them, they go back and change the circle by a couple of months. So what you said is perfectly fine. I gave you one based on a general US kind of a framework because I have been there in the US for the last 36 years and I'm used to that. But every other country, depending on who you are and what it is and stuff, definitely go back and customize it. The 12-month cycle remains the same, but you start at a different time and end at a different time. Great question there.
That is fantastic, sir. And one more thing is, uh, as you said, so you explained the whole process, growth as a process
Yes.
in a crystal clear way. Okay, it's very obvious. It looks very simple. But the problem here is the mid-size organizations and the smaller organizations, around 100, less than 100 employees. They think the consulting, taking advice from a consultant, uh, uh, and building enabling enablers, maybe a little whatever systems they needed, the processes. So people are not, people are a little hesitant to invest in this. Okay, maybe in
Yes.
this part of the world. Okay, how is this going to change? I know people appreciate this, but maybe they have a bad experience with some consultants kind of thing. That is also could be reason, or maybe they have some failures. But how is this trend going to change, Rajesh?
Sheikh, basically, my whole policy is basically one customer at a time. Because what I
Mhm.
tell people is basically, unless people trust you, they're not going to do anything else. So the biggest part of it is, are we building trust with the people? And what I tell people is focus on the 20 to 30% of the people who are willing to change. They're almost like 20 80 20 rule. 80% of the people are very skeptical because they have burned their hands or they're very smart and basically they think that they know everything and they can do it themselves. And that's perfectly fine. See, I have a lot of people going back, Raj, this is a very simple process. Why do I need to hire anybody? I said, no, you don't need to hire anybody. Do you have the time to do it? And do you have the resources to go back and really learn by making all the mistakes you have? You bring in an experienced consultant and you work with them, you at least know they're coming from experience and they're not going to make the mistakes.
There is no trial and
And
error.
exactly, there is no trial and error. Perfectly said. And the second part of it is your time so cheap? Your time is more valuable. You need to be spending on time on building customers or bringing something much more important than getting into some of the nitty gritty details. So what I tell my CEOs, whomever I talk to, is I'm talking in the US terms, so excuse me when I'm using US dollars, is anything if you are going back and doing it yourself and it's not going to cost at least $2,000, don't do it. So if you bring in a consultant and the consultant will charge you $2,000 per hour, then you do it. If it is less than that, delegate it. Because their time in building the 5 million, 10 million, $20 million company, their time is much more valuable there. So they need to go back and look at it from their time perspective, because the only resource in the world that cannot be replaced is time. Because every single person has the exact same number of hours. I can't even bring in 1 second back. And some people, because of their financial situation, I agree with that, because everybody is not with the same financial resources, so they have to be very, very controlling their finances and stuff. I agree with them. But if they have an opportunity, they have to go back and bring in the consultant. And just my example, basically, to go back and give you that piece of it, if you look at my customer base, I've been doing this full time for 17 years. And I have over 50 customers who are still with me for an average of 10 years. The small businesses, if you think, oh, what is there after a year or 2 or 3, right? But there are certain new things that always come up. When they're growing, new challenges come, new opportunities come. So they need somebody who can talk to. Because if they talk to somebody like you or me who have so much of experience in the field, because my experience is working with almost 1,500 entrepreneurs and CEOs, I have seen a lot of things. And my unique experience is I worked for General Electric, so I'm bringing a lot of years of experience and expertise from a multi-billion-dollar company, a Fortune 10 company. And that combination with these experiences, now they can leverage that. So they're not paying for an hour's time, they're paying for 35 years of expertise. And that is what some of the people, their thought process has to change.
Correct. Correct. I think that's very important thought process. Every business owner and the CEOs should have. Okay, it's not only just spend. It's not an expense. It's an investment. So bringing some
Exactly. Very well said.
It's an investment. Great, sir. So we have one question from Akanga Solomon. I think Akanga is from Kenya. Okay. So he's talking about great presentation, Raj. What of countries like Kenya, where fiscal year starts in July, does the September cycle change? Yeah. So
if this starts in our January, becomes July for them, if that is what it is. Or if you're comfortable, then go back and make it August. So there's nothing wrong where you start, as long as you're doing the 12 steps inconsistently. That is the piece of it. What I want people to go back and look at it is, it's easy to explain because everybody follows the January to December calendar. We all celebrate New Year. It doesn't matter which culture we have. So that was easy to explain. But you make your January 1st on July or August. It doesn't matter. And are you consistently doing that every month? The key piece of it is learning and consistently doing that. The first year will be the toughest one because you feel like, am I doing it right? I'm doing it wrong, what it is and stuff. If you keep on working on that piece of it, even if you make some mistakes, that's okay. What I tell people is most of my clients saw significant results after the second time they implemented. So year 3. So year first, they were very, very comfortable and stuff, but there were so many false positives, false negatives and stuff. Second year, they were much more comfortable. But year 3, their growth was significant. So you need to have patience. So growth as a process. So our learning is also a process. The first time we implement, we are not experts in that. The third time we implement, we have enough experiences, we have learned enough, and now you can get outstanding success out of it.
Okay. That's really amazing insights. Anybody who wants to speak to Raj, please feel free. Just raise your hands. We can open your mic and you can talk. Yeah. Any questions? Mm-hmm. So I'll take this as an opportunity to ask you, Raj. Now, in India, this segment of 100 employee companies is really very large, very large.
Yes.
Especially in the manufacturing, logistics, and supply chain. It's a very, very large, and it's very growing very fast. Okay.
Yes.
But the mindset of these entrepreneurs is to set up the process, the hardware, which is machines and the customers. It is very, very well understood. But coming to the processes, whether it is a business process or is a strategy management process, is not that much is mature still. Okay.
Yes.
So what is your advice for such industries in India, or of course in the Middle East kind of thing?
Yes. So one of the biggest thing I go back and look at it is for any business to be successful, they need to look at it from three dimensions. One dimension is you need to always have a strategy. If you don't have a strategy, you will make a lot of false steps. The second piece of it, when you go back and talk about, is the process steps. You need to have great processes, and the machines and equipment, hardware, software has to be aligned with your processes. And the third piece of it is you need to have the right people. So it is almost like you look at the autos in this thing, right? For any business, I go back and look at it from those three wheels. Even one of the wheel is not there, the company really falters and it creates problems. And most of the people, they go after the easy one because they think of infrastructure. Buying an infrastructure and putting it there is easy because you shell out money, you can get it. But if they do the same thing and change that from a people first perspective and go back and train their people and get the people equipped with the right things, they will fix the process much faster. People changing of people behaviors is tough. That's the reason why people avoid that. They don't know how to do it and they neglect that and they think I can replace with somebody. What I tell people, and I have done enough research on that piece of it, is you made it a bad employee, you are losing almost 1 year of the salary of that. Any employee you hire and you fire them or they leave in less than 12 months, you're lost 1 year of their salary, which is a lot of money. So go back and take the time to hire the right person, and then your strategy and process can be done. So that is one of the biggest advice I give to a lot of people. So definitely don't take the easy part. Equipment is there. It's very important, automation, all of those things. But if you don't have the right operator, it doesn't matter what kind of automation and what kind of hardware, software you have. And they need to look at it from those three perspectives. You definitely need to have a strategy. You definitely need to have people and then the process. And if you look at it, we look at all three of those in different segments of the 12-month journey when we have growth as a process. So I tell August and basically July and August are the time where we look at all the employees and the goals we have for 3 years.
Fantastic, fantastic. I think I just those are my questions. And if anybody wants to ask, please feel free. Raj is here. Okay, we have another 10 minutes, Raj. So
Yes.
yeah, Akanga, yeah, Solomon, he raised hand. Yeah, please go ahead. Would like to speak? Yeah, you can try.
Hi, Raj. Hi,
Hi,
Raj.
how are you?
Fine. Once again, you've made a great presentation. Just asking a follow-up question.
Yes.
You've mentioned that if you hire an employee and they leave after 12 months,
yes,
you've technically wasted 12 months salary, right?
Yes.
But then I'm looking at it in terms of what about the trends which are there in terms of the average duration of time employees currently stay in a given place of work. Specifically, I mean, the trends in 2021 are that on average, employees, most of the young employees will stay with you for 2-3 years max.
Yes.
And
yes.
the number is constantly going down. So what I'm asking myself is, in the fullness of time, will you be in a position to reduce the 12 months to 6 months, or what exactly will we be able to do?
No. If you go back and look at it, one of the things, if I understood your question right, basically, if they leave in the first 12 months, that is the company loss. I just want to make sure I'm clear about that. If I lose somebody after 3 months, then the time, energy, everything I have put, the company loses 1 year of their salary. I'll just take US terms. If I hire somebody for $50,000, they live in, let us say, 6 months. So I already paid the person a salary of $25,000, 6 months. And then all the training of the managers, the recruitment, the tools, everything else, that would cost me another $25,000. So I lost $50,000 of salary. So basically, Solomon, the question I understood from you, and the way I understood, I'm answering this. If you go back and say employee attrition is at 2.5 to 3 years, and you might be going back and saying, how can I go back and increase that? That's a different question. And what I would go back and tell to the business owners is, one, recruit the right people. Make sure they really understand what the job description is and what are you hiring for. So the clarity around the job is the number one thing which employees look for. Once they understand the requirements, they understand this. The second step is, do they have a very good relationship with the manager they have? The manager is the second most reason why people leave companies. And the third reason is the opportunity for learning and growing. In a small business like 100 employees, growing is not very fast. Then we need to focus on and help them to learn different skills so that they can grow mentally and education wise, knowledge which they can grow back. When you have these three things in place and you are paying the employee the average salary of what the market is, you can keep them for years together. That is what I would say. If you don't want to lose an employee for after 2.5 years or 3 years, all of these people are not living because it is fun to live. It is because one of the three elements is missing. They really don't understand their job and you're in a chaotic situation and they don't know where they're doing, then they lose it. Or they don't have a manager whom they can work and learn and is not a good mentor, they will live. Or the third, they're not having any opportunities for growth or experimenting and learning new things. 80% of your 2.5, 3 years people will be staying with you if you address these three things. So I don't know if that is the right question you asked, but at least for people who are looking at and saying, how can you reduce the attrition? Focus on these three things.
I think
Actually, you have answered my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's very important. It's not about the 12 months. Okay, it's
Yes.
about the when you take an employee and they leave it before they deliver the results.
Yes.
It's a waste of time for you. Okay.
Yes.
It could be 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months, something like that. Usually, it's like a 9 to 12 months. The people
Yes.
start giving results back. Okay.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
after that, your investment will pay off. Okay. So before that, if somebody leave after, it's not actually. It's a problem for both. Even
Yes.
it's a problem for employer and it's even for problem for employee also, because he might have not completely learned. Okay.
Yes.
That skill, whatever he is trying to learn, so it's not complete. Okay. So it's not going to be very much useful for him.
Yes.
So it's a both ways. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you, Akanga. Thank you very much. Yeah. So any more questions? Sir, we have like a 5 more minutes, Rajesh Garu. So if you would like to just conclude with something meaningful for the audience, this will be recorded and then it will be communicated for all registered participants over 1,000. Okay.
Yes.
So I think they will watch it. Yeah. Please,
Okay.
please.
So one advice I would give for everybody, this is the magic pill I would say for anybody in the future, today, tomorrow, and everything. The world is in a very, very fast-paced environment. Things are changing very, very fast. So one advice I would give for anybody who wants to be successful, business person, owner, employee, doesn't matter who it is. If you are in the workforce and you really want to be successful, you need to have the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. This is the statement I want to give everybody, because you need to be a good learner. The continuous learning piece of it will help you to go back and understand what is happening. And then you need to start recognizing and saying some of these tools, some of the knowledge is not applicable today. So you need to unlearn that and move that away from there, because it's not going to help you for today and tomorrow. And then relearn the new skills. So if anybody is not following this, they will become absolute in a few years. That is for sure. You talk about AI, you talk about large language models, you talk about anything else. You want to be successful, I would strongly suggest think of these theme terms. The theme is learn, unlearn, and relearn. With that piece, I would like to go back and end my session.
I think learn, unlearn, and relearn. I think this is the fantastic point. I think, and it is very relevant. Maybe at this point of time, it's very relevant because of technologies and because of the transformations happening across the globe. Okay, so unlearning and relearning is the way forward. If you are not able to do that, I think you will be obsolete, and then it will be a big problem. Even if you want to catch up, maybe it's not even possible. You want to catch up. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. Very insightful. I really enjoyed hearing you. And so thank you. With all busy schedule, you came here and help us to hear you. Wonderful session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to hearing more from people.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
So
much. All the best,
yeah,
everybody who is online. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, we concluded the session today with the best of the best lecture from Rajesh ji. So I really enjoyed. And if maybe you have not noticed, today we have Rajesh has not used a slide, PowerPoint presentation or something. His experience has been so enormous that he just gave us a lecture, okay, without using any slides. But that process is so clear, and it's very encouraging for us. So I take this as an opportunity to conclude the session today. So what did we do today is, okay, so just let me open the agenda. Okay, so we had a wonderful session, around 8 sessions today. So fantastic. Most of them are technology related. We started with emergent approach to strategy with Dr. Peter Compo. Wonderful framework. So he explained it very nicely. You can explore from his book more details. Then we talk about the core banking and cloud banking from technology, the IT perspective from Sajid Samira from Sri Lanka. Okay. Then we talk about driving digital transformation, AI and IoT and other technologies with Raktim Singh, who is a very senior leader in Infosys. So we talk about that. So then I explained through strategy with the concept of enterprise strategy management. So you automate everything in strategy, planning, strategy analysis, formulation, planning, and execution through strategy, which is one of the most comprehensive solution. And we are very proud to have built up this, and thanks to my team. We would like to help organizations with that. So the single motive is to help organizations. Then we had Mark Blackwell talking about hardwiring the strategy into organization, where Mark Blackwell talked very nicely about strategy and also IBP, okay, integrated business planning, how it is integrated together to help organizations. Mark is from, he talked from Switzerland. Then we have a Gautier talk about driving value and productivity through data, digital assets, okay, data factory. So he's Gautier from France. Then followed by data science and as a strategic advantage from Kusmakar Pandey. It's a wonderful session where he touched very relevant data science concepts, which can empower your strategy planning and execution part. Then we have Rajesh Tedla talking about growth as a process. If you notice, so how many speakers, like Peter is from one country, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 7. I think we have 6 countries across the globe. Even Rajesh Tedla is actually, he's US citizen. So even though he's Indian, but he's a citizen. So we have 2 from US, 2 from Europe, and then a couple of guys from India. Okay, this is fantastic combination of speakers. So I take this very proud moment to conclude the day 1 session. So thank you very much, everybody, and then look forward for tomorrow. So tomorrow 10 a.m. India time and 7:30 Saudi Arabia time. Please stay tuned. Wonderful lectures tomorrow. I think tomorrow one more lecture